Welcome! Welcome, welcome, welcome. I went to go see the Beetlejuice movie today, so I got, that was pretty good. I actually really liked it. I'm probably going to do some Runeword testing today. A little bit more than what I did yesterday. So yesterday I kind of tested out the runes and the rune words themselves. Kind of tried to come up with ideas on how they could be used, and I'm sure there's more ideas. But what I was really interested in was the drop rate of the runes themselves. I wanted to see, like, how often you find them, like, how many blues, how many rares, how many, like, legendaries. Do you find them as you're leveling up? Is there a world tier requirement? Various other things, and I'm going to dive into that today. I'm probably just going to take a new character, and I'm going to level them up, like, the traditional way. Kind of, like, see how many runes by the time I get level 60, and just kind of, like see from there, because I am rather interested to see exactly how rare they are, and and how quickly I can get them, and so forth and so on. So I hope you'll join me for that. Let's go ahead and start with the intro, because why not? And then let's hop into voice chat. Who do we got in here? Saints? What's up, Saints? Do I hear anybody? No, I guess he's not here. That's okay. We'll hang out and chat anyway. We'll see who shows up. Because that's what we do. That's what we do. Trying to make sure that my Dujanks, I haven't been up here in a little while. I was, like I said, I was busy today, so I didn't get a chance to come up here like I normally do. Alright, everything looks like it's set up, so that's fine. Boop. Make sure that my Twitch is finished. I'm not sure what character I want to do today. I was thinking about doing the Ice Sorceress. Because I want to do a new character, I just want to level them up, like, from flat. And I only really have, like, Fire Salvo and the Ice Sorceress. I could make a new character, of course, too, which doesn't exactly hurt anything. I don't know what build I would actually want to play around with. Maybe we could do a double with this, and we could maybe play around with the new channeling ability. I mean, there is that new Druid channeling ability that we could play with that I haven't really had a chance to like dive into yet. I mean, I also haven't really played around with the Rogue Dancing Blades either, so those are both options. Nor have I played around with the Barbarian Mighty Throw. That could be rather interesting, doing like a Mighty Throw build. I mean, it's really not. I'm really not trying to challenge myself though, because I've already done the full level up from 1 to like 60 the legitimate way. So maybe I give myself some mythics and I do this like the second character or the third character playthrough way. That sounds like fun. We'll do like a second character, third character playthrough where we give ourselves like some like maybe like 1 or 2 mythics, and we just have fun like just like destroying everything on the way. What do we do? Do I do the Barbarian? Barbarian's pretty OP. We could also play around with the rune words too as we're leveling, which I think could be pretty cool. That could be a whole nother thing. It's just like adding in some more rune words into the mix. I kind of wanted to try out, you know what, I think I made up my mind. I kind of want to try out the Druid. And I want to play around with that rune combination that has to do with the lightning. And I'm going to set up like a lightning-based, like spamming Druid. That's what we're going to do. We're gonna set up like a Druid that just does all the lightning stuff. Every lightning thing that we can get our hands on. We'll just call him something silly like, Thunderclap. Like they clapping at him cheeks. Thunderclap. And then we'll play around with that. Let me refresh this because that's been open for a little while. chat will stay up there from like a previous day, and I'll have no clue what the hell's going on, like what's new and what's old, because there's no timestamps on it or anything.
You guys hear me?
Hey, what's up, Saints? I can hear you now. Can you hear me? That's the question.
Just barely got to turn you up.
Turn me up, up, up. That's okay. I know you
Been
muted.
on an hour and 15 minutes. I'm at level 27.
Oh, okay. I mean, you can level up pretty fast in this new thing. It's not really that difficult. I think you'll figure it out.
Up 28.
I'm trying to think what I want to do for lightning. I just want to like have as much lightning as I can possibly get. That's what I want. I want storm. I want lightning. I want more lightning, and I want some more lightning on top of the lightning. I want some more lightning, and maybe some more lightning. That's what I want, and some lightning. We're gonna try and make like as many lightning attacks as we possibly can. Now I was thinking about like a speed build, so I could attack faster, which would mean potentially more lightning, right? Which is what you want. You want as much lightning as you can get. Which basic do I want to go with?
I want to do the same thing, but with poison.
With the poison? You want to be a poison character? Lots of poison. I was thinking maybe we go like Great Staff of the Crone. I mean, that could be an option. Just to go with a Great Staff of the Crone and just go from there. Or, I mean, we can't turn Claw into a Storm skill without like either wearing the Tempest Roar hat or using Great Staff of the Crone, one or the other. Another option could be Shred, which same thing. If we're using the Tempest Roar helmet, we could maybe go with Shred. They added that new 4th attack on Shred, which does sound kind of interesting. It's like a... where was the 4th attack on? It was like on one of the passives. No. I think I remember they were talking about the 4th attack, so I'm going to have to play around with that. Yeah, Stoneburst is a channeling skill. It's the new one. That's what I was thinking about doing too, like to test out Stoneburst. I kind of played around with it a little bit on one of my characters. Not as much as I would like, but I played around with it a little bit. I mean, Cyclone Armor, or Hurricane Armor and Cyclone Armor are both physical. Tornado is also physical. Lightning Storm is lightning, of course. So is Storm Strike. Storm Strike seems like an interesting option. And then maybe like going for like permanent uptime on Cataclysm also sounds really neat with this. And I mean, we could go with Lightning Storm. And then maybe do like Unsung Ascetic Wraps, along with like the Dancing Bolts, which the Dancing Bolts is an aspect. We can grab like some of the extra like Lucky Hit Lightning's effects. Try and just get like massive amounts of lightning effects. Also, of course, go with the... I'm kind of curious. I just want to see if the uniques have a level on them. They probably do. I think that's my assumption. They do not have a level requirement. Okay, well that means we could actually make the build right now. So we could do the storm skills, our now werewolf skills. Well, that's the opposite direction that we want to go in, right? I think we just want to go Great Staff of the Crone. I think that's basically what we're looking at. And it gave us like a baby an absolute baby version of Great Staff of the Crone. I love it. It's 72 item power. That's going to hold us on for a very long period of time. That's exactly what we wanted. That is exactly what we needed. I think that's pretty much the only thing we really need to make this build start running. Because then we run Claw. Claw is now a Storm skill. And then we also get Storm Strike, so we can Storm Strike and Claw at the same time, which is what I want. And then we just kind of run from there. Everything else can just go suck it. It's such a low-level staff of the Crone, too. We might have to actually come back later and just pick up another one at some point. Fists of Fate. I don't really want to put much else on with this build. I mean, I just want to treat it like I actually have like a half a brain and I like prepared a little bit of equipment for myself in advance. That's basically how I'm going to treat this. So we're going to go ahead and put points into Claw and Storm Strike. And we're probably going to max those. That would be my assumption.
I'm right now. I'm master. What do they call it? Master crafting, whatever it is. I got in live. I have a 90 so far, 98% lucky hit chance on my Fist of Fates.
Oh, nice. Yeah, the Fist of Fates are really good this season. Actually, they're probably going to remain really good because they didn't really change. They're still really good, to be really honest. Grab some random legendaries. Let's see if the random legendaries drop as like really low level stuff. That'd be fun. That way we can like actually get the character set up just for lulz, and we can actually go play as the build that we're trying to play. Yeah, it's all like really low eye level stuff. It's like 62. I'll just take like whatever they gave me.
Level 1 character?
Yeah.
So
Well,
powerful.
you wanna come with me and see what this rune drop rate is like?
Sure. I kind of already know because I know.
You already did level 1 characters?
No, someone else did. I was watching a couple of reviewers. I was watching other reviews after yours.
Oh, okay. Oh, betrayal.
Betrayal. Well, yours was first, and then I watched all the others.
Yeah. Mine's not even doing that well.
The first one was pretty good so far, right?
Yeah, you know, it's just because I was negative, I guess, right? Like these days, it's like as soon as you're negative, they're like, I don't want to watch this guy anymore. I was positive in there too a little bit. Wah 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 wah.
Indian druid?
No, I really did like the runewords though. I mean, I like them.
I just put my first rune word into a piece of armor, Semtal Aerobic Locust. I don't know, Acrobatic Locust.
Heroic.
Then, with a cast evade, evoke Spiritborn, Pestilent Swarm, dealing damage to enemies.
That is a poison attack, so like every time it triggers, it's just gonna shoot off a poison attack in like a random direction. Actually, it's usually pointed toward an enemy. I don't know why I said random direction, but it is what's the term? Like if you're not near anybody, it does shoot off in a random direction. You can't really see it very well when it's only one projectile. Like, it took me a while to actually figure out what the hell was even happening, because it was just like one little projectile that was coming out. And like, but when I started hooking it up with the overflow system, when you overflow it with a higher amount, it fires off multiple, and then it becomes really obvious.
What is the offering thing?
Offering is basically like your generation rune.
So basically, like the rune words have a cost, is essentially how they've explained it. So you have a cost, and the cost of the runes, or the activation of the runes is gonna, like, obviously, in some way or shape or form, is gonna judge like how often you can activate the effect, and then also in the overflow system, whether you can activate the effect with a greater like effect than normal. And if you turn on the advanced tooltips, which I probably, as I'm reminding you, I know that it constantly turns itself off, so I'm literally going in here right now to turn it back on for myself. You turn on the advanced tooltips, and it will fix that for you, so you can see what the overflow is. And once you can see what the overflow is, then you can understand like what benefit you would get by spamming the effect. Like, you know, am I going to get something even better by spamming this? I just accidentally bound my click button to the frickin' town portal button. That is amazing. And now my button. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep. I just messed that up like 6 times. I accidentally bound my freaking town portal button to the click button, and then unbound that, and then when I unbound that, then it just didn't rebind the click button to anything, so then I just couldn't click and go anywhere. Yeah, apparently when you go to the vendor and you ask for unique items and equipment, and you open the box as a level 1 character, it gives you item power 72 uniques, which is rather silly. And I'm totally going to take advantage of this. I can't socket the items on that character, so I went and socketed them. I'm gonna put runes in them as I go. Like, I want to play around with the runes. Like, pretend like I'm a second character leveling up, and just mess with it.
I mean, you can have full mythics at level 1 if you do crafted ones. They don't have a level requirement for some reason.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was thinking about going through like with mythics, but I mean, I also don't want to go through too fast. I don't know. Sorry, I'm sleepy for some reason. Eliminator and Headhunter? What is he talking about?
It's talking about 2 glyphs. I can't access them on the Druid either. They're the new ones.
Yeah, I
and
couldn't.
they're not
I couldn't
accessible on
access
the
them on the Druid. They seem to be bugged.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about playing as the lightning druid. Like, I'll do all the lightning effects. I thought that could be fun.
It is fun. I made one this morning. Didn't really push them too hard.
I mean, it's not really worth all the effort to push everything. Like, push everything. Yeah. Pushing some things, yes, but min-maxing the crap out of everything, I don't think is worth it.
There you go, go on. Just do the right again.
I must wait a moment.
Well, I'm not even going to bother testing normal and hard. I'm just going to text expert. I think first thing I want to test is, like, how early do they drop? So I'm going to open, like, HellTide chests. We'll see if any of the runes pop out of the HellTide chest.
I haven't had any of the there, but I've had them out of the Whispering Tree and around the outside of the Handmaiden and the HellTide zone.
Well, I'm already level 5, boys. 5, 5, 5, level 5, 5, 5, 8, 5, 8. 5, 8, 5. What?
Broke the game. You're already level 5. What the heck, man?
I mean, I just took some starter equipment and just threw it on the character. Like, if you go to the vendor and you just get the legendaries and the uniques, it gives you, like, a bunch of really trash low-level uniques. Like 72, 65, 62, 54, 56. Like, they're all really low. I put one unique on and, like, 4 legendaries. And just, like, I'm using basic skills and everything's dying. I mean, this is honestly just about as good as when we threw the mythics on the low-level characters. Like, everything is just dying in, like, 1 or 2 swings. Obviously, I'm assuming as I level up and get closer to the item power of the items. Yada, yada, yada. Yakety schmackety.
Yeah, get yacked, don't talk back.
No.
It is too expensive.
You watched it?
Yeah, we went and watched it.
Seen it yet?
It was pretty good.
Never say his name 3 times.
Only character in there I didn't like was Rory. He's not really an old returning character. He's a new character. I didn't like him at all. Little scum weasel. I mean, in the movie's defense, I think you're supposed to hate him, but I think I hated him a little bit too much. Alright, well I am almost level 8. Well, let's go. Although I'm almost level 9. I got 7 points to put in. What am I doing? Trying to think how I want to set this guy up, but I don't even know. I'm trying to get the experience as early on as I can. I mean, Hurricane's not a lightning skill, unfortunately. Cataclysm is. So I guess maybe, like, going with the Cataclysm setup wouldn't be a terrible idea. I was thinking Storm Strike for my main ability, because that's lightning. So, scale that. I'm probably not going to scale Claw, or if I do scale Claw, it'll just be for the... Like, I'm going with the double attack, so I can get more lightning strike, more Storm Strikes. I mean, it might be advantageous to go with Earth Spike, just as like an off swap. That way I can get the all the nice like swapping back and forth buffs. I mean, it wouldn't be terrible. Those buffs are really nice. What am I doing? I actually have legendaries. I could just like go temper on, or go put on a bunch of aspects that have to do with lightning. Like I could get some of my lightning aspects right now. I can't remember which ones there are. I know there's like the dancing bolts, and then there's like the runeworker's conduits.
Yep.
And there's a bunch of crazy ones. I'll have to play around with them. We need lightning shooting out of every orifice. What is it with me and orifices? I'm always shooting lightning out of orifices. Oh yeah, I forgot. Lightning Dancer's aspect, the one with the dancing bolts. comes from the actual storm, lightning storm ability. I kind of want to do the lightning dancers aspect. Because that's kind of like the whole goal is to kind of take advantage of the Runeword, which also does the same thing. I guess maybe I need to swap this then. I need to swap this to a lightning storm build then. So let's do that. I don't think I've ever done a lightning storm build. I don't think I've ever done a lightning storm build at all.
Oh.
Yeah. Strange. I'm a strange person. Even during that season when they were like really popular. I don't think I did one back then either. Mm-hmm. 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 Boom, boom. Mm-hmm. 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 Lightning.
I must wait a moment.
Suppose I could go grab I feel like Graham the Starless would be really good with this build. If you're gonna do the lightning storm, that way you can hold down the channel button forever. Just reduce the cost.
I guess this would be nice. I should also go get one because my resource issues are going to be crazy with Shard of Viratul.
So you said if I craft it, it actually works.
Yep. Craft it doesn't show a level requirement.
Give me equipment. My burden is too great. Arida's inexorable will. Where is the unsung aesthetic routes? Probably still in the dirt. Lobby Twinked character. Did none of the items have like level requirements anymore? Or is it just because I'm opening up these boxes? Like some of the items just don't seem to have level requirements on them. At all. I guess when you lower the cap down to 60, it doesn't really matter anymore, does it?
Yeah, it's weird. I'm not sure of their intention because they still have the dropped mythics at 35. But then people are like, if you're going to give us access to mythics at 35, then why is Penitent locked behind 50?
The Basilisk. Alright, give me some weapons. Broken Vow was fun for leveling, but falls off hard on Torment 3. Talking about the polearm? Is that the polearm? I don't even know.
Father bless. What do you need?
Well, the one that gives berserking, so I mean, it's an interesting one. All right. Critical strike spawn. There we go. Lightning dancer's aspect. That's what I'm looking for. Grab the rune worker's conduit for fun. Critical strikes with shred deals 45% of the damage dealt as lightning damage to the target surrounding enemies. Hmm. Yeah, you can totally do a berserk concentrate barb. I mean, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. You just swap back and forth between the two as needed. Swoopy, 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 swoops. Gonna sweep, de swap, de sweep, de sweep, de swoop, these. Sweep, de swoop, de swap, de sweep, de swap, these. Sweepy, de swoopy, de swoop, sweep, swoop. So how bad is the nerf to like dodge chance and stuff? Does it actually?
I didn't really notice it on my rogue.
I mean, it like if I'm getting 8% from two sources, like what am I actually sitting at that point?
It's because it's. I think it works the same as damage reduction, so it's like 8% of what's left. So it'd be 8% of 92%.
Hmm. I love how trade chat and PTR is just everyone showing off their 4 greater affix mythics.
Yeah.
I don't. Me and Leon were laughing at that too. Like we were like, what's the point of that exactly? Except for just to show off. Like, is there some specific reason why people feel the need to like farm 4 greater affix mythics in a PTR where none of the items matter? I mean, realistically, if you're testing stuff, you know, like, you don't give yourself one of the hardest items to get in the game. And if you do give yourself one of the hardest items to get in the game, you don't give yourself, like, a full inventory of them either. So, like, you don't go through the process of farming, like, 1,000,000,000,000 4 greater affix mythics, right? So you actually, like, spend some time. You know, maybe you get one. That's kind of cool, right? You get one. And then after you get one, you're like, okay, well, it's not realistic for me to have more than 1 4 greater affix, you know, mythic, like in a single season. And if I did have more than 1, it would probably be like 2, and that's like the max, right? And then but then there's people that are just like, let me just throw all of the 4 greater affix mythics on my character. I don't know, it seems pretty silly. I think I've only found 1 4 greater affix mythic ever. Like, ever. Like, actually found it. It was on stream the other day, actually. It's pretty cool. It was that 4 grade graphics materials, remember?
Yep.
I mean, it was a really neat find. I was excited. As you should be when you find a 4 grade graphics, I think.
I must wait a moment.
I think I've only found like 2 Fortigrader FX uniques ever.
I need more spirit.
Kind of want to give myself at least the runes for the lightning dancer stuff. I know my goal is to find them, but I actually want to play around with this like in a leveling situation. Unless there's some kind of level requirement on the runes.
I do not have enough spirit.
I don't know.
So go check real quick. Stop summoning your friends, weirdo. Do not do the summon.
No, the blue ones are the main ones you're gonna see.
Well, I mean, that's kind of. I'm just trying to see like how many. I kind of want to do like a level up, and I just want to like count them like at the end. Like I get to 60 or something, and then like how many runes do I got like on me at that point? Like once I get to 60, it's kind of like what I'm curious about. Because I'm curious whether it's going to be like super easy to find them, or whether we're going to be like flooded with them, or whether we're going to have enough that we could like trade back and forth and be like, hey, does anybody got a such and such rune? And then like people are just like rummaging through their rune pile, trying to like swap out runes back and forth with each other.
Come back if you need the forge.
I mean, it's interesting to consider, like, the drop rates. I think the drop rates are a very big component of the runes. And that if they're too common, it could potentially make things boring, because then you have just, like, everything to choose from in the world. And there's nothing that you're pining after, so to speak. I mean, people pine after the frickin' Burr runes and the Jaw runes in Diablo 2. And yeah, they might even be a little too rare. I know, gasp. But at the same time, I mean, we're also in a situation where what's the term I'm looking for? If they're too common, that's also an issue too. I feel like, if it's just like everybody has every single rune, well, then like just we want them to be like rare enough that it's fun to actually trade them back and forth. Like, especially in a new season, like, if we're all leveling up together as a kinship and we're finding runes and, like, people are calling out which rune they find and, like, oh, man, I got a lith rune. Does anybody need a lith rune? I'm like, oh, yeah, man, I've been looking for a lith rune for 5 hours and I haven't been able to find one. Like, I got you, man. Hey, you got a pole rune? I need one of those pole runes. Like, oh, man, I got, 5 of those. Here, take one. Like, that's the kind of stuff that we want to see. We want to see that stuff. If we don't see that, then the balance isn't quite right. I feel like that's not too much to ask either. And I totally went back to town for a specific purpose. It's just like going into the kitchen for a drink of water and then forgetting the drink of water. Like, why did I go into the kitchen? I don't even remember. And why am I so thirsty? What should I set up for my my cost on this? Should I just do like the standing still rune or something? Since I'm channeling anyway. Just have it like pumping out runes as I'm standing still. I feel like that one wouldn't be terrible. Where is it? I'm just gonna do the one because I just want to see. Apparently, I don't have them. Well, I don't have any runes yet anyway. So it should be fine for me to just go grab another stack, because it looks like I'm missing both the Dancing Bolts runes, and I'm also missing, I think, both of the ritual runes that I would use to create the effect. So let me just go grab another stack, and I'll just throw them away. why would they call the rune word something else? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, number one, this is a Diablo game. This is Diablo 4. Number two, they did a good job encapsulating the heart of what made the rune word special. Like, it's a direct representation. It's probably the best translation I've ever seen, and I would even go so far as to say that I think the rune words in Diablo 4 are superior to the rune words in Diablo 2 for one very important reason, which is they didn't invalidate all the previous equipment that was installed in the game. Could you imagine if they did the same thing that Diablo 2 did? You got hundreds of uniques, you got hundreds of legendaries and aspects, right? And then they're just like, rune words are here, boys. Make your own items out of whites. And then everybody's like, well, what's the point of the uniques anymore? Because these all suck compared to the rune words. And what's the point of these legendaries anymore? Because these all suck compared to the rune words. And that's basically what happened in Diablo 2. Is when they released the rune words were extremely powerful. And then they immediately pushed away and usurped pretty much every single item that was already in the top spot. And very few unique items managed to survive the rune word apocalypse. I feel like in Diablo 4, they've managed to capture the heart of what made the rune word special while avoiding the rune word apocalypse, which means that they are superior in my eyes. Like number 16, I appreciate it, Jojo. That's the perfect number right there. That is the number. Alright, I don't really want to do this, but I would like to at least play with the runes while I'm doing this, so... Let me just, like... You know what? I want to open this, like, over here or something, so I don't have to see these runes. I'm just going to open them over here, and I'm only going to pick the ones that I actually need. And then I'm going to drop the rest back on the ground. Okay, so... I need the lith. It's hard to see which ones I need. I don't know if it's on the ground here. There's the jaw rune.
Are they all shared inventory, I guess?
No, I mean, not unless you put them in your stash.
Where did you just get all those?
The cheat vendor. You know, the vendor of cheats.
I have a Met and a Tech.
Yeah, it's the vendor of cheats will give you a boxes that has all the runes in them, and you can play around with whatever combinations you want to, which I did all yesterday, but that's not what I'm planning to do today. The plan for today was just to level up and have fun.
That is exactly why I went and started at 0.
And check the I'm trying to check the also like the rune drop rate itself. I just want to play with it. There we go. I want to play with the dancing bolts. That was the entire purpose of this. So that's why all the other runes are going right back on the ground. They can just disappear out of existence for all I care. I wonder if I log out and log back in, will they just be gone? Or will they stay on the ground from my log out and log back in? It'll be a fun test. Just leave.
Dude, I keep seeing everyone saying the ancestral drop rate is too low. It's like, these people want full gear in 24 hours. I swear, man. The season's over. 1-day seasons.
Yeah, they want 1-day seasons. They want to just like hop in, kit out their character in full mythics and ancestral gear, like clear tier 100 on the pits, log out, and be like, the season's done. It's boring. It's over. That's their whole season.
And that's what we got with the leveling. The leveling revamp is basically that. It's like that's how come leveling's even more boring now. It's just
Oh,
It has become a rush.
Big Pimpin', thank you for the $10, man. Love your stuff, bro. Sorry for whoever you lost. I lost Mr. Nimoy. Mr. Nimoy is who I lost. He was the last of the three amigos. I had 3 chinchillas and they were all in a cage together. The chinchillas were Jester. He was a kind of like purplish colored chinchilla. If you've never seen a kind of like a purpley gray, I don't even know how to explain the color. I mean, it's not purple like Barney the dinosaur. But it's certainly not gray either. Here, let me give you a taste of what a purple chinchilla looks like. Of course, some of them are a little bit more purple than others. This is that image seems kind of eh. There's another representation. And here's another. They're kind of like oddly colored. It's like a purpley kind of a gray color. Anyway, that's why I called him Jester, because he reminded me of like a jester. And then William was in there too, which I named after William Shatner. And Mr. Nimoy was in there as well. And they were all in there together. They were a nice big happy family. And you know, so unfortunately they're all gone now, my little 3 buddies. What I want to do. That's what I want to do. I know I got a picture here somewhere. All 3 of them. I kind of want to get it put onto a shirt. That is all 3 of them in the cage together. Jester on the right, William on the top, and that's Nimoy on the left when he was a little baby.
Wow.
You can tell he's a baby. Like you see the difference between the adults and the baby. He looks like a baby. I had this like external part to the cage. That's why it's like a wire chicken mesh. This isn't their cage. So what I did was I actually hooked up a like external enclosure to their cage so they could come out and they could play around outside of the cage. And I would close it sometimes so they couldn't get out. You know, like for cleaning purposes and like maybe for whatever I needed to do. But like it was a really neat little thing because it was like their cage was inside the closet, and then they could come out of their cage and go into this like external enclosure, and they could like beg people for treats, which they did on a regular basis, by the way. They are most definitely treat beggars. To give you an example of the begging treats that they did on a regular basis, I got like several good pictures of them begging their little butts off. Yes, this is a picture of William begging, just the beggingest beggar that ever begged. He would sit there at the cage like this, and he would bite the bar, and he would beg for treats whenever I had food. He wouldn't do this all the time. Like if I walked in the room with a bag of chips or something, or like Doritos, he would all of a sudden just start begging. just profuse begging with eye contact until I came over and gave him a chip. Sometimes he would make noises at me too, like to get my attention, which I thought was hilarious.
I need time to do that.
Oop. I mean, so far I haven't gotten any from the chests. Let me try the maiden. Let me see if the maiden drops one. I don't even know if I can kill the maiden with this character, but let's give it a try. I'm just emitting lightning bolts constantly now. That's pretty cool. It's not as many lightning bolts as I thought it was going to be, though. Dancing bolts. I think I'm emitting like 2 every...
Yeah.
I'm going to have to go with something that's a little bit more of an overcharge is what I'm going to have to do. It's going to have to be an overcharge ability. I think it's because the amount that I'm generating is not really that high. Yeah, it's like the exact amount that's needed. So I need to go with a different rune. I need to go with something that's like, Neo maybe? Or maybe I just go with Fio. It could be fun. Every time I get crowd controlled or I go into injured state, I just like emit like a whole bunch of lightning. It won't happen as often, but when it does happen, it'll be dramatic. And the monsters will just get like cleared from existence. Alright, so first maiden, no rune. I'm kind of curious whether the runes even drop at all in the lower tiers, or whether they just like... I don't know. Is there a specific level that they start dropping? I swear, I don't know why the lightning storm reminds me so much of the sorceress's lightning, like T-storm from Diablo 2. The way that it just like comes down and just annihilates a target from existence. Alright, so still no runes. I'm getting some box money though. I guess I can start opening some boxes, see if I get anything from those. This is just... I know I grabbed some gear and all, but it's not like it's high level gear. Might have to just keep this gear and not upgrade anything until I... until I get like to a point where my stuff actually starts getting hard.
But that's what it is. All you need is a semi-functional build. Like a couple aspects, whatever. You just need a build that functions, that has a core aspect of functions.
Functions in some way, shape, or form.
And then you're good all the way to 60. With the current system. I mean, they're taking in all this feedback.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're definitely listening. I just really hope they're not listening to the wrong people.
No, I mean, there's people already saying they missed the capstones. The capstones were kind of cool, even though they became a joke in the later seasons. They were still kind of cool. It's like you said, they want to get rid of World Tier 3, which is smart, because it was useless and it was a very short time there, but then now there's, like, more versions of that.
Yeah,
they go back to 2 difficulties, like dumb mode for the people who just don't want to challenge at all, and challenging mode for people who want to challenge. Just 2, that's all you need. All of the day.
I feel like the less difficulties you have, the more you force the players to actually, like, accommodate into those difficulties. I mean, I'm reminded of Diablo 2 when Diablo 2 first launched, and, like, going into the early, like, LOD before, you know, LOD really was, like, solid. And there were a lot of people that just got stuck in Nightmare, and they just never passed Nightmare difficulty. Like
But you could farm decent gear in there.
Yeah.
You could eventually have hell gear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they would have characters that were like level 70, 80, and they would just never leave Nightmare difficulty. They're just because they couldn't, like they just didn't have the skill level or the proficiency or the gear or the understanding of the game to be able to pass the tier. But it was people learned, like you learned eventually, like how to make your character strong enough. And I think people are willing to do that once or twice. Like they're willing to take the time and spend and learn how to like pass to the next tier, but they're not willing to do that like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. And I think that's also an issue. And it's like they're trying to baby the people so much, but then like at the same time have like an end game where people can actually do stuff, right? But then it gets really silly though, because then you're trying to cater to two different crowds completely. One is the like hardcore crowd that wants stuff that's difficult, and one is the like I can't find my own fingers in front of my own face crowd. And then there's like some people in between, of course. But I mean, you should hear some of the data that they talk about sometimes, like when they make comments and they're like, most people never made it to like level 50 or something.
Yeah.
And
that's the changes they're making it for.
But I'm like,
there's people in your comment.
there's people what?
There's people in the comments on like your review video of the first day that we leveled.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, I was in normal and plenty of people were dying around me. I was like, oh man.
I saw that comment and I looked at that comment and I just shook my head. I'm like in normal difficulty? We're dying in normal difficulty now. Like the babyest mode of all baby mode. Like I don't even understand. Like all you gotta do is put on equipment. You just pick up any equipment that you find and put it on. I think the heart of their problem comes with the item power system. That's what I really think. I really feel this, like in my soul. Like I think I've discovered it, like for myself, talking to people who have had trouble with the game, and 99 times out of 100, when I talk to these people and they're telling me they have trouble with the game, these are the same people that don't understand that an item power 500 item is actually, and let's use a really extreme example, that an item power 500 sword that is blue, like legit blue or even white, is going to be much stronger than a legendary 200. Like they don't understand the item power system to the point of absurdity where they will hold on to and keep using a 200 item power weapon just because it's legendary, despite the fact that they have found many, many, many other weapons that are higher item power and would have been better in general. Which I think is part of the issue of tying the damage of your character to the item power of the item in the first place. If it was tied to the skill, I don't think people would be having so much of an issue understanding what the hell was going on. Because if it was tied to the skill, then the power of the skill would be tied to the points that you put into the skill, and I think that's easier for people to understand that, like, hey, I've got 5 points in Lightning Storm, my Lightning Storm should be hitting hard. Which it should be. The only time that ever really becomes a problem is on, like, even in Diablo 2, is melee and range classes tend not to understand that the power of their weapon is very important. But because all of the skill-based classes in this game are dependent on their weapon, and then people don't know to upgrade their weapon, I mean, you guys might think I'm joking. Like, you might be like, oh, he's joking. Like, people know that. Like, people totally know that, like, one is better than the other. This is a legitimate question that I have received on many occasions. Here is a picture of somebody asking me which one that they should be using. Look at which one is equipped. If it was obvious to people that item power was important and that the damage of the weapon was that important, you wouldn't even ask the question. You would just immediately put on the higher item power item. And at the end of the game, when all item power is identical, when you have 800 item power items and everything is identical, it doesn't matter anymore. Right? Like, the item power doesn't matter anymore at the end of the game because everybody's going to have 800 item power equipment anyway. So, at a certain point, it makes me wonder, why does the item power system exist in the first place at all? If by the end of the game, you're just going to say item power doesn't matter. Because as soon as you get to level 60, and as soon as you get a full bevy of ancestral equipment, you are never going to put on a lower than 800 item power item ever in your life on your character. If it's even 759, you're not going to put it on your character. Unless it's got 4 greater affix and the most perfect rolls that you've ever seen, you're probably still not going to put it on your character. So that begs the question of, why are we forcing the newer players who don't know what to do have to understand the item power system, when the advanced players, who are the ones that actually understand the system, don't have to worry about the item power system? I mean, if you think about it that way, it really kind of like makes your mind go... That the most advanced players in the game, the people that know what they're doing the most, never think about the item power system ever. Because they have item capped item power items and they move on with their life. But the players that actually have to learn this stuff, they're like, as they're leveling and they're trying to learn the game and they're trying to figure out how their character works and they're trying to put their points in and all this other stuff, they're sitting there trying to figure out which weapon's better, and they don't know the answer. Because it's I don't know why they're even forcing the players to make these decisions. Like, honestly, the item power system shouldn't exist in the first place. Like, they need to move to a different kind of a system entirely. The skill-based system in Diablo 2 is just superior in pretty much every way. And if we're going to say that, like, every single character in the game, basically, at max level has the same power level no matter what, then we have to ask the question, well, why do we even have power level in the first place? Like, why not, at that point, just tie power level to the character's level? And then as you level, your power will increase as your character's level increases. Which means that at level 1, your power level would be equivalent to whatever that is. You could literally just divide it on a calculator, right? So just take 800, divide it by 60 levels, and you get approximately 13.33 power level per level. So every time your character levels up, your item power on your equipment would just level up with you every single time you level. And then it would be more about building your character correctly and choosing the equipment that you want to choose, as opposed to choosing the item that has the highest item power. Because in these examples, and I think this is very important to talk about this, because in these examples, sometimes they ask you stuff like this. They're like, well, my legendary item is clearly better for my build, right? It's clearly better for me. But that rare staff has higher damage output. Which one should I use, right? Those questions go out the window, because if you tie the item power to the character level, then you don't have to worry about that anymore. Now when they look at these items, they're going to be like, which one is better for me? And they're going to choose which one is better for them, and they're not going to be wrong half the time. Which is what's currently happening. What's currently happening is they're looking at the items, they're seeing the stats on the items, they're comparing them to the other stats on the items, but they're ignoring the item power on the item, and then they're choosing the lower item power item because it has better stats, and they're making the wrong choice. But if you tied the item power just to your character level instead, they could look at the items and be like, oh, this one has better stats for me, they put this on their character, and then they're not wrong anymore. That's not a problem with the endgame system. Your endgame players don't have a problem with the item power system. Only the new players do.
I must wait a minute.
And honestly, it's a stupid system too. It's just really dumb. It's a WoW system. Like, Diablo 2 kind of has an item power system, like, hidden underneath of the surface.
Normal, exceptional, elite, but
it
it's
doesn't
only applying to like barbs and stuff, right? Because
so what they did with the item power system in Diablo 2 is, instead of actually like linking the item power system to the power of the weapon, what they did was they made it conditional upon what mods could roll on the item. So, like, using it as an example, let's pretend you had +1 to Cataclysm. well, Cataclysm is considered a end game skill because it's at the end of the panel. So Cataclysm might have like a higher item power requirement to roll on an item, but it's not gonna like do anything else. Like the item can still be a fairly good item. It just might not roll on that item because the monster you killed was too low level. But you can still find a very good item. It just won't have that specific affix on it. Which I think is a perfectly fine system, restricting higher tier affixes to higher tiers, as opposed to restricting the power level of the actual weapon to higher tiers, which is just weird. I don't know, and honestly, now that I've thought about it like that, it really kind of makes me laugh because I don't know what the item power system is for now. Actually, now that I really think about it, I don't even know what it's for. But what is the item power system actually doing in the game at this point? Because the end game characters, it's pointless. For the mythics that you can put on your low level character, it's pointless because you can have like 800 item power mythic on a freaking level 1 character at this point. It's just a super. I mean, it's not like Diablo 2 didn't have its fair share of items that scaled with your level. Maybe that's something that they need to do. Maybe they need to start introducing items that scale with your level. I mean, that's such a simple concept, and it's been in Diablo 2 for a very long time, but... you know, like Siverb's Cudgel. That gives you like a maximum damage, and the maximum damage increases as your level increases, and to basically help the item keep up with your, your increasing level, so that it's not just simply outdated as soon as you hit like a certain level, a certain point. I mean, is there anything wrong with finding a legendary at level 5 that's perfect? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. How many times have you been playing Diablo 2 and you ran along and you found a pair of boots from like normal Andariel, and they ended up being like level 30, like tri-res, faster hit recovery, faster run walk, like poison length reduction, and you're like, wow, these level 30 boots are literally the best in slot for my character. Like, I'm going to use these forever. I don't see anything wrong with that. Like when you find your mage fists, and you find your mage fists from like freaking like normal Diablo or something, and you're like, well, there's my mage fists, and then you literally use the mage fists all the way to hell difficulty, and you never take them off. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The chances of you finding a perfect item early on are pretty slim to none anyway. Like, I mean, if you did find a perfect tri-res pair of boots in Diablo 2, you basically hit the lottery. I mean, I found a pair of boots that wasn't even tri-res, and it was like the closest thing I could get, and they still weren't technically like the best that you could possibly obtain. And everybody was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you even found those." And ancestral items drop with greater affixes, so it wouldn't matter anyway. Like, once you find an ancestral item, you're going to replace your normal items anyway. And ancestral normal items can't roll with greater affixes either. So letting the equipment scale with your level, I don't think would really hurt whatsoever. And that would let the players focus more on what actually matters. Instead of focusing on the item power of the weapon, they can actually focus on things like, I don't know, the stats on the item, and like figuring out what's best for their character. Instead of, for 60 levels, they're basically just forced to just immediately put on whatever is the highest item power item that they can equip. Because if they don't, they're going to die. Or they won't be able to kill anything. And then by the time they reach level 60, after having done this for every single piece of drop that they get, basically just equipping the highest item power item that they can find, they've taken no time to actually look at the stats on the item. They've taken no time to actually understand, like, what stats they need, what's actually giving them more damage, what's not giving them more damage, because it's all been obfuscated by the fact that they keep losing damage every single time they level up. And that's basically what's going on, is every single time you level up, the monster's HP is leveling up as a result. And so your damage is going down if you keep the same weapon. That's essentially how this works. So the item power system and the fact that the monsters scale creates a ever-growing issue for the newer players, which causes a problem with the people who are actually trying to figure out how their character works and what actually gives them more damage. Rax and Darth Mod or slash in the runes. I like the
No,
runes.
They basically focused on the powerful ones, the legendary ones, which you yourself even said are boring. I don't think they put the effort into building the magic ones, which are the fun ones. That's the problem, yes. Because their argument was, and it's true, it's the same thing you said, same thing I said, the legendary ones for the most part, like Petrify, is just a damage multiplier. The Berserking is just a damage one. It's just more damage. It's boring.
I mean, and that's honestly what the endgame community is going to do anyway. Like if I gave them a bag, and in one bag was fun items that were probably not going to make you clear tier 100, and in the other bag were boring items that are going to let you clear tier 100, they're going to choose the boring items every single time.
Right. They're going for power, not fun, yes.
And I mean, I hate to say it, but does it really matter? Because they're not going to choose the fun ones anyway. I mean, unlike me, I like doing the fun builds. I like coming up with fun things, and sometimes my fun builds turn into meta builds. It's not intentional, but it happens. It's happened a couple times actually. But I just want to have fun. I just want to have fun playing around with stuff. I like when I first played around with the runes, the blue runes. I was just so giddy. Like freaking, I was like, oh my god, I can't believe that they like there were so many wolves. And I mean, it was amazing. And then, you know, like I was looking at the Petrify and I'm like, yeah, that's cool and all, but like there's nothing to it. Like it's not even just that the Petrify skill is just is being used as a multiplier. The Petrify animation is boring. Like the animation of Petrify is got to be one of the most boring animations. I can understand why they did it because it's a crit multi. But man, they really need to work on that Petrify animation. Like it really needs some love. Just something. I don't know what they need to do to it exactly. Maybe like actually make the monsters look like they're encased in stone instead of just passing it off as a stun. You know, maybe like have like a dust cloud or something come out from you as like an animation that like petrifies things, or you could even have like a Medusa's head pop up or something. But like the current one is so boring that even as a rune word, it's boring.
I think part of the problem with a lot of them is they're automated. Like, what if I could actually press Petrify when I've earned it? You know, like in D2, you're pressing the skill. The only ones you don't press are the ores, like the Paladin ores. If you have like Pride or something, whatever, the ores make sense. They're automated, but most of the runes feel automated. It's not like you're engaging with them. You just put them in, and then they go.
I mean, I like the automation of some of them. Like I wouldn't want to get rid of the automation. Like I'm hearing your point. But I also, like, I look at Diablo 2, and Diablo 2 does have what are basically sort of like automated effects. Like, if you take Crescent Moon, for instance, with the static field proc, you don't have any control over it. It happens randomly, you know, as you're attacking. You can control, essentially, like, your participation in its randomness, which is obviously, you know, like, since it's, you know, when you hit a target, you want to attack more. You want to, like, you know, go through the process of trying to optimize your build so you get as many hits as possible, up your attack rating so that you don't miss, blah, 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 right? Like, you can control the circumstances under which it triggers, but you can't control, like, when it triggers, which I like that. But then you're right, there's other stuff that actually do let you control when it triggers. Like, for instance, Teleport, they let you control when it triggers. You're literally given the skill, which is really powerful, obviously, but it's always like a lesser version of the skill. Like it's not like the fully decked out version or the synergized version, which I think they do need some of those too. You're right, Like, maybe they could set up a couple runes that have something along the lines of, like, charges. Like, you build up charges of the ability, which you can then use
Yeah.
as you deem fit, with, like, a cooldown on the charges. And then, you know, because it would have to be similar to the way that the actual ability works. But then, like, once you run out of charges, you know, you'd have to build more charges up. I'm not exactly sure, like, what they would have to do for a system like that, though, because I do feel like there could be some exploitation where people, like, go outside, build a bunch of charges, and then go into, like, a boss arena. So they might have to have it set up where it, like, clears off your charges for any kind of, like, major events, so that you can't just, like, go outside and, like, store up a bunch of charges and then go in. You'd have to build them while you're actually in the fight, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't be adverse to them just giving the skills to people. Like, while you're wearing this rune combination, you get access to this skill. And I think that would be cooler as well.
Right back.
I'm not ready yet.
I think they probably also need to put in some lucky hit bonuses, too. I think that would be nice. I know Leon just went AFK, and I'll talk to him about it when he comes back, but, like, I think proc chances, which lucky hit is basically just Diablo 4's, you know, proc chance. I think there should probably be a rune that turns things into a proc chance as well. I think that would be really powerful.
I must wait a moment.
You know, like, instead of an offering cost, this now ability is going to cost you, you know, like, it's going to be like a 10% lucky hit chance or something. And, like, that could be another rune that just converts any of the effects into a potential lucky hit bonus, which doesn't exactly sound terrible either. Looks like I'm gonna need a Majolnik ring. %90 of people go for the power creep in a game. I think that's one of the things that I would have to disagree with, because in Diablo 2, for instance, you kind of solved this by creating a highest tier, which I feel like in the case of Diablo 2 was Hell difficulty players 8, right? They had balanced everything around Hell difficulty players 8. And I would not be against, at all, in any way, shape, or form, them drawing a line in the sand, right? They just literally or figuratively, however you want to look at it, draw a line in the sand and say, this is the highest difficulty and no farther. And then they go, okay, now that we have decided that this is the highest difficulty and no farther, we're going to balance everybody's characters around this highest difficulty and no farther. And then as they slowly start to balance all the characters around that highest difficulty, I feel like we'd be in a better place. And it's just, with the power creep is attractive because you have this, like, super scaling difficulty that keeps going up and up and up, right? So, like, you want to go up there. You're like, okay, well, how far can I go? How high can I get to? But because they keep moving the goalpost around, it doesn't make things, you know, easy. You're trying to figure out where your power lies, and then, you know, the the goalpost keeps moving. They keep buffing and nerfing things. And how do you balance a game around, like, a difficulty that's constantly shifting? I think the moral of the story is that you can't. Until you figure out where your end game is going to be, and you actually like set the game to that end game, you're not gonna be able to do it. Which is why they're going in the other direction, which is a really weird direction. You guys might be wondering what the hell I'm talking about, but like, how are they balancing the game in the other direction? Well, what they're doing is they're just throwing a bunch of stuff into the pot, and they're seeing how high the water boils. And to put it as an analogy that everybody can understand, is if you have a pot and you put some water in it and you see how high the water boils, did it boil over? Oh, it boiled over? Then we need a bigger pot. Were they able to boil it over? No? Well, then maybe we can do it with a smaller pot, and so forth and so on. And so they basically just keep throwing everything into the pot, and then they turn up the heat and they see how high the water boils. And if the water doesn't boil over, well then, they know that they've got the balance mostly correct, right? Because you're not able to reach the top of the pot. But if they turn up the heat and you bubble over and you start spilling onto the stove and, makes all that ridiculous steam that goes in the kitchen when you boil over a pot, then they know that they've got things too easy, right? And that's when they start dialing things up or they start nerfing characters back. That's the current method that they're using, which is they're basically just throwing everything into a pot. They're trying to see what works and what doesn't. They're adjusting the difficulty to match what the current power level of the players is, instead of balancing the power level around the difficulty that they'd like to reach. And that's why the difficulty right now is constantly fluctuating, because it's just like the pot. Whenever they need to flex to make the game harder, they can. And whenever they need to flex to make the game easier, they can. Right? So they're constantly moving the goalpost up and down. And as they do that, we're just getting, the silliness. That's where the power creep comes in, which I know it might have gotten lost in translation there because I went off on a tangent. But that's where you end up with the power creep. The power creep is essentially the community looking at the goalpost being moved around a lot, right? And then they're saying, okay, well, I want to hit that goalpost, and then they find out what character can actually hit that goalpost. Realistically, all characters should be able to hit the last goalpost, but in reality, when you're balancing out multiple characters and you're trying to make things work, it's very difficult to have a single goalpost when the goalpost is moving and that all characters are able to reach that goalpost while the goalpost is also moving. So it ends up being very difficult, especially when you have new classes coming in, new uniques, new expansions, rune words, and all these other things. Your goalpost is going to constantly be shifting up and down, up and down, up and down.
Wait a moment.
I mean, Diablo 3's power creep was like literally self-installed, and that game was a very big silliness. And thankfully they're avoiding the sets, which they rightfully should. But man, they literally self-installed their own power creep into that game. They were like, here's an overpowered set. It's only better than all the other sets that we've released before, and you're gonna be the top dog in the game. Just put this set on, and you got it. Like throw on the set, and you turn into like a Gundam warrior or something, and you start flying around with other Gundam fighters. Okay, so I think I can safely say at this point, after having opened multiple chests, after opening multiple or killing multiple blood maidens and other things, I've not gotten a single rune from the HellTides itself. So I think I'm going to abandon the HellTides for now, unless I'm just too low level. But I'm currently level 21. I would have thought that something would have dropped by now, like anything. But I'm not getting nothing for rune drops, so not even a blue. The hell?
I'm not ready yet.
So I guess we go somewhere else. Like, what else can we do besides HellTides? Because these don't seem
Nightmare dungeons, I guess.
I was thinking Whispers. And Nightmare Dungeons, yeah. Try both of those, see if any of those.
Well, HellTide could get you some whispers for sure.
Yeah, and I guess I'll have to like go specifically to the areas that have the whispers active. Is what I'll do, and we'll see. Clearly, also getting some stove gunk into the pot periodically. I mean, yeah, basically. I mean, you're not wrong about that one. Oh, you missed my whole speech earlier.
Yeah, I was engaged in the conversation, but then I had to let the dog out. He was going nuts. Oh. And then I got eaten alive by like mosquitoes out there and bugs. Like 10 seconds outside.
Dude,
on
they're
the
up.
lawn.
They're up and ready. They are primed and ready.
Yeah, I think I got like 20 bug bites in 10 seconds.
No, I was talking about how like the moving goalpost kind of enables the power creep. It really kind of forces the power creep, honestly, if you think about it, because the goalpost is constantly moving up and down, like it's never staying in the same place, really.
Yes.
So you're always going to end up with certain characters that are more powerful than others if you have a moving goalpost. And I don't really know if there's any way around it, because with they still don't have the base game finished. Is what the problem is. There's nothing, like the dust hasn't settled. It's like if you go and you get like an aquarium, and it's all nice and crystal clear, and then but at the bottom is like some silt that is gathered up over a little while, and then you just take like a ruler and put it down in there and like stir up all the silt all the time. I mean, they're not letting anything settle because they're constantly adding new things, which are like messing with the equation. So there's no way that they can balance it properly while that's happening. So that's why they just keep moving the goalpost, which I used an analogy of like like a pot of boiling water, right? Like if you just throw a bunch of water into the pot, but you don't actually figure out like how much water you need, it's either going to boil over or it's going to be way too little, right? You might not be enough to cover your pasta, or it's going to boil over onto the stove because you put too much in there. Right, and that's basically what they're doing. Is they're just throwing everything into the pot, and then they're just seeing what happens, right? And if it overflows, then they get a bigger pot. And if they're not covering the pasta, then they get a smaller pot, because they're not willing to change that, but they are willing to change the difficulty that you're in to like cover the thing properly. I don't know.
My biggest problem with difficulty in this game in general is I don't like pit. We hated this when they said they were introduced, and I don't like rifts. I don't like scaling content infinitely. I like a challenging game that you can beat and it's done. Like PoE doesn't even have like this kind of scaling content.
Well, they got maps, which are kind of basically the same thing. They're sort of the same thing.
And technically, I mean, they introduced new maps like recently, but for the longest time, PoE had maps up to tier 16, and those maps were basically meaningless. Like if you had any kind of decent build, decent character, a T16 map is a joke unless you like really beefed it up. Really, where the challenge started coming into is like bossing, and then had like uber bosses and stuff. Like if you could do uber bosses, a T16 map is a joke. Like it's not even comparable. So their difficulty kind of ended with bossing in a way.
Yeah, you've got Cataclysm now. I mean, bossing is fun. I think a lot of people enjoy bossing. I mean, some people were like, hey, they need Crushing Blow, and they need Open Wounds, and they need other things like this in the game, and I'm not entirely sure they're wrong. Like, I feel like it would even the playing field a lot for a lot of characters.
Yeah.
Because like if you're a single target character and you attack really fast, but you don't necessarily do lots of damage, Crushing Blow can enable a character like that to still compete with a character that's doing lots of damage per strike, but is relatively slow. I mean, there's a lot of ways that stuff can work out in the long run. They're balancing mechanics. Like I feel like Crushing Blow has always been a balancing mechanic, helping the lesser classes dish out more damage. Open Wounds obviously stops regeneration, which is very nice. I don't know. There's no such mechanics in this game right this second. I mean, and perhaps that's some things that they could potentially add to the Runewords. They could add an rune that gives open wounds. and perhaps like another configuration of it. I do feel like they could make some changes to the way that the runes behave versus in an armor and in a weapon. I feel like that would be a good way to add more usefulness to each rune. Like, you know, the rune is all resistances when it's in an armor, but it is open wounds when it's in a weapon, right? So, like, there's like a switch there between like an offensive and a defensive form. And then that could also enable more build, you know, just build options, essentially, for those runes, which I think would be better than the current system they have, just slightly. But, I mean, if you imagine, like, how many runes they currently have of invocation style, imagine if they added an alternate way that those runes could be utilized in weapons, right? Then you have some more interesting stuff. But then you're at another crossroads, which is basically that, you know, like, most characters don't have the ability to just, like, slap 2 gems in a weapon. Like, especially if they want to use, you know, like, one-handers. So, they might be stuck there. I mean, I think the easiest way to fix that would be to give all one-handed weapons 2 sockets and reduce the effectiveness of the rune, of any gems that you put in those sockets. It'd be the easiest way. Or they could even give 2-handed weapons 4 sockets, which, I mean, I don't know if they're willing to go that far, but
I don't know. I did a lot of the pit in this PTR, and I just don't like scaling the pit, and it's just so there's no challenge. After a certain like survival point, you beef up your character, he can live, right? There's like a tier 95 is no different than a T80 as far as like the survival point that I can feel. It's just they become more sponges and they have just more bigger HP pools, and you're just taking longer to kill the pack. That's all that the pit is just get more damage so you can kill the sponges faster.
I mean, yeah.
And for that, that's not even exciting. Nope. Like, who likes that? You're introducing all this power to do that? What if the game, like, was capped at Torment 4, Round Pit 65, and that's where most builds were capped? And yeah, you can min-max a little bit and maybe go to 70. Maybe go to 80, but it's like, I don't know, man. Min-maxing to go to 100 is just hitting sponge after sponge, man. It's
No, I've messed around with it, and it's not appealing gameplay. That's why you don't ever see me doing it. I mean, when I start hitting into those like damage sponge monsters, where it's like I'm dishing 500 million a strike, I'm dishing like 1 billion damage a strike, and the monster's just like, what else you got? And I'm like, boy, I just hit you 10 times in a row for 1 billion damage apiece. Like, how much HP do you have? Your bar didn't even move.
But they're not even doing anything different, too. Like, on the monster side of it, there's no difference.
I mean...
It's literally...
Oh, sorry. I was trying to respond to somebody in chat.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Dur Castellan, I mean, you say that, like, it's only for me and my followers, and not, like, the casual player base, like, the younger player base. But I started Diablo 2 when I was, like, 15 years old. And I remember the, like, zeal and the passion that it, like, drew out of me to learn the game. Like, I wish I could show you. I don't have them anymore. But I wish I could show you my notebooks. I used to have these little notebooks. They were obviously for school. But in the notebooks, I would have, like, drawings of the skill trees. I would be plotting out where I wanted to put my points, at what levels I wanted to put my points. Because back in the Diablo 2's heyday, when it first launched, there was no respecs. So you had to literally, like, plot out where you wanted to put your points. I would plot out what skills I wanted to put my points in and when I wanted to put my points in them. I was, like, you know, writing down, like, where I wanted to put my strength and dex stats and, like, which pieces of equipments I wanted. And this was a kid. I was just a kid getting into a game that had no clue what the hell I was doing. No clue. And I was just having the time of my life, just learning and having fun with the game. And I think that you severely throw casuals under the bus by making it seem as if they're not willing to learn. And I feel like that's a fallacy, because I think what's more to the point is that Diablo 4 is difficult to learn because of how they have it set up, not that people don't want to learn. They make it more difficult, and that was like my entire argument earlier when I was talking about how the whole system with the item power just kind of screws over the new players, and it doesn't really do anything for the elites, right? For the elite players. So the very people that you're talking about, the very people that like we're discussing here, like the casuals, they're not the ones affected. I mean, they're the ones that are affected by the item power system, not us. When you said your viewers and you and like your kinship members, like, right? You're talking about us that have like all of our end game characters. We don't care about the item power system. Like, when's the last time that you actually really thought about the item power system, Leon? You put on an 800 item power item and you move on, right?
Yep.
That's it. We don't care about the item power system. So the only people that actually do, the only people that actually have to worry about that are the newer players that are trying to learn the game, which is stupid. It should be the other way around, right? There should be like honestly, all the normal items should just scale with you up until the point where you get to like the max item power for equipment, right? And then once you get to ancestrals, then the elite players should have to worry about the item power. We're the ones that actually know how to play the game, that have spent hours and hours and hours doing things. We're the ones that would actually understand that an item power, like 800 item is better than a item power 750. So why is it reversed? Why is it forcing the casual players to learn a system that they're not even going to use once they hit the end of the game?
I'm not ready yet.
It's funny to go back to D2, but just think about it. 3 difficulties, 3 normal, exceptional, elite items. It's that simple. It doesn't need to get more complicated than that. Imagine this system's like if Diablo 2 had like, I don't know, 100 item tier, like 100 versions of a normal, exceptional, elite item.
Well, and the thing about the normal difficulty, nightmare difficulty, and elite tier items in Diablo 2 is that there are legitimate reasons why you would prefer not to use them. Right? So, like, if I'm a sorceress or something like that, and an elite armor plate drops, I'm going to be like, okay, well, I'm not a strength-based character. Like, I don't want to put on a really hefty, like, chonky boy, like, 225 strength armor, right? So, like, they made legitimate reasons why you would look at them and be like, okay, well, I don't want to wear that. And I think that's absolutely great. Like, I honestly would like, eventually, maybe at some point, to find an item where it's like an elite-based item, and I'm just like, well, I don't want to wear that, because that's like way too much strength requirement for me, or like that's like a dex-based item or something, or and whatnot. I like that kind of gameplay where you're choosing, where sometimes you choose the lower difficulty items because they are superior. But that comes down to bases, which is a whole nother thing, and like bases are just completely ignored in this game anyway. So.
Yep. And the thing too in D2 is you can
my
take
first
an
rune.
item at a chest. Yeah.
Was that an event? I think that was an event.
Event chest. I got 1 rune from a whisper as well, but I'm also in Torment 4.
I got
just want to see it.
That's what I got. A blue rune. So my first one, blue rune. I don't know. I wish they would institute a couple of the things from Diablo 2. Like, I want to. I gotta make a list. So I'm gonna make a list of things. Maybe the devs are watching. Maybe they're not. I don't care. But if you are watching, I'm gonna make you a list real quick of stuff that you should probably consider adding into this game that would not be harmful in any way, shape, or form, and would be beneficial to the game as a whole. And I think that the community would absolutely enjoy this. And it really just has to do with making things more acceptable, like, for the newer players moving upwards. I mean, this isn't really stuff that's going to affect, I think, most of the end game people, but it would definitely help. And honestly, you could reinstitute sacred items with this system, because this is a system that I've wondered why is not in the game. I'm like, why isn't there a system like this in the game? And what am I talking about? Okay, so let's pull up a notepad, and I'm going to talk about the couple systems that you need to add into the game that honestly just desperately need to be in here. Number one, upgrading an item through tiers, and this would have completely fixed your sacred item issue, like with ease, if you had done this. But instead of doing this, you decided to just completely destroy the sacred tier, which, I mean, I think some people are happy that you destroyed the sacred tier, but if you had done it this way, you probably would have had a different enticement for the player base. Your number one problem with, and the reason why this system is so important is because what you're doing is you're forcing players to build gear they will never use at end game, right? This makes the leveling process boring, and this means that at the end of the day, like, if I'm sifting through my equipment, I'm not going to want to sift through garbage. I know that this stuff is garbage. It's garbage equipment, right? However, if you instituted a system of being able to upgrade items, like, for instance, I don't know, you can use the runes now. You got the runes in here. So, like, let's say it takes you a jaw rune to upgrade an item from normal quality to ancestral, right? Now you have a system in which you're rewarding the player for looking and hunting for items that could potentially be good for their character. You could do many things with this system. It's a really simple system that just simply allows characters to actually spend time and look for gear. You could also maybe even institute a system that allows you to upgrade the item power of an item. Like, for instance, let's say I'm like a little 30 character, and I got like a 400 item power item, but it's like the best item that I've ever had, right? It's like perfectly rolled. I got like everything I wanted on it, right? Well, you could maybe set it up so maybe it takes like a Vex rune or something, and I could upgrade it to like my level or whatever, or we could just even say, maybe it just like bumps it up by like 100 item power or something of that nature. An upgrade system in the game would be a massive increase in engagement, like with the players, the new players specifically. I mean, I would absolutely love it, because that way when I'm leveling up and I find like that perfect weapon that I'm probably going to want to use at the end game, but I can't actually use it because it's not the right, like it's not ancestral or it doesn't have the things that I want, then that's going to be unfortunate. Also, in this ancestral upgrade system, since you've made it so that every ancestral item gets a greater affix, it would also get upgraded with a random greater affix, which would be really nice. So that would just like solidify turning this normal difficulty item into an ancestral, and you would even hold on to these. Like, you might like be leveling up and like somewhere around level like 44, if something drops and you're like, oh man, if this was ancestral, this would be like the best in slot freaking weapon for me, but it's not. And then, bam, you've now got an upgrade system. So now the guy, instead of saying, oh man, this would have been the best weapon for me, now he's going to say something like this. It's going to be like, oh man, this weapon's amazing. I can't wait until I get a jaw rune so I can upgrade this to be my best in slot weapon. And now you have a completely different situation. Now, instead of them looking at the items as garbage, now they're looking at the items as something that they could potentially upgrade later to something that's actually going to be useful for them. They're looking at the items, they parse through them, and they actually find the items that they like. Hey, thank you for the $20, Joe. That mentality is why I enjoy donating and subscribing. Common Sense Gaming. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Other little things that they can add to the game. Crafting recipes. I think people love crafting recipes. Like anything that has to do with crafting recipes, right? And that kind of like leads into this here, but just like having crafting recipes to do weird things. Diablo 2 is the king of this. There are so many weird crafting recipes, like the ability to just make like a random amulet, like all sorts of crazy stuff. Like if I could, in this game, I probably would. Like especially amulets and stuff like that. You could make a recipe that has to do with the runes, very similar to the caster recipe, where you do like like a gem and like something else, and you put it all together and you hit the craft button and it gives you like a random ancestral legendary amulet with like random affixes. People would love to do that kind of stuff. I know I would. And especially with how rare you've made the ancestral items, crafting recipes to make specific ancestrals would be pretty cool. Balthasar, he said, or hear me out, you could just play the better game at D2O. I mean, I play that game too, so point taken, but I do play that one all the time. I mean, honestly, any kind of crafting recipes, like caster, you could even have them like lock in certain things. Like for instance, as an example, you could have a recipe and you could call it like the passive recipe, where like it's guaranteed to get one passive effect, right? And you don't know what it's going to be, but it's guaranteed to get at least one passive effect on the item or something along that lines, right? Or you could make ones that are like based on specific stats. So you could have like an amulet that rolls with like guaranteed, like +% main stat, and that's it. And that's the only thing that's guaranteed, and then everything else is random. These type of like recipes would add a huge amount to do, and people would have fun farming for the materials that are required to do these recipes. Obviously, you don't need to make the recipes ridiculously expensive. In Diablo 2, we literally would have like freaking a full stash of like P-gems, full stash of freaking like jewels, and we would go through all of them, and some of them would be garbage, and then eventually you'd hit on one that was like amazing. And of course, these need to be tradable too, because that's part of the fun. Because being able to craft a godlike amulet is not enough. You also want to be able to sell it if it's not for you. I just want a recipe to turn terror zones into terrier zones. No, we don't want to kill little doggies, Balthazar. I appreciate the $9.99, but no killing terriers. Do not kill doggies, okay? No doggies. Don't kill doggies. Bad. Doggies are our friends. Friendos, okay? Friendos. We do not kill friendos. Crafting recipes. So we got upgrading through tiers and crafting recipes. Both of those need to be added. They're not harmful to the game in any way, shape, or form. Crafting recipes just offer something else for players to do, and it is very fun. It's a nice way to like kill the player's time. Like I'm sure Leon has been many times, like especially with how crazy amulets are, like just been gambling amulets or looking at every single amulet that drops, hoping for that specific passive that he wanted. And if there was a recipe that had like a guaranteed passive effect on it, he'd probably be rolling amulets trying to get the one that he wants. And it's something that you could potentially find too, but I mean, and we could even just like enhance this as well. Like, so crafting recipes themselves would be neat, but we could also just throw in another tier here, which is, just crafted items. So crafted items are a special category of items that have like additional effects that are not present on other items. So usually something that cannot be obtained in any other way. And you could even make those special effects implicits so they can't be increased by like masterworking, which I think would be fine. I'd love to see an orange tier. I mean, those are usually orange items in Diablo 2. Like crafted items, I think would be absolutely amazing. And I understand that like some of this might seem like imposing, but none of this is really going to affect the game on the whole. Like adding a crafted item that has like one extra like little tiny affix on it that you can try and like min-max with, like maybe it comes with like an extra 5% critical strike chance or something, like inherently on the amulet, and it's just as good as any other amulet, but it comes with like an extra 5% crit. Then you got people out there crafting orange amulets trying to get like specific things. Like there's nothing wrong with that. And yeah, like F.R. Martin pointed out, like the three rings to an amulet and one amulet to a ring recipe, which is like a really easy one. So you can take 3 amulets, put them in, like a crafting recipe, just like destroy 3 amulets and you get like a free ancestral ring out of it, right? And you can go back and forth with that. There's nothing wrong with that either. That's a good recipe as well. Those recipes are just like super fun to play around with, and you can like sit there and take, like a bunch of rings that you found and try and create an ancestral amulet. And I think that would be a big draw now that you have the rare ancestral items. I think the crafting system in general would be very well received with your current ancestral drop rate. People would be very excited to be able to have a chance to craft themselves ancestral items. Other than crafted items, what else, honestly? We already have the upgrade system, which I think is really important. Also, the crafting recipes to do weird things, as well as the crafted items themselves. Like both of those are just amazing, I think. I mean, obviously we need the cow level, which I'm sure is coming. It seems like they keep hinting at it slowly and slowly, and we keep getting closer and closer to the cow level, but it's eventually. I'm assuming it will eventually come. Another thing that I think would be really well received too is, and I've seen a little bit of this, a hint of it from the this PTR, is less linear areas. Like you have a lot of linear areas, and you know, just like leave those in the game. Like I don't really care. But like I would also we've you know, it's like a breath of fresh air. Like lately, we've encountered a couple areas that you added that were like more open. You know, like Plains of Despair in Diablo 2, or you know, because Diablo 2 has both of them. It has areas that are wide open, and it has areas that are linear, that are like one direction basically, right? Like I would say the River of Flame is very linear for the most part. It has a couple offshoots here and there, but it's like a straight line. You follow the straight line to the end. You know, you have like a couple like choices of going left or right, but for the most part, it's pretty much just a linear level. Whereas Chaos Sanctuary, for instance, is a more open area, right? Or like Plains of Despair is a more open area, and you actually have to explore it and like look around. Less linear areas, or maybe just instead of saying less linear areas, let's just say more open areas. I don't really think there's any harm in this. I think people actually are enjoying the more open areas. I think Infernal Hordes is an example of this. Infernal Hordes is a more open area that you run around in and you kill monsters and they all come at you in this big waves and stuff like that. And it's less of a linear area where you're forced to go in one direction or the other. I mean, it's like going into a cave, right? You go into a cave. Which way do you go? Forward or backward? Okay, you've moved forward. Which way do you go? Forward or backward? Okay, forward. Okay, you reach a wall. You can go left or backward. Which way do you go? I guess left. Why are you even asking me if there's only one direction? And I've actually played games like this. I don't know if you remember like one of those really old text-based games where I can't think it was called God, what was that old text-based RPG adventure? It was literally like a DOS-based RPG where you literally like work. Is this it right here? I think this is it. Sanctuary RPG. It looks like this. And it would ask you where you wanted to go. Like you would start moving around and stuff, and it would be like, do you want to move forward or do you want to move backward? And you would literally just, and then it was so boring too, because you would be going through a cave and it was just like a big long giant cave, and you're just like, oh, well, I guess I'll move forward. Yes. 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 And it was very silly. So there was no choice in it. Like it was a text-based adventure system, this whole like text-based game, and there's a bunch of these text-based games out here. This one might be a little bit newer than some of the other ones though. This one has more graphics in it than the one I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about has no graphics. It's literally just prompts. That's it. It's just prompts. It's stuff like this, right? So here's one right here. This is an example. Oh, that's a video. Hold on, let me pull up the image then. So this is a screenshot. It's like small building. You are inside the small building. You discover that it is a one-room house. There are broken windows in all four walls. There is a debris spread over the entire floor, and it is obvious that there hasn't been anyone here for a long time. Over in the corner, there is a large open trophy case. There is a large rug covering most of the floor. There is a large gas lamp. What would you like to do? get lamp. Like, this is basically like the kind of game it was, right? And you didn't really have much choices in the matter. Like, it was pretty much just presented you with the choice that you had, and there was only like one choice. How great would it be if you could craft an item that would level up monsters only for you to not... but not for low-level friends you're playing with to give you a challenge, but on your terms, not the game's. I mean, that's pretty much what the Profane Mind Cage did, which is why everybody loved it. And Zork came out. I think that's the one. Yeah, Zork. That was it. That's the one I'm thinking of. Attack Troll with Zord. Yeah, the Profane Mind Cage did that, and then they kind of like just ruined the Profane Mind Cage, which was stupid. Hopefully they realize their mistake and fix it. That's all I have to say on that. That's the goal. Like fix it. So far I'm level 24 and I've gotten one rune, the rune. Let's do some nightmare dungeons or something instead, so that I can at least I'll try a couple things. I think the events are actually giving me more than the
chests, yeah.
Than the chests and the HellTide. So the HellTide's not giving me nothing basically. We'll try a Nightmare Sigil.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
I mean, honestly, I even think that they should just put the frickin' Profane Mind Cage back into the game. Like, if they don't want to mess with the current difficulty system, just make the Profane Mind Cage like a common drop that everybody gets all the time. Or give me just like an infinite stack in my inventory or something. So that I can, like, as I'm leveling up as a new character, I can just like pop like 5 or 6 of them so I can actually have some sanity as I'm leveling up through the boringest levels in the game. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Just give me all of my Profane Mind Cages. Frickin' Lightning Storm is OP. I mean, I gotta say, crafting is really fun, too. I don't know if I mentioned that when I was talking about adding crafting into the game, but it is actually really fun to craft items. I think a lot of people end up getting addicted to it at some point, where they're just like, like, must craft perfect gear. I mean, could you imagine if they just took the recipes from like D2 and just put them in here? Like an implicit amulet that, well, since they tied together faster cast and like attack speed together, just imagine you just had an implicit amulet that you could craft that just comes with like 10% increased attack speed. Like how many times would you just be rolling amulets all day trying to get one that's like perfect for your character? Or if they added an amulet like the 2-hit amulets. So the 2-hit amulets always have a certain chance to cast Frost Nova when you get struck. Like, could you imagine an amulet that just has like a, I don't know, like a 10% chance to cast Mystical Frost Nova when somebody beats on you? Or, you know, we could even like go even further. Oh, there's a rune. I got a Seh rune. That's my second rune. Alright. But like just in general, if they added like some small implicits onto the amulets and turned it into a fun little game for players to try and craft like the ultimate equipment, I think a lot of people would get into that. I know I would. I'd be over there crafting amulets all day long trying to get like a really good one. Probably wouldn't get one for myself because that's usually how my luck works. But I'm sure I'd probably end up with some sort of like ridiculous one for like a mighty throw barb or something. And I'd be like, Leon, I know you want this amulet. Your eyeballs would like pop out of your head.
Oh, no.
Him be like, no way you rolled me a +3. Greater affix. Mighty throw amulet. 120 hours in the game gets good is some Square Enix FF13 kind of bull. Dude, you just reminded me of that time that I was watching a video. There was a one of the YouTubers. They like forced the YouTuber to watch One Piece, and he was like, I absolutely hated it. He's like, I hated it, and I hated it, and I hated it. He's like, and it just never got good. He goes, and then he said he got to like episode like 233 or something. I can't remember the exact episode. And he's like, oh my God, the show actually finally got good. He goes, I stuck with it long enough that after like 230 some odd episodes, the show has finally started to get good. I can't believe it took 233 episodes for them to finally put out a decent episode. I'm like, what is this? And it like completely changed him into a believer of the show. But like, I'm sitting here like, hold up. You mean I gotta sit through 233 episodes of boredom before I get to the good stuff? You think I'm joking? Like, here's a post. Look. Hold on. Oh, I'm dying. No. No. Stop summoning everything. Stop resurrecting everything. You rude. Okay, I completed a event inside of the dungeon, so let's see how this does.
I want to see you eating a pizza next stream.
A pizza? I like pizzas.
Yeah,
I'm hungry. You're making me hungry.
Balthazar has single-handedly given you enough for a pizza party right now.
Balthazar is like just single-handedly putting me through college over here. No, look, see, here's a post right here from Water 7 250ish. One Piece starts to get real good. The beginning is okay, but indeed nothing you can rush through and feel satisfied. Like there's a bunch of people who talk about that. It's like somewhere around like 250ish. Like the show actually starts to get good. And I'm not even joking. Like it's like you gotta go through a whole bunch of crap, and it's a pacing issue. Because I've recently tried to get into One Piece and I just can't. Like the pacing of the show is terrible. There's just something really wrong with the way that they designed the first like 250 episodes. I don't know. Then I watched the One Piece like live action show and I actually loved it. Like I freaking loved the live action show, and the pacing on it was so much better. And it was the same thing that I watched in the anime, but it was just way better pacing. If you absolutely hated the One Piece show, I would recommend at least giving the TV show, the live action one, a try, because it actually makes the first like I think it's like 40 or 50 episodes of the show actually feel good. They got the pacing on it right. I'm sure there's errors in them, but man, it's so much better, so much easier to digest.
They're doing that with the anime too. They're like releasing the anime.
They're doing like like the Dragon Ball Z Kai or whatever. Like they're doing like that to it. Because then they do like did
Kai consolidate? I thought Kai was just like a different version of the dub.
I thought they did like they abbreviated it because that's like, isn't Kai abbreviated?
I never watched Kai. Like I grew up watching the Funimation versions, so I never watched the Kai.
What is DBZ Kai missing? Kai omits most of the filler present in Dragon Ball, keeping only what would be too difficult to trim. This means Kai fans didn't get to see Piccolo and Goku learn how to drive, but it also means the story never abruptly stops in between big events. So they removed all the filler. I mean, that's fine.
I didn't know that.
Most animes have filler. Filler is basically just garbage.
Oh yeah, the whole Bulma saga on Namek, where Bulma the whole time was just getting lost.
Yeah,
The Captain Ginyu part was kind of funny, but the rest of it was just like, what is going on, Bulma?
there's a lot of filler. It's unfortunate too, because then like the filler, people start to think the filler is real, and then like they start talking with people who actually read the manga, and they're like, yeah, that never happens. Like that never, I never. Bleach is terrible with it too. Like I actually want to rewatch Bleach, but Bleach is like so full of filler. Oh my god, every single like arc, like in between every arc, there's like a huge filler arc because I guess the manga wasn't going fast enough or something. So they just started throwing in filler arcs. Balthazar said, I would love a window where that once you socketed gear or put things into the cube, it would tell you what you could make with the combo and have it check or Xboxes to confirm. You're talking about Diablo 2? Unfortunately, Diablo 2 I don't think is ever going to get such high class like fixes or changes or like quality of life stuff. It's just not going to happen. There is a website, though, that you can go to, Balthazar, if you're interested. It's called d2runewizard.com. I'm actually partnered with Kroner, who's the one who made this website. And there's a very neat tool on d2runewizard.com that you can use. It's called the Runeword Calculator. And it's pretty neat. So, like, for instance, if you take a rune and you, like, just want to find out like what you can make, you can actually put in like what you have. So like I think we can clear this, right? So we're gonna clear this. So let's say you wanted to find out what you could make with a certain combinations of runes. So you know, at some point or another, let's say that I had, I don't know, a Lum, a Ko, and I don't know, maybe I got like a Vex or something, right? And then I can put in all the early bird ones as well. So these are all like the little baby ones. So I've got like all the baby ones at least up to like a soul rune and a shale. Right, and then you go down here and it'll tell you what rune words you can create using those. And that's actually pretty neat. So you can actually go into your stash, you can like mark down like what runes you have in the system, and it'll tell you essentially what rune words you can actually create, which is pretty neat. Oh, I already pasted it. I didn't paste it to Twitch though. There you go. I double pasted it. There you go. And this one's actually really neat. I've used this one a lot. You can actually just min-max it, and you can really like try and figure out what combinations you can do. Like for instance, just remove all these real quick. So let's say you got like a Vex, I don't know, like a Lem, a Tier, an Am, right? You go down here and look and see what you can make. Am Tier, so that's the only thing I can make. So let's throw in like a Shale and a Soul. We'll throw in like an Ith. Still nothing. Let's throw in a Ral. And now we've got Strength and Leaf. It's a really neat tool. I like to use it sometimes if I'm just trying to figure out what it is that I can actually make with what runes I have in my inventory. It's pretty neat. Kenpachi and Hollow Ichigo seem like the only people who knew they were in a shonen anime and were happy to be there. Have you ever seen the worst shonen anime, which is the bat? Like it's the if I say it on stream, I'm probably gonna get demonetized. They've been demonetizing me a lot lately. That's the anime. It's pretty. They did like a remake of it on Netflix. It's pretty good. Oh, I got another rune, a ton rune. Okay, so now I got the grenade rune. These are all blues so far. So I've gotten the ton rune, I've gotten the Se rune, and I got the rune. So not bad. I wonder if there's any that I'm missing because they're not getting... Like, could that be a thing too? Maybe I'm just not seeing them. And they're not getting sent to my stash.
I think they do get sent there.
Does GGM have to add a soul rune to every rune word? No, I just eat the soul runes. I have to eat at least 2 a day. I've got to eat at least 2 a day, Balthazar. In fact, do you have any soul runes? Because I'm running low.
People have been perfecting the spin to win rogue.
Oh, yeah. I figured that's going to be a popular build.
Yeah.
I'm
They're
gonna
going nuts.
avoid it like the plague. It reminds me too much of the spin to win demon hunter. And it's I hated those builds in D3. I mean, don't get me wrong. I see how powerful it is, and it doesn't look exactly like it, but I swear they pretty much just added the spin to win demon hunter.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll go do my class quest. That's a stronghold. See if I get a rune from the stronghold.
More time.
That'll be interesting too. I mean, my assumption, of course, is that magic runes are really common. Rare runes are going to be like less common, and legendaries are probably going to be hard to get. Which is fine with me, because I'm actually more interested in the magical ones. Oh, Irene's got the Chippy curse? Chippy curse. Chippy curse. Chippy curse. Chippy curse. Chippy, 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 chippy curse. Irene's got the Chippy curse. Chippy, 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 chippy curse. Irene's got the Chippy curse.
Evening, Ginger, Leonard.
What's up, Razor?
I'm trying to level to 50 in like 3 hours, like Rack says you can. I'm not having much luck at that. I'm only at level 23, so I like to know what am I doing wrong.
I mean, he has leveled like hundreds of characters to max level. That's all he does every season. Like, he's like a leveler. I mean, it's just experience and knowing exactly what you're doing. Like, he's not wasting any time clicking through the skill tree. He knows what build he's leveling as.
Yeah.
He knows exactly every step of the way, like what tempers he's using. Like, speed leveling, like speed running, like Ginger's familiar with this, and even D2. It's a lot of planning. It's all the work is done before the actual run.
Yeah.
The run is just playing the game, like just executing on the plan.
Well, I'm trying to build myself like a little leveling guide. And right now, I've done nothing except for HellTides, and I did my character's my character's oh geez.
Yeah, chip gems are always a problem, Balthazar. Half the time, whenever you need them, you got none left because you up transmuted them all. I started saving them on like a chippy mule, chippy bippy.
Yeah.
When it comes to leveling up, Razor, like you can either go fast if you want to, or you can take it slow. You're not going to be able to build your character and go fast at the same time. So if you don't know, if you don't know exactly what build you're going to do, if you don't know exactly what items you're going to be wearing, if you don't know exactly like where your skill points are going to be, and like what you're doing with that character, you're probably not going to do a speed. You're going to be able to do a speed run. Like it's just not. Yeah. It's not going to be very fast. Because you're going to be stopping all the time. You're going to be looking at your skill tree, trying to figure out what you're looking at. You're going to be picking up pieces of equipment. You're going to be comparing them. You got to be like very unpicky when you're doing a speed run. You got to like pick up equipment, and maybe you pick it up only if you need it. Like, and you only even bother putting it on if it's a higher power level than what you have. Like, you don't even really even worry about doing things like putting aspects on your equipment and doing all this stuff. You just go for what's like the raw power for your character at that particular moment. A lot of the times with leveling builds, you don't even play that build once your character is finished. So like he probably is just picking the easiest build to play, like with no equipment and unspecialized aspects and all the other stuff, just so that he can push through the game as fast as he possibly can.
Yeah. Well, I just want an efficient level up for me. I figured it out in season 4 and 5.
That
And
comes
now
in
we're starting all over again.
well, okay, first of all, whatever you do in the PTR is not going to apply to the expansion, because the expansion, there's going to be other game modes. Infernal Hordes is going to be there. Undercity's going to be there. The Raid's going to be there.
Yep.
There's a lot more in the expansion, like a lot more choice.
And
all you can practice is HellTide and Nightmare Dungeons right now.
Those are going to be mostly like end game, aren't they?
No, Undercity starts at 15.
Yeah, and Infernal
Seriously?
Hordes is just superior EXP wise to everything.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that. That made life so much more.
And we're going to be doing the story mode when this expansion first launches. So anything you plan is really not going to apply at all to the launch of the expansion. Because at least the first character is going to be, we're going to be going to the campaign, we're going to be doing the story.
Well, if you're going to put me in a group, Ginger, put me in a slow group.
Now I need a malice, a triple tile flail for my double gold barb with a goblin toe, and one of those 2 Brock gloves that I've dropped. Oh, you got some hands of Brock. I mean,
even Luli's too fast for me.
so I'm trying to like pose this as nicely as I can, because I don't want to be mean. But Razor, are you really sure that you have a firm grasp and competence of the game enough to dive into speedrunning?
I don't want to speed run. I just want to make an efficient way to level up for me.
I mean,
I just want to step by step, you know, like do HellTides until level 15, do my character's main quest, level up to 20, maybe do my first nightmare dungeon, you know, stuff like that. I just want to tic-tac-toe. That's the way I want to do it. Yeah.
So
and I'll make it myself. I don't have a problem.
So the way he did 3 hours today was he did Nightmare Dungeons to like 37, and then he did Strongholds the rest of the way. The Strongholds give you like a guaranteed level.
Which is pretty much what I told you yesterday, Razor. Or was it the day before yesterday? Remember when we were talking and you said you ran out of Strongholds? And you
because I did them all
15?
early.
Yeah, and that's what I told you. I said you just need to not do your Strongholds so early. So think about it like this, all right? Let's say I was selling you, I don't know, bricks of gold, right? And the bricks of gold costs $1. But every single time you buy a brick of gold from me, it now costs double the price that it did before, at $2, and then $4, and then $8, and then $16. And there's a quest that you can do to get a free bar of gold from me, right?
Yep.
Would you use that quest at the beginning when the bar of gold is only $1? Or would you use that quest at the end when the bar of gold is 1,000?
Well, doing it at the end kind of makes sense.
Exactly.
Unless you run out of money.
So that's what you did, is you used the quest to get the free bar of gold, which is your free level basically, which is the strongholds. You used that quest too early in the process when it was really easy to level. So the problem that you made, the mistake that you made, was you used up all your free levels on the easy levels, on the stuff that is not going to take you much time anyway. Right?
I'm understanding that.
Yes. So that's the only thing that you need to know. So all you need to do is you just take a little bit of time. You do Nightmare Dungeons, HellTides. Maybe you run, you know, like some... what's the other thing? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I did some world bosses.
The world bosses are terrible for EXP.
I did get a couple of runes from them.
Yes. You'll get equipment, but not EXP. So the bosses are terrible for EXP. So if you're trying to if you're trying to level fast, anything that doesn't give you EXP is going to detract from the leveling process. not to say that world bosses are useless and you shouldn't do them, but if you're trying to, level up quickly, anytime you stop to do bossing, like Leon will groan whenever anybody's like, can we do some bosses? And he's just like, ugh. He goes, yeah, sure, I want to not level up for the next, 3 hours while we do bosses.
Yeah.
Right? So the procedure, honestly, all you have to do is write this down at the moment. I mean, PTR, I think it's going to change, but if you want a leveling procedure for right now, it's pretty much Nightmare Dungeons and HellTides until you reach around, I think it's, 37?
Around there, because there's enough strongholds that pretty much carry the rest of the way.
Okay. Until around, let's say 35 to 37. All right? And then once you hit 35 and 37, then you start doing all of your strongholds. And that's literally all you have to do. And you will hit level 60 within, 3 hours. I'm currently going as slow as I possibly can, and I'm already 26. I've only been streaming for, 2 hours and 21 minutes? And as soon as I hit the appropriate level to start doing all the strongholds, which I'm not doing right now, but I am doing my Turdolra because I need that for my actual, abilities. So I'm at least doing my Turdolra. But, I'll be 60 before I know it. I'm actually just I'm actually trying to slow down because it's too fast.
It's funny because I started a barb at 6 o'clock, and I'm now 3 hours and 20 minutes, and you're already a couple levels ahead of me.
Well, like I said,
I have done nothing.
Well, it's because
but
I'm not.
HellTides.
Well, it's because I'm not stopping, so I didn't stop to really put in points or anything. I'm using a build that I've already figured out. I'm also
okay.
I'm not min-maxing things. So I just got some equipment and I moved on. My weapon right now is in 183 power mace, and I don't think I've replaced it in 10 or 20 levels. In fact, I have a 300 item power axe in my inventory that I haven't even put on yet.
Okay.
I'm it's not really about gear or anything like that. It's if you're trying
Efficiency.
to it's efficiency.
Trips to town. Every trip to town is a waste of time. Every world boss is a waste of time. Every time you stop to do something is a waste of time. Literally just spamming the same thing over and over again. And right now, Nightmare Dungeon events, the events inside the dungeon, like the random chest is corrupted or the shrine's corrupted, or the events on the side rooms of the Nightmare Dungeon, those give a ton of XP. So that's why he chose Nightmare Dungeons.
Right.
Oh, thank you, Balthazar, for the Streamlabs donut. Oh, $10. And you sent me a picture. Hopefully it's not something dirty.
That's what I say. I just got my first Nightmare Sigil
Oh, you got a homemade pizza.
at 23, so I'll just keep carrying on. I am going to do my waypoints and the strongholds at 37 or 40, somewhere in there.
Another one of the big problems with the PTR, and I don't know if this is going to be the case for launch. In fact, I would assume it's not. But it has to do with the fact that that's a mighty fine looking pizza there, Balthazar. You're making me hungry. So let me use an analogy here. All right, let's say you're fighting a monster, and you walk up to this monster and you one-shot it, right? And then, so you killing that monster with extreme prejudice, like the monster dies instantly. Do you need to take time to upgrade your equipment in that case? Or are you pretty much just going to stay with the equipment that you have for the most part until maybe you actually need to upgrade your equipment? You don't need to two-shot. You don't need to one-shot a monster so hard that literally you one-shot them twice. Because what does that do for you? It does nothing, right? The current problem that's in the game is that with normal difficulty, hard difficulty, expert difficulty, and even penitent, the monsters are so weak that even with relatively inferior equipment, which I'm currently wearing very bad equipment, you're still gonna just walk right through most of the monsters. So unfortunately at the moment, and hopefully this changes, but at the moment there's no real reason to spend a whole lot of time min-maxing your character, because you should be able to get by with almost the most basic, as long as you put your skill points in right. And honestly, it's not even really that complicated, because at the earlier levels, putting your skill points in right usually just involves stacking the points in the skill that you're using at that particular point. Because passives and all that other stuff, although they're amazing, they don't really start coming into play until after you really start capping out, like, you know, how your character's working, right? So, like, the first thing you do, like, if you're a Lightning Storm Druid, you're just going to plink 5 points in a Lightning Storm, and you're going to move on.
Yep.
Or if, you know, like, you're the Mighty Throw Barbarian, you're going to plink 5 points in Mighty Throw, you're going to move on. You're going to grab the passives, and that's about it. And honestly, just that, for normal, hard, and expert, is enough to carry you through the majority of that game, even with, like, garbage tier equipment.
How
What
often are you
level-
spending in your inventory, Razor? How often are you looking at all the items that are dropping and going through them and then going back to town? Like, because what a common thing that the speedrunners do in this game, and they've been doing it since the launch of the game, is they put their most powerful aspect on the amulet, and
Yep.
because you have to constantly upgrade your weapon in this game to do more damage, and the weapon is just whatever the highest weapon they grab off the ground, put it on, and they're never going back to town because their aspect that's making their build work is on the amulet. They don't have to
Right.
upgrade it. They just upgrade the weapon and just new weapon, weapon on, keep going, weapon on, keep going, and that's it.
But
Most
you
of the
don't-
time when I go to town, when I can't pick anything up anymore, I see stuff laying on the ground.
But you don't have to be a speedrunner to go fast.
No, I don't.
Like, me and Leon go fast, but we don't go speedrunner fast,
Right.
right? We're still, you know, taking items back as necessary and doing what we need to do, but it's just like a general understanding of the game and getting better with a specific, like, just knowledge, just like the overall knowledge of your character and how it works.
How
you
long
get
does it take you to kill a monster?
The trash mobs usually a couple of hits. The boss, probably 4 or 5.
So that's very good damage. It sounds
yeah,
like. So
sounds
so,
like you're
yeah.
ripping
But-
them to shreds.
So you're
I'm-
slowing
I'm-
yourself down. The only thing that could be doing
Yeah.
is yourself, because it sounds like your build is working.
Yeah.
So-
And I'm playing on expert. I went to expert as
Yeah,
soon
you
as
get
I
more EXP,
thought
so
I
that's
could.
good.
Yeah.
I need time to do that.
Yeah. I
It-
can't go any higher until I hit level 50, I guess.
So wasn't I like level 20 something earlier? I'm level 30 now.
I need time
Yeah.
to do that.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
approaching the point where I'm going to start doing strongholds. It's a lot of people don't realize that they sabotage themselves a lot when it comes to leveling. Not so much that they're, like, not doing well at the game. Because, like, as you just professed, you know, most of the trash mobs are dying like 1 to 2 hits, and the bosses are dying in like 3 or 4 or maybe 5, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to be a speedrunner to be a grief apologist. Thank you for the $9.99, Balthazar. I'm not really sure what grief apologist means, though.
I have no idea either.
It
just
sounds
wanna beat
sounds
that this
very
way.
funny.
No, Rax coined a phrase back in D3. If you're in town, you're standing in lava. Get out.
Like, what's your goal, Razor? Because the first statement you made that got us on this topic was you came in here. It's like, Rax is doing it in 3 hours. What am I doing wrong? So it sounded like you wanted to do it in 3 hours. Do you want to do it in
Well-
6 hours? Do you want to do it in 5? What's your goal?
Okay, it took me, I'd like to do half of what I originally did the beginning of the PTR. And there I took about 11, 12 hours to get up to 60. If I can cut it in half, that's efficient to me.
I mean, 11, 12 hours to get to 60 from level 1 in 1 day, which is the level cap, is not exactly terrible. I guarantee you there's people that are probably going to take several days to achieve the same thing. So I wouldn't down yourself all that much. Also,
But I would like to get to that 6-hour limit.
also, I mean, most of that 12 hours was probably you know, like enjoying the game, like going through and looking at items and like having fun. Like, you can't always say that that was like your best time. I mean, did you put your head down and like, you know, like no pee breaks, like, or, you know, like pee in a bucket next to your chair, and like, you know, you don't take
No,
your
I'm
dog
not.
out and like you, and like and
Not
it.
that crazy
and you're-
about the game.
And you're like, got like the 5 hours next to your desk, and you got the caffeine jitters. Like, you weren't doing it like that, right? So
No.
12 hours is probably pretty good from a perspective of a person who was enjoying the PTR.
No, I had
and
lunch in there and I had supper in
exactly. I mean, you also have to think that, like, when they're talking about 3 hours, they're talking about 3 hours straight. Like, I really doubt they barely even got up to go pee or do anything. It's all about min-maxing the amount of things that you're doing to the point of absurdity.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I've had conversations with my girlfriend before. I'm like, babe, I'm trying to do a ladder start. I can't take Cody out to go to the bathroom every 2 hours. I was like, can you at least watch him for like the first day for me so I don't have to? And no, she won't even watch him for like 1 day for me. So I got to stop and take the dog out like 17 times during like a 12-hour stream because he wants to go pee and chase possums.
Chase possums. I remember that. That was a funny.
He did chase possums too. I'm not even exaggerating. He picked one up. He picked it up and carried it around like it was a stuffed animal.
Yeah.
Dear Lord Jesus. And I came back and I'm
Well,
like,
it wasn't a
sorry I was
porcupine.
gone for so long. My dog picked up a possum. It's when you think grief is the best item for every melee build. Those people are silly.
That must be a D2R question.
I mean, let me
There's no
also
grief in this
put it this way for you, okay? I'm not rushing. When the expansion comes out, I'm not rushing to 60. Like, I'm not.
No,
And I don't think most people in the kinship are either. Because most of us actually want to, at least for the first time, enjoy the expansion. Like, we want to see the cutscenes and do the quest line and all that. I think that most people in the kinship are of that persuasion, which means that at least for your first character that you level up, you could probably just enjoy the expansion like content with us. You just level up with us and have fun doing the quests and just let that be your first level up, is just enjoying the expansion content. And then after we all watch the cutscenes and after we do all the quests, then we can start worrying about like min-maxing our characters and like leveling up really quickly and all that other craziness.
You gonna do season 6 first or the expansion first?
They're together. The season 6 and the expansion launch together. So, both.
Expansion releases with the season, right? It's the same
Well,
day. Same
the,
time.
the campaign
I got a
should
Yax
be-
rune from the Goblin.
Wouldn't the
Goblin gave me one.
campaign be part of the expansion?
It releases at the same time. So
Yeah,
like the
but
season
it's-
launches when the expansion releases.
It's still going to be 2 separate entities, though, isn't it?
Well, there's a season theme if that's what you mean. Like when the season starts in this game, we all log in, we join a party, we play right together, we
Yeah.
level up. That's gonna be what happens in a month. Except we're gonna have also the option, the new campaign to do, because we always had the option to do the campaign every time.
Yeah.
We just skipped it. But so what we're gonna choose the next time is campaign because we want to see this new story.
I don't think we were
Yeah.
going to have the option to skip the campaign either, because we didn't have the
Yeah, I
option
agree.
last time either.
Well, no.
So
we
everybody
would.
has to complete the campaign at least one time before you're allowed
No.
to skip it.
To get all your renown and all that, because you
That's
got a whole new
actually-
territory.
That's actually not true because to play the season, you don't even need the expansion. So yeah, they're letting non-expansion purchasers play the season. They just can't go to the new area.
Non-expansion people are going to be able to play the season? That's interesting.
Yep. They can't go to the new
That is
area.
interesting.
They can't get runes. They can't, they basically can't enter Nahantu, and play. They can't play the Spirit Born, obviously.
That is an interesting choice out there, Brian. Would not have expected that. Because like in Diablo 2, of course, there's literally an expansion ladder and there's a non-expansion ladder, so.
Yeah.
Interesting indeed. Which means Meow can play with us? Yeah, he can play with us. He won't get access to the rune words, though. If you don't have the expansion, you don't get access to the rune words. That's what they said. They said the rune words were an expansion content only.
Correct.
And that this was the only expansion content that we were going to have access to in the PTR, basically. So, like, the rune words are the only expansion content that we're actually getting to see. All the other expansion content we haven't seen. Burp. Burp.
Okay. Well, I'm going to carry on plowing through here with my character. Yeah, that was pretty good. I got an idea of what's going to happen now. Appreciate it.
I mean, we don't ever leave anybody behind either, so
Oh, I
no,
know.
I'm not really sure what you're worried about. Like, we'll come back and we'll help you level up. Like, there's gonna be a lot of boosting. We're gonna find a way to boost characters one way or another.
Yeah,
So,
well, I'm the guy that played solo for so many years. This is my first year playing in a with groups
in
and
the
stuff, so
kinship with Razor in the man, he's the kinship.
yeah.
I thought you'd enjoy a
So-
little YMCA there.
Yeah, you just gave me a flashback. I could see the guys dancing on stage.
K-I-N-S-I-P. Okay.
Oh gosh.
S-H-I-P-P-P-P. In the
All
kinship.
Well, I'm gonna go see if I can do this dungeon. I'm pretty low level, but we'll see.
The
They gave it
lowest
to me.
of levels. A level so low.
Your level doesn't matter. The monsters scale to your level.
The
right?
monsters are scaled to me, so I should be okay.
And you can craft a sigil at any point.
Well, I couldn't before,
No, you should be
but
able
I
to craft
can
it.
now.
Honestly, if you're in the kinship and you don't have the expansion, somebody's probably going to buy you the expansion. I might buy you the expansion. Like, if you're a member of the kinship and, like, you're going to play with us, we're not just going to leave you out of content. We're probably just going to be nice and buy the expansion for you. I mean, I don't want to say that as, like, a means of, like, you know, hey, mooch off the kinship, but, like, if you really end up, like, joining us on Season 6 on, like, day 1, and you're just like, oh, man, I really couldn't get the expansion, like, somebody's probably just going to gift it to you. You know why? Because it's worth $60 or $40. It's worth $40 to have your friends with you. It is worth the $40 to have your friends come along with you.
It's a little more than that here in Canada.
I mean, it's still $40 American.
Add another 35%.
Just because you got loonies over there.
Yeah, and toonies. Oh, there's another level right there.
The finest cuts and clarity. What suits you?
Oh, wow. I got wolves with me. G2R wolves.
Bugs did the druid fine, man.
What bugs?
I don't know. Someone's doing like quadrillions of damage with some build. It's with the new skill, maybe?
Well, it's good to find those bugs. It's always good to find the bugs. Alright, so I got my doojanks. I kind of wanted to test out a Legion event, but
Oh, a goblin.
where's the Legion event at? Is it
Get
in
him.
Is it in the Hatu, or am I
Get
just
him.
missing it? Oh, it's underneath of this. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to complete that quickly enough. It's a stronghold. I forgot they're tied to strongholds.
Quintillion.
I need time to do that.
I got another rune. Ow, those little hellions keep biting you in the butt.
Oh, there's a silent chest here. Let me get some keys and open a silent chest too. Let's see if any runes pop out of those. That'd be neat.
Not while I'm in town. I need more time. Evil has made this place its lair. I'm not ready yet.
My savior.
I'm over here just trying to blow through this thing so I can get to the Legion event. I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Light above. The stench.
I can't pick the oboes up. Must be full.
I need more time.
Come on, I just came up with a really interesting idea.
Yeah.
So, you know how when you're using a channeling ability, you can't really get the bonuses of the alternate effects? Like, for instance, there's a lot of things that if you cast, like, an earth skill and then a lightning skill or whatever, you get, like, the multipliers and whatnot. Technically, if you had, like, those free earthen bulwarks going off all the time, they would act as a foil to the other side, right? So, like, if you were doing, like, the storm skills, you could have the earthen bulwarks going off all the time. And every single time an earthen bulwark skill goes off, it would activate the opposite side of the equation. And then the next time you channel, it would give you the effect. That's actually really interesting. Using that in that way to obtain a multiplier by just having the earthen bulwark going off all the time.
I wonder if that's what that guy's doing.
It could be. It does seem rather interesting.
Some kind of damage loop feeding into it. Since it's a channeled skill, maybe it's not resetting and just piling on the damage.
Is he in the training room?
The guy that he was running a pit, the clip that people were showing.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, if he's in the training room, it might not be valid. I've seen some things, some training room stuff that's because the monsters can't die in the training room. It's like a whole thing because they are unable to die. There are some things that would never feedback loop properly like that. Also, you get the injured buff because they're technically injured even though they're not dead. And like there's a bunch of other weird things that go on that like feedback loop into themselves. And you can get higher numbers, I think, in the training room than you can in reality.
Yeah. I put a picture of the damage numbers. In the Discord. It's something else, man.
Looks crazy. So much for stat squishing.
Yeah, it gets out of hand every time.
So much for stat squishing. That just looks even worse than it did before. I don't think anybody got up to those numbers on the previous versions.
Nope.
Okay, so this one is done, but I missed the Legion event. Unfortunate. Poopies. Let's go do Alcarnus. I think we're high enough we can start doing some Nightmare Dungeons. Did the runes drop? Do they feel balanced? I don't really know. Like, I'm getting the feeling that they're
I need more time.
rare. That's my current feeling. Basically, you need an L rune and have to run normal Countess with a level 71 sword. Good luck. L runes are like one of the rarest runes in the game. I usually pick them up and keep them whenever I find them. I use them all the time, too. So, they actually have a legitimate use within the game. A lot of people don't realize it, so they just don't pick them up. They're like, ew, an L rune. And then when they need one, now all of a sudden they're at normal Countess farming for L runes and they can't get one. There's a couple reasons why L's are the rarest. First off, you can't transmute up to them. Think about it for a second. The L rune is the only rune in the game that you cannot transmute up to. You can transmute up to an Eld, you can transmute up to a Tier, you can transmute up to a Zod even if you've got enough runes, but you cannot transmute up to an L, because L's are at the bottom of the pack. Wouldn't that be funny though if you took like 2 Zod runes and transmuted up and it went to an L rune?
It's a pretty sad that we started
You'd be
over.
like, wait a minute, what? No! Don't start me over at the beginning.
Yeah, I save those L runes because whenever you need one, you don't have them if you don't save them.
Well, they're also useful for repairing weapons and re-rolling, repairing armors and re-rolling them. Like, basically anything that has, like, skills on it, it can be used for those. It's pretty useful. It's really big for the, what is it, the assassins, because they like to re-roll the claws to try and get, like, the really good skills on the claws. Oh yeah, also another problem that you might be having, Razor, which is a very simple one, is movement speed. It might not seem like a big deal, but all the characters are really fat and slow in the beginning. And if you don't put like a good pair of movement speed boots on, and maybe like a pair of like an amulet with some movement speed on it, or something like that, you're gonna be a chunky boy, and you're gonna be running around real slow everywhere. And it adds up over you know, many hours of play, where eventually your character is just much further behind everybody. Not because you're not playing the game properly or you're not killing the monsters fast enough. Really just because you're a big fat chunky boy and you need to lose some weight. I don't know. I think Eld was the only one that I used to not hang on to. Because Eld was just so bad. And it really had very few uses. And then Hustle came out and actually uses Eld. And so now I hang on to Eld too. And people don't for some reason. And every single time, like, they go to make a Hustle, they're like, anybody got an Eld rune? Oh, anybody got an Eld? And I'm like, yeah, I got like 3. I'll be 1 jaw rune apiece. Start selling my Eld and Eld rune, my L and Eld runes for like jaw runes.
Just thinking about the expansion. What was Mephisto gonna think when we roll into his room with 4 Spiritborns? is this?
I don't even know. Well, I'm gonna have to come up with some cool Spiritborn builds. I don't know anything about the character though. It's gonna be hard.
I think the best thing you can do is just choose a main theme. And then go from there.
Level 35.
I really like Eagle, but I think it's going to be the weakest as far as damage. It might be the fastest, but the weakest as far as damage. So I might go Jaguar.
I mean, you're still gonna be able to use Eagle skills. It's just not gonna be like. You know, you're gonna be able to use them.
And combine them as well.
Like you can pull in stuff, and it's gonna like convert your Eagle skills into whatever tree you choose. So
I'm gonna be doing Gorilla and Centipede.
you're gonna do the Thorns build.
Yeah, Thorns and Poison.
Yeah, it's pretty much mixed together on that build. There's a really cool ability on there called Toxic Skin that gives you like a huge amount of thorns. And it also causes the monsters to take poison damage when they hit you.
Better be talking about D2 Jester, not the new abomination of a character select screen they created in the PTR.
Yeah, they need to zoom that thing back out and put that campfire back on the screen. The original one was so good, I don't even know why the hell they would change it. I mean, it just looks so awesome. Like you walk up to a campfire and there's just, you know, 5 freaking adventurers or wanderers just sitting there all around the campfire, just, you know, doing their thing, and you just like click on one of them and they stand up and like introduce themselves. It's like it's iconic. It's amazing.
I can never get the sound of the barb coming out and just screaming and then start sharpening his axe. Like, and he's just sharpening it. I was like, I am a barb, man. That's me.
Sure.
Okay. Then I found out there was a Javazon that threw javelins and was OP, and I was like, Barb was the first character I ever leveled in D2. As a kid.
So many levels of potions. Your mom's a potion. Yo, daddy's a potion. Yo, granny's a potion. I'm speaking of potions. I need to upgrade my weapon. I'm still at a 183 power weapon, and I'm at like level 35. I'm using baby gear. Look at all my baby gear. I got little baby gears. Started as a barb and then got winded 5 steps out of town and swapped to a paladin. Chasing down monsters is rough. It is very rough early on in Diablo 2. And there's stamina. I can't. How many people like just?
Hashtag nerf barb.
That's why you need to drink them salty potions. Is what you need to do. You gotta drink all them salties. All the salty balty potions.
Well, first nightmare dungeon completed. That took a while.
Uh-oh, Balthazar, I know your real name now. You sent me a dono through PayPal, so now I know your real name. Yes.
I think of Constantine. Balthazar from Constantine.
Balthazar. I'm not going to out his real name on stream. He's got a cool name. Cody, what are you
Razor.
staring at me like that for? Huh? What's the matter?
What level are you now? You said that
Oh.
Nightmare Dungeon took you forever. What level are you?
25.
25. The Nightmare Dungeon took you forever. What skill are you using?
I am using Lunging Strike and Upheaval.
Oh,
Yeah. I heard it all now.
I've heard it all. Poor Barb, man. Poor
Hey, you said it earlier. I always pick the crappiest builds.
I mean, that's actually the go-to Barb leveling build. Upheaval is probably the strongest starter, but it's just so slow and
It
annoying.
is slow.
I know what Knight's trying to do. I know what Razor's trying to do. I know what he's trying to do.
Okay.
He's trying to make me jealous because he keeps mentioning Rax all the time. Like I'm not a YouTuber over here. He's like, well, Rax said.
No, I do like listening to some of his stuff, but I watch all of your videos that I can. I'm even a member. I subscribe to your YouTube channel.
I'm just messing with you, Razor.
I watch a lot of your content.
You can watch whoever you want to.
That's okay. I watch Riker too.
No, we can't. Ban him.
And when I was doing D2R all the time, I was watching Sweet Phil. That's before I even knew you had a channel.
Well,
Yeah,
Sweet Phil doesn't do
it's
a
me,
D4 at all,
yeah.
does he? I think he kind of just gave up.
Why do you think the dungeon took you so long?
Why did it?
Yeah, why you said it took forever. What was the problem? Why do you think it took forever?
Probably because of my movement speed.
You got
I am
the chunky boy
terribly
stats?
slow.
Yeah, you need some
Yep.
movement speed. Get some chunky boy. Fix the movement speeds.
So
Well,
Upheaval has Berserking built into it if you choose to go that way.
Yeah.
So Berserking will give you 25% movement speed, just like, or 15%, something like that, right off the bat.
Yeah.
You could go that direction if you want to just move faster.
If you
Well,
want to run.
I'm
Well,
Yeah.
first off, you can temper movement speed on your boots. So if you're wearing a pair of boots, you could temper movement speed on your boots, or you can find a pair of boots that has movement speed on.
Yeah,
You can
and I
also
gotta go
temper
to
movement
town.
speed on your amulet. Okay.
I do have
if you
movement
happen-
speed on my amulet.
If you happen to have a Melted Heart of Selig, that one has movement speed on it, has a rather large amount of movement speed on it. Like, for instance, that one comes with up to 37.5% movement speed if you have a greater affix on it. You can also get movement speed from Tyrael's Might, which Tyrael's Might comes with a pretty nice 16.5%, which can go higher with a greater affix. And then I'm trying to remember if any of the other ones have movement speed, but they probably don't. Maybe
Well,
a Varian Spear of Lycander, but like these can also be very helpful. Like items like this can be very helpful when you're leveling, not to keep
Yeah.
you alive, but just to help you move faster so that you can get around.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of doing like I always do, solo self-found. I use what I find. I don't craft anything until I get to my objective, which
I
is
mean,
level 50, 60.
Nobody's saying to like go out of your way to craft up a whole bunch of items and gear and like min-max and do
Understand.
everything. Just the only thing you gotta do is just roll some movement speed on your amulet and your boots. And once
And
you do
it is
that,
on my amulet.
once you do that, you're gonna see a world of difference between your speed. I don't know if you're watching the stream right now, but if I take off like my movement speed that I currently have, like this is no movement speed, right? No movement speed.
Hold
I'm
on.
big. I'm a big, fat, slow, chonky. All right, see, big, fat, slow, chonky. You'll see it eventually because it's gonna catch up. So I'm big, fat, slow, chonky, right? I put on just a pair of boots, just a nice 12% movement speed boots, and my character is way faster already. Like you can tell, there's a huge difference between like without the boots and with them, right? And then if I add in an amulet with a nice little movement speed bonus on the amulet, now I'm really flying, right? I'm like 3 times faster than I was without these items. Like you could even do like a test, and you could see like the speed increase. So we'll do like a little test here. So How long does it take me to run from the waypoint to the alchemist, right? So that's what we're gonna do. So like I'm just gonna take off my equipment real quick, and then we're gonna stand at the waypoint, and I'm gonna go 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000, 11 1,000, about 12 1,000, right? So 12 seconds for me to get to the alchemist. All right, now let's put on just the boots and the amulet. We're not going to throw on Tyraels because that's kind of cheating. Actually, the melted heart is a little high, so we'll take the melted heart and put the Tyraels on because that'll be the equivalent of like a pair of boots and an amulet, right? So now we're going to count it out. So 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000. So 8 seconds versus 12, and that was just amulet boots, right? Then you start adding in some other things, and you can double, even sometimes triple your run walk speed. And that might very well be the only thing that's holding you back. Because if you're killing things quickly and you've got the right build and you're leveling up in the right areas, that might be actually what's causing you to go from like 6 hours, which would be more acceptable, to 12. Because if you're running half speed of what you could be running, that's definitely going to make you take a hell of a lot longer to get to the monsters and kill them and complete all of the stuff.
True.
And that's just as simple as putting on 2 items with movement speed, and if you can throw a third in there, that's even nicer. There's a lot of different ways that you can add movement speed even past that. Like I said, you can get like, there's the Tyraels has movement speed on it. You got like the Melted Heart can get like a greater affix roll. I think you can double roll movement speed on boots. Let me double check real quick. If you really wanted to, because I think you can roll movement speed and then you can temper movement speed, right? So you can double roll it.
Yeah, oh yeah, on boots, yeah. And even on the amulet. I feel like you were in that dungeon for like a half hour though, Razor. Like a nightmare dungeon at level 25 should not take a half hour. And you said damage is not your problem, so like you can't be that slow. I feel like I could walk through the dungeon at the slowest movement speed in the game in under a half. Like there's something wrong there.
Well, I bet you I was in there a good 20 minutes anyway.
Yeah, it sounded like at least 20 from when you said you got the key and started it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't start it right away.
Here, let's do this.
I said I got a key.
So I'm on a pretty badly geared character. I did just put on a Tyraels and a Melted Heart, but my weapon is only 183 and my runestone is 105, which is really low for a level 35 character. So let's see how long it takes me to run like a dungeon with like a really badly set up character, and then we'll compare. Right. So here, let me make a Nightmare Sigil. I mean, I'm tanky because I've got some tanky items on, but my damage output should be really low. All right, and we'll even get like a timer going on the screen. Why not? Here, we'll say timer or stopwatch.
I should log my character out.
Okay, so we got a stopwatch.
I'm adding
time. Stopwatch. Here we go. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna take this off screen, but this is what it's gonna look like right here. All right, so start, and we're gonna teleport to the dungeon. So I'm even gonna include the loading time, and we'll see how long it takes me to complete like a dungeon. A relatively poorly set up character, like you should be faster than me, basically, because I'm not even min-maxing any of my equipment at this point. I've got horrible weapons on. I haven't really like messed around and played with my aspects. And I'm level 35 now, so I keep out leveling my equipment quite tremendously. Other than the high defensive stats, I really don't have a lot going for this character. And I'm going to kill the monsters too. Like, I'm not just going to run past the monsters like some people do. Although that is some things that that you have to keep in mind. That some people, when they're doing dungeons, they don't kill anything if they don't have to. Like, they just run straight to the end.
Run. Yeah.
Which is a whole other thing.
I tell you, your mob clearing is way faster than mine.
Well, I mean, this build is set up for mob clearing, so...
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna be less damage on the bosses, but we'll see. Oh, there's an event here. We'll add the event in. Why not?
Yeah, I did them too, just for the XP.
Oh, that's not an event. That was the bloodstone, I guess.
Yeah.
Monsters. But look, Razor. Look at the item power on my weapon. I'm only at a 183 item power. What's your weapon that you're running right now? What's the item power on your weapon?
Give me a minute. I have to get over to it. 238.
Yeah, so you're higher than me. You're high. You're higher than me on your weapon damage right now.
I'm not ready yet.
And you said you're 25?
Yeah.
And that makes a pretty big difference too, because the level of the monsters that you're fighting are lower than mine. So your monsters are going to be 10 levels lower, and your weapon is better than mine. Oh no, they're going to kill me.
I'm not ready yet.
It's a timer. You got the timer up?
Yeah, 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 30 seconds is what it's on right now. And I'm making sure to kill everything too. Like I'm not doing a speedrunner thing where I run by all the monsters. We're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna kill everything, or at least most of the stuff. And we found the pedestal. Okay.
It is worth killing the stuff in the dungeon, especially the events. The events are worth
Yeah.
it.
So I found the pedestal. So I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna see what's over here. See if this was another little event room or something. It looks like this is a whole other side of the dungeon. A shrine? Cursed shrine event, maybe? Nope. This is a rather big dungeon, too. This is one of those ones that loops around. I know, I already know. It's the loop around dungeon.
The one I had all the portals in it, so you're running from portal.
Oh, good.
to
We got an
portal.
event. Alright, let's do the event. Get some EXP from the event. Why not?
Were you getting lost in the dungeon, Razor? Were you like not fighting mobs in the portal dungeon? Were you just running from portal to portal, not fighting? 'cause
No.
you were-
No, it's just that
I
the
get
fact
lost
that
in the portal dungeon.
I think I'm just watching Ginger's character on the screen, and it moves at least twice as fast as mine.
Well, there's movement. There's 12% movement speed on the barb tree built in. There's movement speed while you're berserking, which is built into your skill. Both lunging strike can proc berserking, and upheaval can proc berserking if you choose to. Both of them, which will give you movement speed. You also, like he said, can just simply reroll or temper movement speed on that boot, and go with that, an amulet. That's it. That should move you fast enough.
Alright, so now we've added an event then. Looks like we're pretty much done with this.
There were 4 or 5 portals I had to go through to get to the end.
Alright, so now we're gonna... Oh, we got a more splendid chest. Nice. I'm not gonna pick anything up because I don't care. No rune. There was no rune from it, unfortunately. Alright, so we're gonna run back up to the thing because I'm pretty much finished with this. Oh, looks like I missed a pack.
You've already gained a level. I forgot to see exactly where you started, but you're definitely a level higher already.
I did gain 2 levels when I did it.
2 levels, a 20-minute adventure.
Yeah.
That puts you at 6 levels an hour, which would put you at like 10 hours. Yeah, that's not... Especially
That's
the early level. It's not where
That's
you want
not
to be.
efficient.
Alright, so now we're moving on to the next segment of the dungeon, which we could have done earlier, but I wanted to go check and see if there was any events.
Yeah.
So let's start clearing out this. So this one is actually just travel to the boss arena, so we'll just kill everything on the way until we find the boss arena.
Is it common to get an elite after you kill the boss?
No, I
That
mean,
happened to me in the dungeon too. I thought, oh, I'm all done, and next thing you know, there's an elite
No,
in there beating on me.
here's the dungeon, so here's the boss, so we're gonna go ahead and kill the Seething Hive Master. And of course the boss fights might take a little bit of effort. This my guy's set up for more AoE damage, so he struggles on the bosses a little bit.
He doesn't seem to be doing too bad.
Alright, and then look, now we got a rune. We got the rune. And that's it. So that's the whole dungeon right there. That's 6 minutes and 28 seconds. And that's with me, like, going out of my way to kill everything and doing the event.
Yeah.
If I hadn't done the event, it would have been, like, 4 minutes.
6 minutes.
It would have been, like, 4.
And you gain definitely at least 1 level.
Yeah. So, I mean, and you can see, like, if you're kind of just, like, rolling through it, just kind of give you an idea of, like, the time frame. I mean, that's not bad at all. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I got a nightmare dungeon that's broken. Missing 1314215 affix description. Has a placeholder icon too.
I think that usually means it's in the new zone.
So we can go take a look at the new zone.
We won't let you TP there, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm going. Hey, hey, from Raining Wales. It's raining in the Wales. Over in the Wales. You know, when I was a kid, I thought every time somebody said that, I thought they were actually talking about whales. I'm not even gonna lie. I was like, why do they keep talking about that? They're from the Wales. They're from the ocean.
So, Razor, if you were to extrapolate that pace, you know, we said you're about at 10 hours to 60. Ginger at that pace is about 6 hours to 60. So
Yeah.
that's just a comparison.
Okay.
And that's kind of leisurely. Like, I wasn't really going as fast as I could go. I was just trying to, like, do a real run, you know? I was trying to simulate, you know, like, not running past monsters, not going directly for the boss, like, just, you know, going and doing the events and actually just, like, playing the game like a normal person would. A speedrunner, on the other hand, probably would have just blasted right through there. They love the word blasting. And they would have just blasted straight to the boss, killed the boss, and then been in their next run in, like, anywhere between, like, 1 to 2 minutes.
So, with them not killing the mobs,
No,
where
you
are
want
they
to.
getting their XP from?
You kill the events. You spawn the events.
So-
you click on the shrines, you click on the chest, and you go to the side rooms, and then you go to the boss.
okay.
That's what they do.
So as of right now, they're probably killing the monsters. But there's also an EXP reward that comes at the end of the dungeon as well, which can sometimes be worth more than the process of doing the other stuff. It really depends on what's going on. As of right now, though, there is no EXP reward
Yeah,
at
it's
the end of
broken,
the
right?
dungeon, and it's broken.
Yeah.
So you have to kill the monsters in the current iteration of the game. But in the other iterations of the game, rushing to the end would actually give you a nice little boost of EXP, because you usually get that boost of EXP right at the end when you kill the boss. It's like a, like you just like slaps a bunch of EXP on your bar. And there are times where the dungeons will be so fast that you can literally just like walk straight to the end, kill the boss, and then just move on to the next run. I don't particularly like doing that. I like killing the monsters. I like doing the events. Xylor loves running to the end. Dear Lord Jesus, I could never even dungeon with Xylor because I would literally be loading into the dungeon at the same time as him, and then he would be like, "I killed the boss."
Yeah.
I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, boss dead. Next dungeon." I'm like, I literally didn't even load in yet, Xylor. He's like, "Well, I just ran to the boss." I was like, "Xylor, I'm only level 40. I need to EXP up." Dang it. He's like, "Oh."
Luli can be like that too, but not quite that bad. He does play fast too, though.
Leon literally made a joke about Xylor running to the end of the dungeons just the other day
Yeah.
while Xylor was here. I can't remember what Xylor said. It was something like, "Well." I don't really think the Nightmare Dungeons are really all that great for EXP right now, but
Yeah.
well, like we said earlier, it's the only other option really, I think, to
Yeah, we don't have all the game options right now.
yeah, we don't have all the game options at the moment, which is also another reason why, you know, we were saying that you probably shouldn't make out a plan based on the PTR. Because I don't think the PTR is going to be very accurate to the leveling experience that we're going to be getting in like the Nahatu expansion and stuff. We're gonna have new stuff to do. You're gonna have the campaigns leveling. Honestly, we're probably gonna get a lot of levels just going through the campaign, which might even just be the best way to do it. It might just be the best way to just run through the campaign, do the whole campaign, and you know, not like rush through it or anything, but actually do it. And by the time we finish the campaign, we'll probably come out the other side like level 50 or 60.
So my best bet is get movement speed.
I mean, if you're not putting movement speed, it's a mistake.
Yeah.
Like you
okay.
definitely want to have movement speed. I try to put movement speed on my equipment when I remember, but like it's just your character goes so slow without it. It's just so freaking slow.
So let me ask you, Razor. Do you
Yeah.
engage with the cultists at all? Do you engage with tempering at all? Both of those?
The only thing I've done was my amulet.
Yeah. So if you take 5 minutes to set up your gear once, like say you get a legendary every slot, like this is how easy the game is right now. You take 5 minutes to set it up once, like you put like an aspect here, an aspect there that works with the build, the movement speed aspect on the boots. There's plenty of those. You know, some damage aspect here, there, done. Temper, done. 5 minutes. That will last you all the way to 50, 60, like easily.
Oh wow.
That's how easy the game is right now. You just set it up once properly, and you're done for the leveling experience.
Yeah, I can't go to this dungeon because it's in the not hard to. First home of the Iron Wolves before the fall of Kuros, the Iron Cenotaph. Interesting.
So there's going to be some lore involved here too.
Well, the Iron Wolves were present at the docks. They were defending the docks against the encroaching darkness. That was where they first gained their fame, essentially, was to protect the Kuros docks against the demons. And then as it slowly, like started to take over everything, it was like the only bastion left in Natu. We get to go back to the docks, so I'm assuming that we get to look and see at the old docks and what condition they've fallen down to. Now that once we cleared out all the freaking demons and stuff and opened up the jungle, I'm assuming they went back into the city. Or at least that would be the plan. So we probably get to go into the Travancore. I would assume, like that's like the main center city.
Well, be interesting to see it.
I mean, we're ready for the expansion, but they're not ready for the expansion. The PTR is literally them like trying to get our final feedback on what they've prepared, and then they're going to be ready for the expansion.
Well, it'll be crunch time. They'll be having to get all their code straightened out. Actually, I haven't had too many issues with the PTR. The only thing I noticed the other day, there was some rubber banding going on in town a couple times. World Boss a few times. But I didn't have the 3.5 second lag spikes like I was having before. Seemed the worst of it seemed to be about 0.8 of a second. But it was enough to have my character run ahead and snap back and run ahead and snap back. That's all has to be server or network related. Because my network here at home is good and fast. All right, well, I'm going to move on to playing some more of my character.
Time your next dungeon. Like, give us the timestamp of when you go in.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Let us know how long it takes you.
I'm going to go fix my boots first. I do have 3.2% movement speed on my boots. And I have 3.3% movement speed on my amulet. So I have about 6.5%.
That's so little. Only like one item can have like 12.
Well, my items are only like 230, 250. So it's just slow.
Yeah, like 6% is almost meaningless.
Yeah. Well, 6% of nothing's still nothing. That's
Barb,
the way I look at it.
Barb repair costs and normal are giving you warrior WoW main tank trauma flashbacks of how much more expensive it
Okay.
is than the Sorc or Necro. Yeah, because you're getting beat on all the time.
So you're
As a
saying
melee character, you get beat on, your armor breaks, your weapon breaks. Like, the Sorceress and the Necro have it easy by comparison. They hardly have to repair anything ever. Yeah, you can go temper on movement speed. It's really easy. It's in the mobility section on your boots. You can also do it on your amulet too. It goes up to like 12.5% or something like that.
You got 12% movement speed on the straight.
Let me go make another
Pleasure.
nightmare dungeon. Nightmare dungeons, all right. Nightmare dungeons, all right. I wonder what these elemental totems are that are broken that we can't see. It's a new Nightmare Dungeon feature that I think is specific to Nahatu, and they're broken right now. They just, as soon as they spawn, they just kill themselves immediately for massive amounts of damage too. You'll actually see them spawn and then they immediately despawn.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, you ever see Days of Thunder, Ginger?
I think so, yeah.
You know how he's with Tom Cruise on the first track, you know, and he's like, you do 200 laps your way, and then you do 200 laps my way. You know, like, I feel like doing that with Razor. You play your way, you put the skill points where you want, you do your tempers and your aspects the way you want, you level a character to 60 your way, then do it my way.
You're gonna like the way I cook. Let him cook, let him cook. Let him cook, guys, let him cook.
I'll figure it out. It'll just take me a little while. I always do the things through the School of Hard Knocks. And then I learn the shortcuts.
Well, you know we're always here and you can ask us questions, right?
I don't want to be a pain in the butt.
I mean, I feel like that's... just as a you know, like a foil to that, you know, to like a riposte to that statement. You do realize that when you ask questions about things that you're having trouble with, people on stream who are having trouble with the same thing, who are interested in the same questions, are getting the answers that they want.
Oh, I never even looked at it like that.
So
Never
from that kind of perspective, if you think about it that way, you're actually helping everybody out by asking questions that you're having trouble with. Things that they may not have thought of.
Things that make you go, yeah, okay. No, I never even thought of it like that. Okay. Anyway, I still hate being a pain in the butt.
That's why I ask the questions all the time too. I don't know stuff. I'd be like, I don't know how this works. Let's find out.
Let's find out. Well, that's me learning through the School of Hard Knocks. But I don't stream it live and let everybody watch. But you're
People-
pretty good at figuring stuff out. I have
People would
figured that out.
probably have fun watching you play. There's a whole like segment of stream of people that like to watch viewer. I call them the helpers. That's what I call them. Like they're
Yeah.
viewers that always want to be helpful. And I don't tend to get a lot of the helpers because, I mean, not to be smug, although it's going to come out smug, is that I usually know what I'm doing, or I figure it out relatively quickly. So I'm not really one of the people that you can help as much. I mean, there's times definitely where where the viewers have been helpful, though. I will definitely say that. And but there's a subset of people out there that absolutely love to watch people who are not so good at video games, so that they can like kind of like backseat drive.
Yeah.
And try and help them through the like what they're doing. There's like a whole YouTube channel called like Gaming Grandma or something like that, where the grandma literally just like plays games and everybody goes on there to try and help her like do the best she can.
I can see that.
That sounds kind of strange.
Jessvin said just hearing you guys talk about movement speed made him add more.
Oh, true. Oh, wow. Okay.
We reminded them. Like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's right. I need to put some movement speed on my boots so I'm not such a fatty.
Well, let's see if I can temper some more speed on, or if I can roll it on. I'm not sure which.
Cause I'm a chonky bonky.
I don't have
bonk.
the tooltips on. How come I lose all my settings every time I log out?
Yep, it's a part of the PTR, unfortunately.
Okay.
Oh, they must have fixed the elemental totems because they seem to be working now. Kind of cool.
Oh, come on. I can't even remember where the settings were, for Pete's sake. Are they under gameplay?
I don't have very many custom
Yeah.
settings, but the ones I do have are like mandatory for me. I unbind the town portal button from T immediately because I'm too used to pressing T to open up the skill panel in Diablo 2. 2 decades of, or 2.25, 2.25 decades of pressing the T key to open up my skill panel is not something that I can easily get rid of.
Yeah.
So the town portal button is immediately unbound from T for me. Also, the tab key opening up the map is just terrible, in my opinion.
Yep.
Because it's right next to the portal button, which gets me in so much trouble. I'll go to click on the friggin' like the potion button because I'm in trouble, and then I
button, and I hit the tab.
Yeah, and then you open your
Yep.
map, and you're like, oh, okay, so just die horribly
Bang,
and
I'm
painfully.
dead. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Which has been my experience for the most part, is like with a lot of this stuff, is that there's some really bad decisions there as far as like putting two buttons together that shouldn't be close to each other.
Yeah. Where's the high contrast mouse button?
You're talking about Wales, the country in the UK? Yes. I that's what I said when I was a kid. I thought people were talking about Wales as in like actual Wales. Now I know that it's a country in the UK. Yes, Queen Sniper. I was just making a joke on my older self. Or my younger self, sorry. I guess both are factually correct depending on which way you look at it. Bom, 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 bom. I'm level 37. I'ma do some strong holds. Skronkity donkity donk 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 donk. good video, but I'm completely lost here. There was no basic tutorial. Are these runes replacing gems in the item sockets? Yes. This was never made clear. Also, if an item only has one socket, can we only add one rune? No. Has to have 2 sockets. Boop, boop. I've been fighting with this one guy in the comments. I called him blind. Then we had a whole conversation and it went right back around to he's blind.
Oh no. Which video? The rune video?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, viewership is up on that video.
Good. What's it up?
Oh, I didn't want that.
I see 1.9 on my end.
Is that 2K so far?
Yep.
I get a different panel that shows like a more accurate, up to date, real time. It for some reason the number that it shows to you guys is always behind by like I don't know, like an hour or two.
Yeah, I think that's the same thing with everything on YouTube. Like even like the likes on the video and dislikes and stuff like that. That's always like behind for everyone but the content creator.
Yeah. Cody got a punch in the butt. What do you want, Cody? You don't get up because you didn't go to the bathroom when we was outside. That's all. How long has it been? 3 hours and 32 minutes. I keep track. 4 hours.
He holds it better than I do.
His limit is 4 hours. That's literally his limit. Anything more than 4 hours, and he starts whining and complaining that he's got to go out to pee.
Yeah.
I mean, I swear, there's sometimes like when we've been gaming, I'd go for like sometimes 8 or 9 hours and not even get up and go to the bathroom.
Oh my stars. I wouldn't be able to get out of the chair if I sat that long.
I hate when I panic when running away and D2R and hit both G and H when trying to hit B and then suddenly can't open my inventory and click on the tome of TP. I mean, run for your life. Run fast for your mother, fast for your father. I actually got a burrito from Taco Bell when I went to the Beetlejuice movie. I need to heat that up and eat it. That sounds good, actually. Some taco sauce on that. A little bit of taco juice.
I need more time.
I mean, if they make the appropriate changes to Season 6, they adjust the rune words a little bit, which I do think there's a little bit of adjustments that they need to make, and I'm sure that there's been plenty of feedback on this at this point between me and all the other streamers, probably. Like you said, they focus mainly on the legendary ones, so I'm sure there's a bunch of feedback on the legendary ones. And they make the appropriate changes to the difficulties, which I think they're going to do, judging by the like overwhelming feedback that the initial difficulties were just way too easy and boring, mind you. I think that Season 6 is going to be lit. I think it's going to be hot. It's going to be hot sauce. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think everybody's going to have a lot of fun in Season 6. And it's all it's really going to take is a couple tweaks from them. It kind of reminded me of like Season 5 where like Infernal Hordes was just so bad. And they just made minor tweaks. Like increased the frequency, like did a couple little things here and there. And it was like night and day. You remember how boring the Infernal Hordes felt when we did the Season 5 PTR? Like they were dog water. They were like filled with all the little crumbs from the dog's jowls when he drinks the water, and they got like little things bobbing in there because he keeps knocking in parts of his pellets and stuff. Like it was bad. And like they all they did was made a couple little changes, and the freaking Infernal Hordes went from crap to like amazing. Now everybody likes the Infernal Hordes better than they do all the other content. And I think it's going to be a similar situation.
Our walls are breached. This is madness. We will not
This is
survive.
madness.
We'll sacrifice ourselves before
Man, I just had the silliest idea, Leon. I wasn't even thinking about this. What if you ran the Lith rune, which is the one that regenerates, it gives you 25 when you're standing still, every
Yep.
0.3 seconds? What if you ran that with the Lumber rune? Would that just be like a constant, never-ending regeneration?
Try it. And if you stack resource generation,
It could be insane. Who knows?
So these pit tiers now, they're like
Halved.
half. So if like I just did a 47, that would have been like a
Multiplied by 2.
like a 94.
Yes.
This is
Although there seems to be some sort of like odd scaling that happens around 65. I don't want to like, because they did reduce it from 200 to 100, and then like there's like a direct correlation on most of the tiers, but there is some sort of like weird scaling past 65 where it feels like at like 66 and up it just gets a lot more difficult per tier than it did previously. I can't confirm nor deny it, but it feels that way. It's definitely very gradual from like 1 to 65, and it feels gradual. Like every tier you go up, it just feels gradual, and it feels like a simple like increase in difficulty, and it's usually something you can quantify. But like when you go from 65 to 66, that like jump from 65 to 66 is a lot larger than like 64 to 65, is what it feels like, and it continues that way past that point. Alright, 48.22 seconds on my Cataclysm, and my Cataclysm lasts for 13.8 seconds now. Have you been noticing that, and I think this is a change in the game, like the core of the game. Have you guys been noticing that when you press the map key sometimes, instead of opening up the map, it immediately opens up your rewards panel instead? I used to think I was just pressing the wrong button.
Oh,
But-
it does that when you hit the tab button too.
But, well, the tab is also the map key, so... But, like, I've been noticing that sometimes when you go to pull up the map, it's not pulling up your map. Instead, it's pulling up your rewards.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
usually you have to claim your reward though.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a bug or if it's deliberate, like they're trying to like shove that in your face or something when you click on the map key, or if it's somehow like going there by accident. I don't know.
You're
Gotcha.
talking about like if you pull up the map key and then like you press W to view your
So
zone rewards.
So yeah, normally you would have to press M and then you would have to press W, but sometimes I'll press M and it's just immediately straight to the W.
Do you have a reward available when that happens?
I would assume so, yes, but like,
Yeah, that's what it's been doing on me. Every time there's a reward available, if I press the tab key,
but it didn't
it
used
brings
to
it
do
up
that.
automatic. No, it did not.
It did not used to do that. So now it's like not bringing you to the map. It's like forcing you to the rewards panel instead. It's a little annoying, to be perfectly honest, when I go to pull up the map and it doesn't bring up the map.
Well, it can only
Yeah.
happen a finite amount of times.
you know what would cause them to do such a thing?
People not
They have-
knowing the reward panel existed.
Yes. Yeah, there's data in the back end that no one claims as rewards. So they're like, oh, we got to make this change. You know what I mean? Like, that's how they make these
So
decisions.
silly.
No one's ever claiming their reward.
Why aren't they claiming them? Unfortunately, that system just got like I don't even know. The whole renown system. It was a neat little idea, but it was too involved and it took way too long to complete. And then they just abandoned it, and so now it's just sitting in the game, and it's
Well, it's not really that they abandoned it. It's just that once you get your account rewards, you don't need the other ones.
Well, I mean, you just never do it again. You do it one time. We all did it one time, and we just never do it again. I mean,
Yeah, because those rewards, we did it for the skill points, basically.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm saying is they basically abandoned it. Like they're like, it's still in the game. It's a useless feature essentially at this point. They even gave us all the rewards from them. That's the second rune I've gotten from a goblin. Looks like to me goblins are going to be big money bets for runes early on, like hunting down goblins. I've gotten more runes from the goblins, I think, than I have from just about anything else.
That's what they were doing with those bags on their back.
No, it's just they pretty much gave up on the system. Like they started at one point, they were like, oh well, we'll give you like the Lilith statues, and then it was like then it went from the Lilith statues to like the skill points, and then it was the skill points to like pretty much all the bonuses, and then once they did that, then they were just like, okay, well the only ones that you're not gonna have automatic are like the EXP bonuses or something, and it was like they just kept devolving further and further on it to the point where you basically just didn't have to grind it at all for anything.
That's a carryover philosophy that keeps happening, and it seems to have corrupted part of this game. Is basically instead of fixing instead of fixing like why it wasn't fun to do Renown, they just delete the system. So people complain leveling to 100 took so long, too long. So they just delete that. Like they're just deleting it instead of saying like, okay, why is it not fun to level?
Because it's too level. It's too in. What's the term I'm looking for? It's too time intensive. Like take Diablo 2 for instance. In Diablo 2 you have permanent upgrades too. You got the little potion, right? Your little potion. It doesn't take you that long. You go kill your first elite, you get the potion, you do a couple little quest dialogues, then you get your 20 extra HP. Right? You get the book, you find the book, you go turn it in, done. Like bam, done. Like that's it. They just went too far with it. Like it's not. If they wanted to do those little buffs, and they honestly probably could still do them, they need to make them less involved and less time intensive, so that it's just like a simple quest. And an example, case in point, your class quest. Nobody has any trouble doing their class quest. I think the druid one is the only one that's a little bit more time intensive. That's kind of annoying. But all of them are so easy that you literally just go do your class quest, you unlock your Tuchanks, and that's it. Right? So like if they made them more like class quest level of difficulty, I think people would be fine doing them with each character. I mean, who doesn't?
Tournaments are a grind, and people don't want to do that.
Well, and not even that, but they tried to turn them in a grind that you had to do for every single season.
Yep.
Which was a little weird, to be perfectly honest.
Hey, we're doing it in the Hantu next season. Get your grind pants on.
Yes.
Paragon.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with doing it again. I actually kind of miss it a little bit, to be perfectly honest. It's been so long since I did the statue hunts. It'll be fun to hunt the statues again.
Yep.
I think that's another issue is that the statues were a neat idea, but I think they just did too many of them. You know, it would have been a lot cooler, I think, if they had done like 1 or 2 statues per region, when they really hit them or something, like hit them somewhere real good. Made it into a really fun game of like find the statue. Instead, it became more along the lines of like the Korok seeds from Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, which is a fun thing, but nobody ever really, for the most part, like with the exception of those few crazy people, ever collect all the Korok seeds. You know, it's like I don't want to collect all the Korok seeds. Okay, so we are now at 41. What level are you at, Razor? Because I'm pretty sure I was at like 25 when we started the conversation.
I'm at 25. I've been going for 3 minutes so far on this dungeon.
Okay.
Because I started at 10:39.
10:39. Ooh. Ooh.
Stuff dying in the dungeon?
Did you kill it? Is it dying? Did the monsters do the death throes? Are they bleeding on the floor? Did you stab them in their ore? I don't
And
know
they're
what's
all-
going on, but you got to kill them dead. Because they're demons, they're not freemans. They are going to kill you. And
The
if-
next the next pack you engage, Razor, like the next like elite pack, the nice little juicy pack. Tell us how long it takes you to kill. Try to keep track.
juicy juice, juicy juice. Juicy juice. Juicy juice. Juicy.
The elite take me a little longer to kill.
I want, so this is like the information I'm looking for. You run into an elite pack, you kill it, and then you tell me, hey, that took me like 30 seconds. That took me 50 seconds. to
Almost
kill.
got killed there.
Oh, another goblin. Let's see if he gives me another dude. Come here, goblin. No, come here and suffer the lightning of Jesus. Another rune, a Ton rune. Ton rune is one I've already gotten. Or no, I haven't gotten that one yet. That's the Sorceress Meteorites. Okay. All blues so far, though. No rares. No,
Yeah.
no legendaries. All blues. Which
That's the same feedback that I saw.
and I'm just gonna keep going until I hit like 50. I want to really get a good feeling for like whether or not we're gonna have access to any of the really good, like I think the ritual runes are really nice. Some of the higher ritual runes. Thankfully, the Lith rune, which is a blue rune, I think. Isn't the Lith is blue, or is that a legendary one? I can't remember.
I think it's legendary. I don't remember though.
But that
Finding time to do that. Something rots this place.
just for the new zone, yeah. It should just be for the new zone. I can't imagine they're gonna make us do everything all over again. We're probably not gonna have to do the campaign over again. We're just gonna have to do the expansion portion of the campaign. Did you guys see Nico Avocado's hoodwink over the whole internet? My girlfriend watches him from time to time. He's not really one of my YouTubers or anything that I watch, but he's like a mukbanger that like got really fat. And then he recently released like a video where he's like super skinny. And he had like saved up videos so that he could like fool the whole internet. And then one day he just like posts a video where he's skinny and they're like, "What?"
The transformation.
My girlfriend was like completely fooled, I think. I was talking to her, she didn't believe me. She said I told her I wasn't fooled, like I wasn't even surprised when I found out. And she didn't believe me at all. But like I remember many times like when I was being forced to watch Nico Avocado that I would hear him talk about like dietitian stuff. Like he would talk about how he only drinks water to avoid you know, an excess amount of carb intake. He talked about like a bunch of things that had to do with like only eating protein, and I've done my research on like a lot of this stuff. And even though I'm like a really big guy, I'm like 6'3" with like a really broad chest. Sometimes people think I'm fat. I'm not really that big. Like I'm actually kind of, I'm slenderish. I got a little bit of a belly, but that's actually because of my pectus excavatum, which is kind of pushes out my stomach and gives me like a little bit of a
You're
pot belly.
6'3"?
Yeah.
Wow.
But like the thing is that like what he was saying is not wrong. And I remember listening to him, and this was years ago, and he was talking about all these like dietitian things, and I was like, I mean, that sounds good and all, but you're fat, right? And I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, there's no way a guy knows all this, knows what to eat, knows what to avoid, like knows to only drink water to avoid getting fat, and like talks about the various ways that you can avoid gaining weight or excess weight in general, and he's just like 450 pounds. It's like something seems off about this. And it always kind of smelled fishy to me, like maybe he was deliberately making himself fat for the videos so he could make money. And then at the same time, like once he had enough videos stored up, he deliberately started to, you know, go on a diet and put himself back into a normal weight. And I think that's probably what actually happened. Is it was a plan from the very beginning. He's like, you know what, I'm gonna get really fat eating mukbang, and then I'm gonna lose all the weight, and I'm gonna fool the entire internet. And he did. I think pretty much everybody that watched him was
fight
fooled.
coming up.
I mean, he was like 450 pounds at one point.
Oh man, he hit me once and just took half health.
Man, bear, pig. Bro went from Nico avocado to Nico guacamole. Oh man, you're not wrong. You're not. That is not wrong. Where is this last snake?
I knew you were gonna get stuck on this one. It always
Where is the stupid last snake thing? I don't.
This is the best one, dude.
I already got that one. I already got the one over there. There's one left. Is it the one that's in the middle? Is there one in the middle?
The streamer stuck, everyone. Who's gonna come to his aid?
It's the one, yeah, the one in the middle. They don't let you do the one in the middle while you're in the middle. I forgot about that. That's why I wasn't looking in the middle.
10 minutes for that. Altogether.
10 minutes.
10 minutes for a nightmare done.
Yep.
That's a little on the high end.
I feel like you're dead. I feel like
It might be a damage.
You,
Yeah.
how long does it take you to kill a pack of beasts? Like a monster pack of decent.
Is that the bald white guy? I mean, Nico Avocado wasn't usually bald, no. Although I think he did shave his head for that latest video. But there's definitely still some fuzz up there. Kind of looks more like a crew cut.
I know with that level up, it slowed my damage down a little bit.
Well, yeah, every single time you level up, the monsters are gonna go up, and your weapon's not. Yeah. So you're gonna slow down slowly as that occurs, which is why you always have to replace your weapons as you're leveling, so that your speed isn't affected by the monsters increasing in HP. That way, you're staying at around the same damage. It's a rather nasty system, in my opinion, though, because like I feel like when you increase your damage, like you should feel like you're increasing your damage, but instead you put on a new weapon, and it really just brings you back to the level of where you're supposed to be at, and so you're just like maintaining a status quo.
Yeah, I mean, that has been a valid criticism of this game the entire time. When you level up in this game, you actually don't feel like you're getting stronger. Like, D2, you're getting more skill points, more stats, you're pumping up your skill damage, and it's meaningful. This game, you level up, your weapon technically is doing less damage because the monsters are stronger, and it's just like, the skill points not countering that, because skill points are actually not that strong in this game compared to all the other multipliers. And the weapon itself.
I guess I should probably put on some equipment now. Sitting here just like...
It's funny, all the legendary stuff I had on, it's all replaced with yellows now.
God, it's crazy this stupid stuff pops into my head.
Yeah.
I think I'm broken, guys. I remember when I was a kid, I got this like little sample CD. It had a bunch of musicians on it. It was like they were giving it out for free. And I remember there was one song on there, and it was by Lifehouse, and it was Hanging with the Moment Here With You. And I remember because I started humming the song earlier, and that's what reminded me. And I was literally like humming the song, and I was hanging by the moment here with you. And I remember I was like with a girl around that time period, and I shared with her my music. She told me that my song was garbage and I should feel bad for listening to it. I'm pretty sure I threw away the CD at that point. Like I was like, holy crap. And I remember like I think it was like 10, maybe 15 years later, just hearing that song on every radio all over the place, just like every single word. It was even playing in freaking Kroger the other day. Like when I was at Kroger, it was literally playing on the overhead radio. Balthazar said, been trying to grind level 30 so I can respec and finish Bale as a shout barb in normal, but Shank and Eldritch is super slow. Yeah. The normal difficulty is hard to level up in. A lot of the areas are just too low level. You'd probably be better off leveling up in Worldstone, to be perfectly honest. Worldstone is like the highest level area in normal difficulty and gives the best EXP. Unless you're like below level 25.
I'll see you guys later.
Alright, see you, Leon. Bum, 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 bum,
Oh, it's 11 o'clock. Holy smoke.
Yeah. It's getting late.
I was on since 9 this morning, and
Oh wow, you've been grinding on the PTR, huh?
well, just off and on, cleaning up stuff.
Grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding.
Deleted all my characters except for my main one.
What, on PTR?
And, yep.
No, I mean none of that stuff matters. Razor.
I know.
Like this whole thing is gonna like PTR is gonna be gone. Like it
Yeah.
I think it goes away
Yeah.
on the 11th. And none of the
Goes
stuff
away
that you
on the
do here,
11th.
none of the stuff that you do here is gonna translate over to the other game.
No.
This
I'm,
is all.
I'm just trying to figure out how to level.
What's the
efficiently.
quote go? This is the I gotta get this quote right. It is oh yeah, it's whose line is it anyway? That's right. He goes, "Hello, I'm Drew Carey. Welcome to the show. Come on down, let's have some fun." And then he says, "This is the show where everything's made up and the points don't matter."
Yep.
That's what we're in right now. Everything's made
Whose
up and the
line
points
is
don't
it?
matter. As the PTR, nothing that we do in the PTR matters really. Like as far as like in the main game, we're really just testing things, and then like at the end of this PTR, it just gets deleted, and we go back to our real lives.
I need time to do that.
You're a music snob. There's no bad songs in your collection.
I need more time.
I mean, I like music that makes my foot tap. I like music that's catchy. I feel like if it gets stuck in my head, it must be good enough because my head's a maze in there anyway, so it's got to be pretty good to rattle around up in there.
This place is overrun.
Because there's nothing left to lose. There's nothing left to find. There's no mythics in the world. And I'll tell you something else. The legendaries suck. And the difficulties are way too easy. And that's why I'm leveling my druid here with you. 'Cause there's no more classes to level. I've already leveled them all. It's hard to do that song. There's a lot of drawn out words.
On the druid.
Huh?
What build are you doing on the druid?
I'm trying out the dancing bolts. I want to see if I can make like a build with the dancing bolts rune. So I'm playing around with the dancing bolts rune. Kind of like going for. It's actually a build that we made before, like back in like season 2 or 3. I can't remember. Me and Leon, we like theory crafted it up. Like they have so many things where you can get like tons of lightning attacks, like lightning bolts and lightning things shooting out, and little dancing bolts and whatnot, and like overcharge aspects and all these other things. And like we were like, well, what happens if you just make a character, just combine all these little free lightning bolts that they're gonna give you, and you got like every kind of like lightning bolt popping out of everybody's anus. And it turns out it's actually pretty fun to have lightning bolts popping out of anuses. I mean, you know, just don't judge before you try.
They have grand emeralds and stuff now.
Yep, the grandest of emeralds. What's up, Kristen? Quick response, if you don't mind, about D2R. Yeah, I got no problem asking D2R questions. You can ask a question about whatever game you want. You want to ask questions about Final Fantasy 1 on the Nintendo Entertainment System? Go ahead. I mean, if I know the answer, I'll let you know. And if I don't know, I'll be like, I don't know anything about that game. So will a barbarian in werewolf form have the IAS of a druid, werewolf, or would be a barbarian IAS breakpoint? So I can answer that very simply. Whenever you change forms into another form, you are now that form. The druid, when he transforms into a werewolf, becomes a werewolf and has the werewolf breakpoints. When a barbarian transforms into a werewolf, he also has the werewolf breakpoints. It doesn't matter what you are, really. When you transform into another form, you start to gain the, like, how that particular class functions, essentially. And it changes, like, your overall character entirely. A good example of this, which can be easily tested, is the vampire form by putting on the full Trangul set. If you put on the full vampire form with the Trangul set, your FCR breakpoints turn into the vampire breakpoints, and it is pretty well known that the vampire breakpoints suck. And because of this, the vampire form necromancer has very slow cast speed no matter how much faster cast they get, because they're based off of the breakpoints of the vampire and not based off of the breakpoints of the actual necromancer, which would be much faster. Now there are some weird glitches, I think, with the way that the attack speed works on the druid and then the way the attack speed works on the barbarian, which might shift things a little bit, but it should be very similar, if not almost identical, to the barbarian werewolf. The druid werewolf versus the barbarian werewolf. I'm here to kill chaos. I must have missed one. I think there's one up here, right? This little area. Yep. Don't. Janky, 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 jank, 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 janky, jank, jank, janky, janky. Janky, 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 jank. You keep seeing some weird guy that's popping up on my stream? That's terrible. Is he evil? I heard about some evil imposter. Someone who's trying to, like, lure people to the dark side. I've heard about him. The evil dark side guy. You gotta be careful not to get lured to the dark side. You know, rarely do evil people actually tell you that they're evil. You know, they don't outright say it. You know, but if somebody does tell you that they're evil, you might want to listen. Because you never know. They might actually be evil. Bow, bow, bow. I'm not doing enough damage. Damage so low, it's a low damage. Why is my damage so low? Baby, baby damage. I got baby damage. Look at my baby. Baby, baby damage. Oh, okay. That's not bad. What we got here? 486. That's a little bit better than mine. It's definitely not terrible.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
I think I just put it on. I think that's pretty much all there is to it. Better damage? I just put it on. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Final Fantasy 9 remake? I never really did a full playthrough of 9. That's one game I'd like to eventually do a full playthrough. Maybe one day when like the Diablo 4 stuff dies down and the Diablo 2 stuff dies down and like I have a little bit of free time to just kind of play a game. Maybe we'll have to like boot up some Final Fantasy 9 and we'll just do a run through. That sounds like a good time.
Final Fantasy 9. That goes back a few years.
You got the jackets and they're so nice. You like them? All right, great. Did you like the little? I put the chinchillas on the cuffs. I put the chinchillas on the cuffs there for you. That's not on the regular jacket. That stuff cost extra too. Tried to keep it cheap for you though. Actually, need to do an order on Fiverr for a new shirt. I want to get a chinchilla shirt of my 3 amigos. I was thinking like a classic design. Maybe get somebody to do like a retro shirt. There's a guy on Fiverr that does like retro designs. And so I'll pay him to do a retro design. And I want him to do this one. So like I want him to take this image right here. Right, well, not that one. I want him to take this image right here and I want him to turn this into a like a 3 Amigos shirt for my chinchillas. And there's this guy on here that does like retro t-shirts. They're like old school kind of t-shirts. And I was thinking something like this, where you get like a vintage like style t-shirt with like the 3 chinchillas on it. And then maybe have like the 3 Amigos written over the top or something like that. I think that could be pretty cool. He did some pretty neat like vintage style shirts like this. I just need to put in the order. I haven't had time. Eventually, I'm gonna get it done. Going to get it done. Right, you know, let me bookmark this for future reference so that I don't forget. I'm probably gonna get some better pictures of these two too, because I've got better pictures of both of these guys. They're kind of hunkered down here, as you can see. He's standing up and he's very cute. But like I've got some other pictures. Hold on. Like this right here is a much better picture of William than the one that's there, so I'll probably have him use this one. That's William right there, and that's a really good picture of him standing up on his legs with his little Tyrannosaurus arms. They're actually really long. I know that it looks like he has little tiny hands, but they're actually like full-sized arms. They just always keep them in like this for some reason. I don't know why. And then I'm pretty sure I got a better picture of Jester in here too. Jester's really cute as well. He's a completely different color. I mean, this isn't exactly the right picture, but that's a picture of him right there sticking his nose through, begging for treats. Begging. Beggy McBeggerson. Like, I don't even think you understand, because, like, you know, you don't have the memories that I do. He would stick his nose through, and then he would grab onto the chicken wire, and then he would yank the chicken wire back as far as he could pull it, and then he would let it go, so it would go like boom, and he would do that over and over again. He would just like yank the chicken wire, like as if I didn't give him a treat, he was gonna break his way through the cage bars and take the treat from me. Take it from me. Alright, let's do Mallock. Mallock. That'd be super cool. Ned, Dusty, and that was the last amigo. So Nimoy, Dusty's still alive. Dusty's in the cage. Dusty was not one of the 3 amigos. He was not alive during that time period, unfortunately. But it's Jester, Nimoy, and William. Those are the 3 amigos. Nimoy was the last one. Dusty is a brand new baby. He never had any contact with Jester or William. Oh, thank you for the $1.99, Joe, with a big old thumbs up. I appreciate it. Another goblin. Get him! Never suffer a goblin to live. A seer rune. Nice, another blue. Okay. I need more time, and I don't got enough. I need some more time. I need more time.
I need more time. I need time. This wind's grown too cut, even for these parts.
So yes, you were right. These higher pits after 65 do get exponentially harder.
Mm-hmm. It's not my imagination.
I must wait a moment.
65 seems to be where they want you to get to. They want you to get there and be able to completely successfully do, successfully do a 65, and that's like your starting point. And then like from there, now you're in the final grind, basically, from what it looks like.
65 is base tier 4.
I must wait a
Mm-hmm.
Or torment 4.
And then anything past that, you're grinding. Also, another little hidden thing I'm not sure if you're aware of, but if you say you do a 70, right? Now your base tier 4 is 70. Does that make sense? So, like, say for instance you go in tier 4 and you go do a tormented boss, right? And in base 65, when you do the tormented boss is going to be scaled to 65. From what I understand, if you complete a 70, now your base torment level for torment 4 is 70. So once you complete 70, it becomes 70. So the torment 4 actually scales with whatever the highest level of pit you clear. So it's also not a good idea to push torment 4 sooner than you're capable, like easily capable of doing, because then you're going to be stuck with a torment 4, which is a much higher tier than you're capable of doing. Yeah, they're just HP sponges. I'm not really sure I enjoy the content after like tier 70, like 75-ish. Like it just starts to get really grindy. Like to the point where even if you're doing hundreds of billions of damage, the monsters are just tanking it. Like, and it's rough. Let me just say that much. Like when you go in there and they're just tanking every single hit you can put out, it's rough. You're like, oh, here, have a 300 million damage hit. And they're just like, what was that? Would you hit me with a rock?
Have another.
Like, they brush themselves off and the 300 million heals itself immediately. You scratch my armor a little bit. You're going to pay for that.
There's so many of the
8 minutes to do that dungeon.
damage aura monsters, reduced damage aura monsters.
So that's one of the problems that I've had on certain builds that don't really have a good way of targeting specific monsters, is that the damage reduction monsters are often very difficult to remove from the battlefield. And so you'll end up in a situation where you're not necessarily failing to do the dungeon, you're just failing to kill the DR guy quickly enough. And I had several situations like that with some of my characters that were more like AoE based and less single target. It didn't really feel good to go into a fight and you're just like, okay, I can do this fight just fine. And then like they have like all the fights that you do previous, you were just like rolling through. And then as soon as you get to the like that specific one, like where the DR guy is in the group, now you just can't handle it because you can't kill the DR guy. Didn't much appreciate it. I did not much appreciate it. Yeah, it just happened again. I had a reward to claim, so it immediately went to the reward instead of going to the map. Mr. Dusty Bones. Is there any runes or something? Oh, what was at the chest? I didn't even look. So just okay. Boom, 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 boom. I think this one might be my last day on the PTR. There's no reason to test anything further. I feel like we got good feedback to give. I got a lot of information. We got lots of live streams. Might go back to doing some D2R tomorrow. Either that or I might take a little bit of a break. I got some stuff, some work I need to catch up on. That too. I kind of like put everything aside for the PTR, you know, like my videos that I was making, editing, all of it just kind of gets like put to the wayside when like a timed event happens like this that can only be participated in for a certain period of time.
I need time to do that.
I am liking the new companion stuff. It feels really good.
Oh yeah, the companion's fun. I like the wolf army and a lot of the other stuff. It's really neat.
And the new key passive is pretty cool too.
I need more time.
Boom. Oh yeah, I mean they got their own key passive finally, so you don't have to use a different key passive.
Well, that and so like the main part, the best part about it is you get the passive effects of all the companion skills, which basically still gives you all the companions without having them on your skill bar. So you still get all the bonuses from the shepherd aspect and. And I need to do some more testing. I don't know which is better at the moment, Bestial Rampage or the new passive.
I think the new passive wins by far. I think it's I don't think it's even close.
So without using like the Wild Heart Hunger boots, I tested them earlier, and the damage is pretty close. The Bestial Rampage still edges out a little bit because of the greater attack speed.
Yeah, but you can now like
Yep, if you
temper
can
on
temper your
attack speed on
attack
everything
speed.
pretty much. For the
And if you're looking for the wolves, they benefit from werewolf attack speed as well.
so the wolves are werewolf and storm, which they scale really well with werewolf and
No,
storm
so-
abilities.
So if you have the alpha aspect, use Storm's Companion. They are nature magic, chain, storm, and werewolf skill.
Yeah, so they're basically
critical.
everything, which is really nice.
Yes.
And then you
that's
can
the
also
one.
use the storm ravens aspect now, which makes them storm as well. So they also
I'm
scale
not-
with it.
I'm not even using them now.
Oh, they hit hard.
I found that if I use Blood Howl with the Night Howler's aspect so I can give it to my werewolves, that makes up for most of the attack speed that they lost from not using Bestial Rampage.
I was going a different direction. So what I did was I was using the poison creeper, I was using the wolves, and I was using the ravens, and I was scaling the poison damage they were getting because they're werewolves, and because they count as a werewolf skill, they actually scale with the poison damage stuff, which is really nice. And then you also have your obviously your poison creeper also scales with the poison damage. So I was running that direction. And then
How was it?
I mean, it's not bad. You get like the multipliers from the toxic claws and the other ones that actually seem to apply to them as well because they're technically werewolf skills. So when you crit with them, so if you crit with the wolf when they attack, they apply poison to the target, and you can scale that as well. So that works out nicely. And then you do like Bane and Tracker, and they're also applying rabies, which also scales the poison. So like there's a whole like poison side to them, and of course they're doing really good physical damage too, or in this case lightning damage because I'm always using the storm pants. But you kind of want to use the storm pants because you also get the thunderstruck multiplier that you can add into them, and then once you get the thunderstruck multiplier, that also applies to the ravens as well now with the storm aspect. So you can get the raven storm aspect. The wolves are going to be using the storm's companion pants. So they're both going to get the 60 times multiplier from Thunderstruck, or did they bring it down to 45? I can't remember.
It's capped at. Hold on, let me look.
It used to be 60, and they capped it at 45. But it's a multiplier that you can get for them because they're storm, so they scale on
No,
that.
it's capped at 60.
60, yeah. So 60% multiplier from that applies to both the wolves and the ravens now, which is really nice. So they like everything seems to be working really synergistically with each other because they're wolf skills. The werewolves are both wolf, storm, and nature. The storm crows are really good because now you can convert them into storm, so they get the multipliers from the thunderstruck too, and they also get all the other storm bonuses. I don't think they count as nature magic though, but I can't remember. I mean, it worked out really good. My wolves were hitting like Mack trucks, and the poison they were putting out was. I tested it previously, like in the season 5, and they were putting out like 4 to 5 mil just poison dots. Like just the dot that they were applying to the target was like 4 to 5 mil.
If they gain the storm, if they gain the storm tag, they should also gain the nature magic tag.
I don't know. I got one set up right now. I haven't really pushed him through his paces or anything.
Question: what boots were you using?
I was trying Wild Heart Hunger, I think, and then like, I think Wild Heart Hunger was just it's just so weird and wonky to like get the stacks to build up properly.
You're using the bestial rampage.
Well, I mean, if you're floss whipping back, you don't have to be using bestial rampage to get the Wild Heart Hunger, but
That's what its unique power is. It increases the bestial rampage bonus.
well, I mean, I was getting the actual multiplier. Oh, they changed it from a multiplier to the bestial rampage bonus.
Yeah, it increases the value of the bestial rampage bonus up to 50% increased value.
Yeah. I remember that change. I haven't had a chance to test the Wild Heart Hunger bonus to that.
If you test that build again, try also the Rakanoth weights because they have an inherent non-physical damage bonus. And cooldown reduction.
I don't know. I was looking at the multiplier from the shepherds, and the increase from the new passive is just kind of massive. I mean, you get one more of every single companion, and you get a 50 times multi. I don't think Bestial is even still getting close.
Anymore.
What?
It's not 50 anymore.
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, you're talking about the key passive.
Yeah, it's 50%. It's 50% multiplier, and then on the actual aspect, it's what is it? 23% per minion.
It's 13 base, 26 if you put it on a two-hander.
Yeah, and then so you're getting a huge number. Like if you run the +1 on your items, that's +2. You run also the Moon Rage, that's another bonus that you can get. That's going to be for the wolves. I'm still not entirely sure that the spirit wolves that you summon don't apply to the shepherds as well.
They do.
So then, like the multipliers that you get from all of the different companions being added up is a lot.
I'm using the Spirit Wolf rune thing, the You'll Say rune word. So every 2 cooldown skills I cast, I get a Spirit Wolf.
I would recommend you do a different one.
Why?
Because that one sucks.
Why?
Because I've tested out all of them at this point, and I can tell you which ones work the best. Are you watching the stream? I'll show you.
I can be. Pull it up.
Bah, you can be. He wasn't even watching the stream. He doesn't love me.
I only have one monitor.
That's terrible. Yeah, I've been testing the runes out like a lot, and I've been playing around with all the different configurations. And one of the things I tested out a lot was the Spirit Wolves. I did everything from like using the Theo rune, which can summon like 10 at one time, to like a bunch of different combinations. And what I ended up settling on was the Lith rune, which is definitely going to be the best one for your situation. And I'll just walk into the training room and I'll show you why. All right, so here I am in the training room. All right, are you watching?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go ahead and attack the thing one time so the wolves actually go over there. So with the Lith rune, all you have to do is stand still. It doesn't even have like a cooldown or anything. There's no like actual like problem with using it. If you're standing still for any period of time, every 0.3 seconds that you're standing still, you're going to get one wolf. Every 0.3 seconds, or sorry, it's 1 second or 0.9 seconds. I'm sorry, 0.9 seconds. Every 0.9 seconds, you're going to get a wolf. And it stacks up really fast to the point where you're literally hit the cap of the wolves relatively quickly. The cap seems to be 10, by the way. And it gives you essentially 25 resource every 0.3 seconds with the Lith rune. Stacking every single time you stand still for 0.3 seconds, and it adds up additively, so you don't have to just stand still. You can move, fight, and then when you stand still, it starts summoning them, and you can move, fight, and then when you stand still, it starts summoning them, and it does it really fast. And you can clearly see I have a maximum number of wolves on the screen at any given time. Like, I'm just standing here, not doing anything, and I've got, I think it's, what is it, 369, so it's like a carryover of 1 every 3. So it would be like 4 per. I'm trying to think like the exact number that I'm getting like per second ratio there. But it actually adds up so quickly, and the wolves stay active all the time, so that they're like never not active. As long as you just act, you know, like you just have to pay attention during combat to just not like move willy-nilly. So like when you're attacking a boss or something and you're hitting, you just hold the shift key so that you're not moving while you're hitting, and then when you need to move, you can. It doesn't hurt anything, and then you stop again, and then it starts summoning them, and you just make a active effort to just stop every now and then and let the wolves be summoned. And as you can clearly see, I've got like 8 or 9 wolves on the screen at all times. And that's just the spirit wolves. This one is amazing. It works really well with a lot of the smaller stuff that needs to be summoned quickly. And yes, of course, like if I move, like they're going to stop summoning. But as soon as I stop moving again, they just immediately start summoning again. I think that's one of the best ones for a lot of the lower ones if you're just trying to get like a permanent active effect. Like in this particular case, you don't necessarily care. You just want as many of them on the screen as you can because they're multiplying your shepherd's aspect. So having as many of them on the screen as you can at all times is the key.
Mine stayed maxed pretty well because I have 4 cooldown skills, and they're just up constantly.
Well, I know. I tried all sorts of different ways of doing it, and unfortunately their HP is really low. And that's one of the feedbacks I gave to the developers when they showed up, because I was talking about the fact that like they really kind of needed to be, I don't know, like either immune to damage,
But
or
if they count as companions, would they not benefit from that aspect that says your companions can't die?
I don't know. I don't use it though because I need other things in the mix. Like I can't afford to use it.
But
I just can't afford to use it. That's all. 23 melee barb isn't good enough to handle Bale's pre-wave throne room Sag. I mean, you don't got to do Bale's pre-wave. You could just clear the Worldstone level 2 as long as there's not Gloams there. Look for the beetles. Like go in and out until you find the beetles on Worldstone level 2. They actually give really good EXP. Now, I've been playing around with a lot of these runes and like coming up with like, the best combinations for things. And a lot of the times, the Lith rune ends up being one of the superior choices if you're just trying to spam things. If you want like a big giant effect, the Theo rune is amazing, which is the one that gives you like a huge cast of things all at once. The Theo rune's kind of fun with the wolves too, but they don't stay up all the time. Like you'll get 10 wolves instantaneously, and then after 8 seconds, then they all fall away, which isn't really nice. And the Theo rune has a cooldown of 15 seconds, so there's no way to keep them up with a permanent uptime, which is unfortunate. The evoke a power from another class, the developers told us that actually doesn't mean power, it means skill. So it has to be an actual skill from another class. So it's got to be something like Petrify, which is a skill, or it needs to be like the Necromancer's Decrepify, which is a skill, or the Iron Maiden, which is a skill. So that one won't apply to things like...
So you'd have to have a whole nother rune word for that one to even start gaining offering.
Yes. But I mean, 150 is a lot. And if you could potentially take advantage of it the right way, like one way you could definitely do it is you could run something like the Mott rune, which is gain 1 Dark Shroud. I think it might work with the Mott rune. Because Dark Shroud is a skill. But then, it only says gain 1 Dark Shroud, so maybe that's a limitation. But there's like Spiritborn's Concussive Stomp, there's Earth Spiritborn's Vortex, there's the Necromancer's Horde Decrepify, which is only 100 offering. That one's actually pretty easy to get. So every time you would trigger Necromancer's Horde Decrepify, you would also get 150 offering from the Zol rune, which isn't that's not bad either. So you could go that route, and you could just spam Decrepify and have the Zol rune going on. The Decrepify might actually be a good option for your build too, because it gives your minions a chance to execute anything below 10%. So anything that has lower than 10% health, and that might not seem like a lot in like regular dungeons, but when you're pushing those higher pit tiers where the monsters have like trillions of health, a 10% execute can be a really fast speed up.
I might have to.
So you could probably do something like take the Zol rune and like tie that together with the wolves, right? And then do like the cooldowns and tie that together with the Decrepify. And then you spam Decrepify, and then as soon as you spam Decrepify, you're going to get 150 applied to your wolves, and it would like feed into itself basically. So you'd be spamming Decrepify, and then you would also get the wolves constantly that way. There's definitely ways that you can like feed into it and make it work like, stronger. Like, they make it so that the runes are basically feeding each other. Like, for instance, if you're doing the cooldown one, you could also potentially use your other rune with the one that gives you the reduced cooldowns. So you could start feeding into the reduced cooldown rune to reduce your cooldowns so that you would get more cooldowns to spam on whatever it is that you're feeding with the cooldowns. And there's definitely some synergies there, and, like, kind of just making them work together. Does Howl not work on anything post Act 3? Howl doesn't work on anything that is elite, champion. It only works on, like, trash mobs, basically. So it's not really effective when you're fighting other monsters. However, most people use Howl for a different purpose because it doesn't work on elite monsters. They use it to do what's called elite sniping, which is a very simple method of running into a pack of monsters using your Howl, howling away all the trash mobs. And then as soon as you howl away all the trash mobs, you then just start picking on the elite instead, which is a fun little way to use Howl. I don't like to use Howl for that. I actually like to use Ward, because Ward is an active Howl that causes all the monsters to run away as long as Ward is active, and it makes for a much safer area when elite sniping, but, I mean, to each their own. Give me a little hurricane. Give me a little hurricane. There's so much stuff to consider with these runes, and I'm excited to see what they do to change them. Like, I don't want to, like, super duper ridiculously dive into them right now, because they talked about balancing them and making tweaks and things based on community feedback. So, like, the runes that we have right now are probably not going to be the runes we have at launch. They might be better or worse. I have a hunch that the Lith rune might be nerfed. I don't know. I think the Lith rune is one of the most powerful ones that they have. It doesn't seem like a lot, but because it generates 25 resource every 0.3 seconds, 0.3 is actually really fast. So think about that in terms of, like, how much resource it generates in a 3-second period, right? So, like, if you take that and you go, okay, well, 3 seconds is 3 divided by 0.3 gives us 10 activations times 25 per activation gives us 250 resource, which means in 3 seconds you get 250 resource. It's actually really fast too, and it doesn't have any kind of, like, cooldown on it, nor does it seem to have any, like, activation time. Like, sometimes when you have abilities like that require you to stand still, they'll say something like, you know, we must stand still for, like, 0.5 seconds before any, you know, offering is accumulated, and then after that, every 0.3 seconds, you know, up to, you know, whatever, right? There's no limitations on it. It just, as soon as you stand still, it counts to 0.3, which is really fast, and then gives you 25 resource. And it's fast enough that it literally just spams resource on your character for the offerings. And there's some pretty crazy things that I've been doing with it. Have you seen my Earthquake Barbarian, Ethan?
No, I have not.
You want to see my Earthquake Barbarian?
Sure.
Okay, let me show you my Earthquake Barbarian.
Considering one for next season anyway.
Okay. So this is the power.
Devil.
So this is the power of the Lith rune. You're gonna see the power of the Lith rune here. Okay. You're gonna see why I think the Lith rune is gonna get nerfed. Okay, so here's my boy. I'm not even gonna change anything on him. I'm just gonna throw him right in there, and you can just enjoy. And I'm also not even gonna touch the keyboard. That's right, you heard me. I'm not even gonna touch the keyboard or the mouse. All right, I'm gonna bring my character in here to the training room. Hold on, let me get multiple training dummies set up. And I'll put my hands on my head.
Have a sandwich.
Just have a, you know what? Yeah, that's right. Give me some Wadums. You know. So you haven't seen this. I thought you would have seen it. That's because you don't watch my channel. That's why. Because otherwise you'd have seen it. And this is me not pressing buttons. I'm not even doing anything. I've already AFK'd. To tell you how powerful this is, I've already AFK'd a World Tier 4 Maiden with this. So I just sat there. Didn't press any buttons, didn't do anything. I just let the maiden.
What is
I spawned the maiden,
spamming the earthquakes?
and I just stood there, and I just let the earthquakes kill the maiden. What'd you say?
So what's spamming the earthquakes?
The Lith rune,
Oh wow.
the one that I recommended to you for you to use for the Spirit Wolves. This is the same one.
So you're using the rune that creates the barbarian earthquakes.
With the Lith rune that generates resource every 0.3 seconds. So whenever you're standing still, every 0.3 seconds gives you 25 resource no matter what, with the earthquake one, and I'm also stacking the earthquake glyphs as well as the earthquake bonuses, so I'm getting like the double earthquakes and all the other beautiful things. So it's basically I'm letting it feed into itself. The earthquakes are happening often enough that they're spamming very, very quickly. Now I can add on to this. So obviously I'm not a dummy. I've done more than just that. So here we go. Now I'm going to add in my earthquakes into the mix. There's too many numbers on the screen to see what's going on, isn't there? This is the power of the Lith rune. The Lith rune is just amazing. Some of the things the Lith rune can do are just like almost automated in certain ways, and I've been playing around with these like almost like feedback loops that it's creating, which are kind of crazy. In this particular case, because obviously each earthquake that's active increases my damage by like 10% multiplier up to like 50%. And then on top of that, obviously each earthquake itself is doing damage to the targets, and I'm scaling the earthquake damage. Then through the new glyph that they added, the Paragon glyph, they added one that basically made it so that my earthquakes could potentially spawn Dust Devils. It's part of the new Paragon node system. It's, what is it? Force of Nature. Your earthquakes have a 75% chance to spawn Dust Devils every second that deals 1,170 damage. Earthquake damage is increased by 30% versus your damage to close, right? So, like, I'm using this to get the free Dust Devils. I'm using the Lith rune to get the free earthquakes, and they're all stacking together because I've got the double earthquakes, I've got the duration for the earthquakes, I've got the size on the earthquakes, and everything else, and so it's just like feeding into itself. It's like a feedback loop, basically, and it's never going to stop unless I start moving. And even after I start moving, you can see, like, even after I start moving and stop the chain, it keeps going for quite some time after I stop. Like, it's like a solid, I don't know, like 10, maybe some odd seconds before it stops, and then if I stand still, it just starts right back up again.
Yeah, I definitely see them nerfing that and putting, I don't know, either greater time limit or like a cooldown or something on it.
Rob cleared Pit 100 with my build. How dare he? Get his own build. I have no interest in clearing Pit 100. It doesn't interest me in the least. I have more interesting time making these fun builds. I've done all sorts of fun builds. I did a stun grenade spamming rogue. I set up like with like 1 trillion stun grenades.
That's one thing I want to try again for next season because I love the stun grenade I built for season 5.
Yeah, well, there's a stun grenade rune.
I know. That's why I want to try it again.
And utilizing specific things. So I went with a Rain of Arrows rogue because the Word of a Con lets you basically spam the ultimate. And then I just go with the ultimate spam. So every single time I spam the ultimate, I get a huge number of stun grenades that pop up. And then I pulled all the stun grenade aspects. Like, I got so many stun grenades, it's not even funny. I got that character already pre-built, too. All my characters that I theory crafted are in my Runewords video if you want to take a look at them. It's only like a 45-minute watch, and I like showcase all the builds. I did a werewolf army build. I did a stun rogue build. I did the earthquake build. I did a really awesome bone spirit build utilizing some of the like the double damages and stuff. I also did a I checked out the meteor build. I didn't do the full build, but I actually did check out the meteor one because that one looks really neat with like the massive number of meteorites. I also tested some other interesting things that some people may not have thought of. Like in the video, I go over actually taking an item to the barbarian and tempering earthquake duration on it, just as a test, and putting it on the sorceress. And believe it or not, the earthquake duration works on the sorceress. So that opens up some interesting options to enhance the effects that you're getting from those runes by taking them over to the other characters and putting on the tempers that are going to enhance those things. Like, for instance, you could potentially, if they got like petrify duration, for instance, or something like that, or something with curse duration.
And his name is John C.
God, man, you saved up some points for that, didn't you? Too. It's like the Decrepify one. You could temper on curse duration if you wanted to make the curses last longer, so you wouldn't have to bother spamming it as often, which would kind of be a silly one. You could even run both curses, because there's Iron Maiden and there's also the Decrepify. And so you could have curse duration on your equipment and make sure that the Iron Maiden and the Decrepify are lasting for really long periods of time. Or you could do curse size. I think there's curse size in there too. So the curses are bigger and they hit more targets. There's options. Like, there's options now that I've done that testing, and I don't think the developers even thought about it, to be perfectly honest.
Isn't really worth it though.
Well, there's chance for Earthquake to deal double damage. That one, or cast twice. Sorry, cast twice, which is interesting. I don't think duration is as interesting. This also means that you could potentially grab, like with the enhanced Warcry, you could probably go over to the Barbarian and get Berserk duration to make the Berserk last longer. That could be interesting. As well as maybe even additive bonuses like Berserk, damage while Berserking. Because now everybody has access to Berserk. I mean, the options are almost infinite at this point. I can't even name them all.
I need more time. I'm low on spirit. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I do not have enough spirit. I must wait a moment.
Can't kill this guy? Oh? Why are you so tanky, bro?
I must wait a moment. I'm low on spirit.
The 540 now, huh? I haven't even set this character up. I've really just been trying to see what runes I get on the level up process. It's one of the things I'm really curious about. Looking at these runes is all well and good, but like, how easy are these things actually going to be to obtain? Which is something that I'm curious about.
To do that.
Seems to me like the rare and the legendary runes are,
Time to do
well,
that.
they're pretty rare. They're very rare, actually, so far in my journey to level 50, leveling up a slow path, meandering to different things. I mainly only got runes from goblins, and maybe like a couple events. I got like no runes from HellTides. They didn't drop from HellTide chests, although I did get a rune or two from the like events in the HellTide, which wasn't really a lot. The majority of my runes have come from the goblins themselves. I found a couple in the dungeons. Like, but they're just kind of like all over the place. And they've all been blue so far. Every single one that I've found has been blue. So like similar to Diablo 2, if that's the case, I'm finding mainly and primarily like the low tier runes, like the little baby ones. I'm gonna bump this up to the next highest difficulty, so Penitent. Maybe I'll have an increased rune drop rate in Penitent, because it doesn't seem like it right now. The penitent man may pass. Only the penitent man.
I don't want to make a fire barbarian too.
More viewers when I play D2? Oh, I know. I've noticed, Joe. I definitely have noticed. But I can't only play D2, I'll go insane. Playing one game for the rest of your life is a recipe for insanity. If you wish me good health, you'll support me no matter what game I play. D2 will always have a special place in my heart, and I will come back to it probably for every season that's ever made. And I also have a single-player series that I plan on continuing when I get the chance. But with that being said, don't make me go insane, guys. Because I'll do it. Because I'll do it. I'll go insane. Thanks for the dono, Joe. Appreciate it. I mean, because, you know, if I don't get enough money to support me and my family, I might have to sell my soul to the devil or something and, you know, like, do some sort of evil things.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Evil, evil things. Evil things. So evil. So far, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's what I managed to get so far. Is 6 rows. I'm gonna post this in here in the chat so that we can, like, the way I can go back later and look at it and be like, okay, so that's how many runes I got. So 1, 2, 3. Let's try doing a nightmare dungeon. Actually, does it say anything on the statue about the runes in the difficulty select? No. Wow, that super chat is really late. Alright, let's get this guy set up a little bit so we can actually have some fun with him. I haven't been doing that the entire time. So, let's actually put some stuff on his doojanks. His doojanks on his stuff. So, lightning dancers. Let's also grab the overcharged aspects. The rune workers conduits. I wonder if I should grab the crows. It doesn't sound like a bad idea with this build, especially since it's lightning. And the crows can be converted to lightning, so I have like constant crows coming down doing lightning. That sounds useful.
There's more potential sources for dancing bolts and stuff.
Because they count as lightning skills, so I can get... Oh, they'll proc the lightning effects, right? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So maybe Storm's Companion Pants might be good for this, so that I can have the wolves also potentially procking stuff for me. Because then the wolves will be lightning too.
Yep.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea. Okay, well I need to get myself a pair of Storm's Companion Pants. I can get those from the cheat vendor. Let's grab some cheat vendor pants. Cheat vendor pants. Cheat vendor pants. What did I get? So I got +4 wolves. Okay. Let's destroy everything else. I don't care. Oh yeah, don't I need the unsung aesthetic wraps too? Because with this build, yeah. What am I doing? I'm an idiot.
I wouldn't say necessarily need them.
I mean, it's more lightning strikes. So the thing is that I kind of like... I want to do the dancing bolts, and the dancing bolts come from the lightning strikes, so... Like, it's one of those catch-22s I feel like I've been caught in, which is if I'm not using the thing properly, like, if I'm not using that skill, then I'm not getting the dancing bolts normally. And I want to scale the dancing bolts, so I'm going to want all the dancing bolts that I can get, basically. So, okay, so the dancing bolts only require 25. We really want some kind of overflow on there. That's what we really want. And the Lith rune is not giving us the overflow that we want, and that's the problem. And we did not find this rune either, so this is cheating. But, I'm trying to think like what we can do for like the ritual rune to really get like an overflow on that without it being too ridiculous. I mean, casting a skill with a cooldown would be a small overflow of 50, so you're 25 over the normal. What if instead we did Zol, evoke a power from another class? And then the reason why we do that is because then we could tie in, say, Decrepify. And Decrepify is much easier to meet the requirements on. This way, whenever we evoke Decrepify, we will immediately get, what is that, 25 per bolt. So it's like 25, so 25, 50, 55, 75, I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I think it's like 2 bolts per cast if you meet the minimum requirement. So we're looking at, what is that? That's like 150 divided by 25 times 2. So that's like 12 bolts per cast. That seems like a better plan than what I'm currently doing. So we'll do that, and then we'll see if we can like double it up with like the Decrepify to get the Zol to activate. So we're gonna go. Zol is gonna be our activator for the dancing bolts. Then we're gonna grab the Horrid Decrepify, which is only 100. If we did the Lith rune, we would activate the Horde Decrepify once every... What is that? Once every, like, 0.3 times 25. So... What is that? 100... So every 1.2 seconds, we would activate Decrepify? Let's try that. And then if that works the way that I think it does, that could potentially lead into what I'm trying to do, which is I'm trying to create a situation where I got like many do jank. Alright, do I have all the glyphs and everything set up here? I'm missing something on the amulets. Man, I don't know if I want to put lightning dancers on the amulet, but it is one of the ones that I'm going to be scaling, so... Okay. And then we need ravens. And wolves. Which I guess that way we could get some fortify, which isn't terrible. And then, you know what we could also do is I could just simply pull the elemental, yeah, I mean, I could pull the elemental exposure and just use the ravens for the vulnerable. I mean, that's easy enough. I don't gotta worry about that. And then I could put some points into clarity for the multiplier there, to the core skill. Works out pretty nicely. And so they're lightning, they're also lightning. Let's see how this goes in the training room.
So no. Okay. It doesn't gain the nature magic tag. Interesting.
Yeah, the storm ones weren't gaining the nature magic tag, but the wolves were. Which I don't know why.
Yeah, that's interesting.
You still looking at the stream?
Yeah.
Look at my craziness. Hold on. I had it going there for a second. Let's see if I can get it running again. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. Dude, the Iron Maiden is just going off like every 1.3 seconds. Look at it. I'm getting a pretty decent amount of little orbs too that are coming out for each Iron Maiden cast. That's not bad. And I'm getting Iron Maiden for free. I mean, not Iron Maiden, Abhorrent Decrepify for free, which is certainly not bad. Horrid Decrepify. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Of course, it is a little annoying to hear the Decrepify going off every like 1.3 seconds, but you pretty much hear that anyway when you're playing a Necromancer, so. Is there a run for your Nova Oculus build? A build? What? A rune? A rune for the Nova Oculus build? I mean, you're scaling lightning damage with that build, so having the dancing bolts come out would probably be pretty good for that build too, because you are scaling non-physical damage and lightning damage, and I would imagine that the dancing bolts would probably do pretty good damage on a Nova Sorceress. It would just be more AoE damage that you'd be adding into the pit. You could probably tie it together with something interesting. I don't know. There's a lot of ways that you can potentially make that interesting. You're going to be spamming teleport too, which is a cooldown. So I imagine that if you tied, trying to think here. I mean, you could easily tie your cooldowns to something. I'm not sure if the cooldown one would be the best one for that rune, because it doesn't put out a lot of bolts if you do the cooldown one. But you could tie the cooldown one to something else, and then every single time you activate that skill, like for instance, if you tied it to, I don't know, like a Petrify, or maybe you tied it to like the War Cry or something. I'm not really sure what you'd tie it to. But then once you activate that skill, Then you could run the other one, which is the 150 offering every single time you evoke a power from another class, which is kind of what I'm doing right now. And then you would get like these free bolts coming out every single time you evoked another power. I think that could probably work out pretty well. You're really going to have to scale your lightning damage, obviously, but you definitely do scale lightning damage with that build. So, and then you're just teleporting around, shooting these like dancing bolts everywhere, like along with your novas and along with all the other crazy lightning things that are going on. So it probably could be pretty cool. Speaking of pretty cool, let's go see if we can kill some monsters in a dungeon. Did I change it up to penitent? I did change it up to penitent. So we're going to do a penitent dungeon. We're going to see if any runes drop from the penitent dungeon.
Have you tested out the runes that give the Spirit-born
Yeah.
skill?
The swarm one works. It's just one shot though if you meet the minimum activation requirements, so it's not very good. However, if you like well exceed the activation requirements, it shoots off like many poison nodules. So it could be really nice for poison builds to add in like additional poison damage. I could definitely see that one scaling very well, assuming that you're building like Bane Tracker and you're going with all like the poison damage, nodes. In fact, a lot of poison builds might want to look into the Pestilent Swarm one with like a really nice activation fee. You want to activate it with something really nice. There's another one in there which is really cool. It's called the Neo rune, and it totally is a meme based off of the Matrix movie. And what did Neo do in the movies? He dodged bullets, right? That's what he did. Well, he didn't do anything else. All he did was dodge bullets. Screw saving the world or anything. And the Neo rune is basically, that's what it is. All you gotta do is dodge bullets. So as long as you dodge attacks, as long as you don't get hit, it will summon a really large amount every 5 seconds, which is really nice. So every 5 seconds that you remain unhit, it just provides 300 resource flat. And it actually works really well.
You have to deal damage after not taking any.
Only once. So if you take no damage for 5 seconds, you have to attack one time, and then after that one time, it will just repeatedly apply the 5-second buff until you get hit again. If you get hit, then you do have to wait 5 seconds, and then you attack one time, and then that's all you have to do to cause the effect to happen. If you get hit at any time, it does have to be refreshed, but as long as you don't get hit at any point after the first time that you attack, it just continually cycles over and over and over again. Every 5 seconds, applying 300 resource, and it's very effective for ones that you might want to spam, like the overflow for.
Are you sure?
Yes, I've tested it.
Because it says deal damage after not taking any within 5 seconds. So it sounds like you have to repeatedly do damage within 5 seconds.
You have to do damage within 5 seconds for the first time, and only the first time of the activation of the effect. And then after that, you can literally just stand there and do nothing. And I've tested this in the training room. You literally just go in there, like attack the dummy one time, and then it will apply 300 resource, and it makes the effect happen. Then you just stand there and do nothing. And it will, after 5 seconds, it will apply another 300 resource, and another 300 resource, and another 300 resource. And it just keeps doing that repeatedly until you get hit. And then once you get hit, you have to refresh it. You can go test it. It works really well. I got one shot me. The chain lightning could be build could be fun with the Lum rune. The Lum rune looks really interesting for the chain lightning build. So the Lum rune gives you the ability to restore resource based on the amount of offering that you're able to apply to the rune, and it's a very strict, like what is it, like 5? I can't remember the exact ratio. I think it's I have to pull it up again, but basically the more offering that you push into it, the more resource that it restores back to your character. So it could be a very interesting one for the chain lightning build to restore massive amounts of resource, so you can spam more chain lightnings.
One resource for every 5 offers.
Yes. So if you can spam offering into it, you're going to get massive amount of resource back, depending on how much you can spam into it and how quickly. And there's a lot of ways that you can push offering into it. So, like, even if you got, like, the Theo rune, for instance, that has, like, 1,000 offering when you get crowd controlled or whatever. Like, that 1,000 would get divided by the total, and you end up with a pretty large amount of resource back with stuff like that. Of course, some of them are much lower, right? So, like, if you're doing, like, the 50 cooldown one, that's not going to be as much. But you could have ones that are very frequent, they go off all the time, or you could have ones that are, you know, very slow and go off like in big amounts. It could be interesting to try the Lith rune with it as well, just so you have like a constant restoration, because it does function like with the Lith rune. It's 25 per 0.3 seconds, so that's what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So that's like 5 resource every 0.3 seconds. Which would be 25 times 3, which is 75. So you're looking at 5, 10, 15. So that's 15 resource per 0.9 seconds, which is not bad, actually. So you'd be getting a constant 15 resource regen just by combining those two. That's more than you'd get from a pair of boots if you had like a resource roll on them, and you can combine it with a pair of boots. Lightning bolts shooting out of my arse today. Lightning bolts shooting out of my arse today. Boom, 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 boom. I kind of want to test out the Lith and the Lumrune together. Kind of give it a good shakedown. Could be an interesting way to like have permanent channeling on this build too. Now that I think about it. Permanent channeling. I do like the setup that I currently have, but it's always fun to test new things. So let's swoopy swap it up a little bit here. We're going swoopy swoop swaps. Gotta do a little swoopy swoop. Gotta do a little bit of swoopy swoops. Alright, so we're still gonna do the dancing bolts. And let's put some of these back in the chest because I don't wanna like mix this stuff up. Because I'm trying to keep track of the ones that I'm using or that I found for this particular playthrough, because I'm trying to get a good idea, so we don't want to mess up our doojigs here. So what do we put with the dancing bolts then, if we're not going to use the evoke power from another class? We can't use the stand still because we're going to put that together with the Lumrune. That's the general idea. I want to see how well that works with the Lumrune. We'll play with that. Which means we need something else for our ritual rune. Cast an ultimate skill. I mean, I do plan on getting my Cataclysm down as low as I can possibly get it. I think I actually need the Majolnik ring, too. I could probably go raid the coffers for the Majolnik ring. Get that cooldown reduction running.
Martin, get the fuck out. This is that part, Richie. We should get the fuck out.
I mean, we could do cast a skill with a cooldown, but it just doesn't really activate it very well. It only does like 1 or 2 little doojigs. Let's go with the big boy. Let's go with the one that we Man, where the hell is it? I must have used it all on all my other characters. I guess I gotta go get that too. I want to try the The one where it's like where you get crowd controlled or injured, where it shoots out like a million dancing bolts all around you in a circle. Or maybe we do the Neo. We could try the Neo one too. That one might not be a bad one for this. Do I have the Neo one in here?
See, but that field one, the coming into the crowd control, that's got a 20-second cooldown.
15. The developer confirmed the other day that it's a 15. You might want to scroll up on the Diablo 4 chat, because there's a whole slew of comments. You know G-Vun from the Campfire chat? The one where they joked where they were going to make a G and a Vun rune?
Yeah.
Yeah, he came into my chat, and we actually had a talk. As well as apparently the lead developer for the Runewords. His name is Anthony. Both of I captured as much of their conversation as I could from the live stream and pasted it into the Diablo 4 chat. He confirmed that it's 15 seconds, not 20, and it's actually a bug. It's supposed to say 15. There's a bunch of things in there that they talk to us about. Like, make sure you have your advanced tooltip compare on. I know it keeps turning itself off for every time you like log out or whatever, but the overflow is listed on the runes too. He's the one that told me that. So it'll tell you what the overflow does if you overflow the rune. And it's actually really useful information, especially on the blues. So what did I need? I need a Majolnik ring. That's what I need. I need a little bit of Majolnik. I need a little bit of Rang. I need a little bit of country time. Oh, lemonade. So, if I understand correctly, do you need a blue rune to activate the other runes and another as a benefit? Another rune. What? Kevin? Kevin! I mean, I'll go over the runes with you. Just hold on here. Let me. I only need like one rune from this list. I need the Neo rune. It's the only one I need. Where's the Neo rune? Or not? Yeah, Neo. Neo's the one I'm looking for. It's like I can't see it because there's too many runes on the floor. I think it disappeared. Well, that's weird. I guess I had too many runes on the ground, so it just decided to go poof on me.
Which one?
I'm trying to test out the Neo rune. And it didn't drop me a Neo rune. I don't know why.
That's because Neo is a rune of ritual.
I dropped in the ritual box. It must have just deleted itself. Which happens. There's too many items on the ground recently with all the stuff that's going on.
There it is.
Yeah, I got it. I'm just gonna grab that one and move on. Alright, so let's see how this works. We're gonna try the resource restore thing. I want to see how the resource restore thing works. Whether it actually restores my resource quickly or whether it's like a... I don't know. We're gonna find out. I mean, theoretically, the math should be that I'm generating almost like, what is it, 15 per second, I think? Doesn't seem to be 15 per second. 30 to 36. It looks like it's about 6 per second. So if I'm standing still, I'm getting 6. Does that even make sense? So Lith gives me 25, acquires 5 for 1 primary resource. Let me do that math again. I wonder if it's affected by resource generation too. We could test that as well. So 25 divided by 5 is 5. So it should be giving me 5 resource per 0.3 seconds. Which times per second would be It's like it doesn't evenly round out because 0.3 doesn't divide into 1 evenly. It divides into 3 evenly. So it would be what is that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and then 50. So it would be 50 total resource over 3 seconds, which we take 50 divided by 3 gives us 16.66 per second, which again would get divided by, I mean, you could divide it by 3, which is like, I guess that's right. So I guess it's not giving me 6 per second, it's giving me 6 per 0.3 seconds. Which doesn't really seem like 0.3 seconds, but I guess it is every 0.3 seconds. Oh, and proof that the Neo Rune works whether you're hitting the target or not. Let me, hold on. Oh, I can de-summon my wolves. But after I hit the target, it doesn't matter. If I walk over here and I just stand here, and I'm not attacking anything, every 5 seconds it'll activate, and it just continually keeps activating as long as there's like any kind of monster in the field. I need to take these guys off so I can really kind of show you, because once you run out of range of the dummy too far, it kind of messes itself up. But the wolves do count too, so the wolves count as attacking. It seems like the only consideration for this is just being engaged with the target, for the most part. You just have to have an active target on the screen at some point. Like, it doesn't work like if I leave and I come back and I haven't actually activated the target yet or fought the target. It doesn't work. Like, so it doesn't do anything if you're not actually fighting something. So if I'm just standing here, unlike the Lith Rune, it won't actually do anything if I'm just standing here. Like, it's not going to activate. So I have to actually attack the target at least once to activate it. And then once you attack the target at least once, then it just continues to go over and over and again. And it's actually pretty effective at just generating huge amounts of overflow. I mean, as you can see, I'm getting like, I don't know, like 20 or 30 little dancing bolts shooting out of me. Actually, that might be more like 15. But they just shoot out of me constantly. I don't know what constitutes an attack either. Like if I stand close enough and I just let my lightning bolt hit them. What about the dancing bolts themselves? Does that count as an attack?
It just says deal damage. So.
Yeah, I don't really know. But as you can see, it clearly goes off a lot. Now, if you take damage, it stops it, and then it like refreshes. But it doesn't. It actually seems like a really good one for activating effects on a regular basis. I'm gonna play around with it with this build. Let's go into another nightmare dungeon with this guy. Let's try out the new rune configuration. Oh, there's an infernal hordes compass that I can't do because I'll get bugged if I go in there. Time to get bugged. Oh. They don't want me to go in there, I suppose. Yeah, I guess because I'm a Diablo 2 streamer, they showed up to check and see if I like the rune words. I think we can safely say I do enjoy. I enjoy them greatly. I think they're very good additions to the game. I've been having a lot of fun with the rune words.
So I definitely like these better than just adding like traditional D2 rune words into here.
I mean, I think that the D2 rune words have flaws, and a lot of people just don't want to see them. Like, one of the major flaws with D2 rune words was they replaced all the other equipment when they got added. So, like, you know, there's all these unique items and, like, legendary items in the game and aspects and whatnot, right? if they just added rune words that were created in white items, there's a very good chance it would just irreparably damage the balance that they already have in place by causing all of the unique items and the legendary items to be useless. But instead of doing that, they went the other direction, which is where they actually, you know, sought to create some kind of balance by allowing you to place the rune words into the unique items and then balancing it out so that the unique items don't end up getting destroyed in the process. Which, you know what, I actually rather am happy about. A lot of people from Diablo 2 have complained about that back in the day. They're like, I don't like rune words. Rune words destroyed all the good combinations. You know, rune words took all the unique items that I loved, like Grandfather, and relegated them to children's toys. And you know, I don't like that. And I gotta agree with them. Like, that's what rune words did when they were released. I mean, there's still unique items that survived the rune word cleanse, but I mean, the list of uniques that survived the cleanse are a lot less than before the cleanse.
Now, if you make a rune word and like a two-handed weapon, does it double the effect?
No, but I mean, you do get to keep your gems in your armor, so there's that. I think barbarians and stuff are more likely to place their rune words in their weapons, because I think Leon did some testing, and I think he came to the same conclusion, which is that your gems in your armor are more powerful than the gems in your weapons at the moment. So losing the gems in your weapons is preferable to losing the gems in your armor. So for like the barbarian who has two-handed weapons, it's better to use them in your weapons and use gems than it is to go the other way.
Yeah, especially if none of the gems really are necessary for your weapon. I was considering doing that on this character as well, because I really don't need the gems in my weapon. I just kind of chose the best out of the worst options.
Alright, Jester, you have a good night.
So I'm considering moving one of my rune words to my weapon so I can get some more willpower out of my armor.
Exactly. So if you're using a two-handed weapon, you can do that. That's the only downside. So if you're not using a two-handed weapon, you can't. I am a little like, I don't know. I kind of don't like the fact that some characters are going to be forced to use two-handed weapons to get that benefit. I would almost like to see them maybe like, I don't know, specifically for rune words, maybe throw two sockets in like the one-handed weapons or something and give them like half the output or something from the gems. I don't know, just to make them equivalent so they can also put rune words in the weapons. That way your non-barbarian classes can throw the rune words in their weapons too if they want to.
That's not a bad idea. You said cut the gem effect in half so they don't.
Yeah. So then that way you can put rune words in there. I mean, yeah, it would mean you'd need more gems for your weapons, but I mean, they like making you farm a million gems, so why not?
I'm not ready yet.
The rune words are going to change the face of this game, though, that's for sure. There's so many fun little builds that are capable with these rune words. So many little effects that just like weren't possible before. The addition of the Decrepify and the Iron Maiden and like the Warcry and the Berserking and like some of them are a little boring. Like I think the Petrify one is boring. I mean, it gives you lots of damage, don't get me wrong, but it's boring. Like it's not the most intriguing one in the lot. But like the Earthquake one, absolutely amazing. I think a lot of people are going to take advantage of the Earthquake one. The Lith rune is really cool with the passive creation of resource while standing still. And it actually stacks really well if you're using the inner calm aspect. That also gives you a multiplier if you're standing still. So you stack those two together, you get a nice little double entendre. Runewords were supposed to be strong. That's the next step up. A lot of people would disagree with you. I mean, TC85 and TC87 uniques were supposed to be strong too, and they didn't deserve to be usurped by runewords, which were less powerful than them. Or less rare, actually, would probably be more precise. And I feel like that's exactly what happened, is that a lot of them were usurped. They were most definitely usurped. Grandfather is a good example. My grandfather was one of the most powerful swords in the game, a TC87 unique that barely ever dropped. It has now been mimicked for Diablo 4. And, I mean, are you going to say that, like, the grandfather in Diablo 4 being replaced is just a natural progression upwards? Because it's a mythic unique now. I mean, it had a posture that was represented by its ridiculously rarity and its power, and that posture just is you know, stupid. Like, it's gone. Hey, there's tons of useless rune words as well. Yeah, you're right. But the rune words were not exactly the most amazing thing in the world, as they replaced large swaths of equipment that were better. I mean, in my opinion, let's try to see what Mr. Dusty was chewing on. There's just a lot of items in the game that got invalidated by rune words, and there's still a lot of people that are very salty about it. There's some salt. There's a lot of salt. An ocean of salt. And I think this was the better method, because instead of invalidating everything that they had built up to this point, they just simply built on top of it like a pyramid, which I think is just the better way in general. I don't think old items will always be replaced, no. And I don't think that that's a good gameplay mechanic either, Sean. I do not think that's a good gameplay mechanic. Kevin, I forgot to explain the runes to you. Let me explain the runes to you real quick so that you understand, like, the basics of how they function. So with the runes, there's two different kinds of runes. There are the up-facing runes, the ones that point upward. Those are your ritual runes, and the ritual runes are going to generate offering. The offering is going to be used to spend, which is immediately spent as soon as it's generated, into whatever you're trying to achieve. The ritual runes are basically all specifically designed around how do I achieve my goal. And they're the tops, if you guys are wondering. That's all. There's a whole song to that. Because baby, you're the tops, and I'm the bottoms. I can't remember who sung that song. So with these, you're looking at various ways of achieving the offering, like drinking a health potion, or having one of your minions kill an enemy, or dying, or like, you know, like casting the same non-channeled skill 3 times in a row. That one actually kind of sucks, by the way. I tried that one out, and it's like you got to cast the ability like 18,000 times to get the resource you need to do anything. The other one is the invocation rune. So the invocation rune is what you're trying to achieve. And what you're trying to achieve is, like, for instance, the meteorites, or the rogue stun grenades, or the spirit wolves. And this is just kind of like just only one part of it. So you have to combine these two together. So you combine a ritual with a invocation. And then what happens is you get a very specific result of whatever's happening between those two, how they interact. And they actually form a rune word. If you look at the words, they actually say what the rune word that they are. Like this one in particular that I combined, called Neo Ono, is called Graceful Unlimited Power. And then like the one that I combined here, Lith Lum, is Serene Bounty, which is interesting, right? So there's also a mechanic called the overflow mechanic. So if you look at the runes, they say overflow, summon multiple wolves. So if you have more offering than what is being required, it summons more wolves. It's very greedy. It's a very greedy rune, and the greedy runes will eat up whatever you give them, and they will give you a greater result as a overflow. And like for instance, this one right here is overflow increases the number of grenades spawned. This one increases the number of meteorites spawned, and so forth and so on. Not everything has an overflow, but the things that do say what overflow they have on them, which is really nice. You can only put them in equipment that has 2 sockets, so it has to have 2 sockets. And on top of that, you can only use 1 rune 1 time, so you can't have 2 of the same rune equipped at the same time. Otherwise, I would have like 2 lith runes, and I would be like auto barb or something. I don't even know. I'd probably throw something else in there like meteors just for the lulz of it. So like everything running. Just automatic curses and automatic all sorts of stuff. The automatic curse is actually pretty cool.
Ooh, I just thought about Iron Maiden with the Thorns barb.
Yeah. Give you free Iron Maiden. Or you could also use Decrepify to decrease the damage that you're taking so that you can get wailed on more. Either one. Well, actually, Iron Maiden will slow them down, so you probably don't want that. I forgot. I mean, sorry, not Iron Maiden. Decrepify will slow them down. I forgot about that. You probably don't want them slowed.
Nope. And the Iron Maiden one actually heals you when they die.
Yeah, if you used the Lith Rune with Iron Maiden, and then you use the Evoke Another Power with the Earthquakes, you could probably do the same thing that I'm doing with my barb, but you would have, yeah, that would be really nice.
No, I'm sorry. The sun's wet. Isn't it? Sorry. Well, confused. Last time I checked. You okay with me? Bit of a moment. Sort of. Didn't like to do it. Oh, I'm gonna have to start.
I mean, I hope that they introduce a solo mode eventually, a single player mode. I would love a single player mode for this game. I don't know why they wouldn't. I mean, don't they realize that like single player modes are basically immortality? Like if you have a solid single player mode that lasts for a long period of time, but you basically have what equates to like immortality. That's what Diablo 2 is. Doesn't matter if the servers go down, people still be playing single player. They'll be like, yeah. 50 years later, they're like, yeah, I still play Diablo 2 single player, you know. Got my count, my 8 bird rooms. No, I'm tired.
Don't be so sensitive. You told me to be careful. Hey, starts out a lot. Let's not pretend I'm sensitive. Don't pretend. I remember.
You still looking for that chip topaz, Irene? That's what you get for putting that chippy curse on me. See, it came right back. Chippy curse came right back to get you, Irene. Uh-huh.
It was my turn. The great ability. You said you'd try. You don't want that.
Of course, I started eating Cheez-Its and Cody showed up immediately. He said, I like those too. Thank you very much. If you would please give me one. How about you do a sit? Sit. That's a good boy. You need a sapphire too? Ah, Chippy curse.
I'm sorry about you. Great chat. And don't even get me started on those things. It is a new weapon. It's sick.
Dopamine tunnels.
I'm fine.
I don't know. Season 6 looks like it's going to be a really fun season. I know they're going to make a lot of changes, though, from this PTR. So I don't want to, like, dig too ridiculously deep into this stuff. I'm going to learn a bunch of stuff that's going to be outdated in, like, 3 weeks or something like that. It's not going to be very useful.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Freaking Cataclysm is OP.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
No wonder everybody was like riding up on that Majolic ring.
It's pretty awesome.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, some of the ultimates aren't really the best. I think
Lacerate is lackluster for the druid.
well, it's because it doesn't move with you or anything. Like it makes you stand still. And nobody likes to stand still in this game. I mean, sure, you're immortal while it's active, but like, it's not even really that big of a size. And then on top of that, like, despite the fact that it's not really big on the size, it doesn't really move with you, so you're just kind of stuck there. I've had monsters literally walk out of it before, which is hilarious. I feel like that thing, Lacerate, needs like a taunt in the center, like a little dummy or something that pops up in the center of it, and like, I don't even know, it's like taunts the monsters into it. Either that or it needs to like move.
Time to do that.
Saw that Rob had a video on the AFK where Earthquake bar. Yeah, I imagine so.
I'm not ready.
I'm pretty sure people saw me doing it and just like went right along. I'm sure some of them probably thought it up themselves too, but I was doing it on day one, my friends.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, so we were talking about the overflow mechanics, right? So on that the Mott rune, the one that gives you the Rogue's Dark Shroud, the overflow allows you to gain multiple shadows.
Yeah. Honestly though, if you use the Dark Shroud with the Lith, if you want to do that way, you'll have basically permanent uptime on Dark Shadows, like all the time. I tested it. You just have 5 permanent shadows, which is 40% damage reduction permanently.
And then if you get the tempers from the rogue to increase damage for Dark Shroud Shadow.
Exactly. Hey, it's the first Butcher I've seen the entire time. Hello, Butchie. You had to catch me on the noob character, didn't you? Couldn't have caught me on my AFK barb.
I need more time.
You know what I should do just for lulz? I should just go to sleep and I should just like set up my AFK barb, like with like a, I don't know, like something on the keyboard or something so it doesn't like log out, and just like sit it in the maiden run and just like leave the stream running all night long. I bet you he'll never die too if I set him up right. I got a towel rune. Okay. Got that from another goblin. I've been getting a lot of my runes from goblins. So I think we're probably gonna have to go goblin. We're gonna go goblin hunting when the expansion comes out, because they're giving a lot more runes than anything else.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Boom, boom, mm, 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 mm,
I'm not ready yet.
I wonder how I could do it to keep my keyboard activated.
I'm not ready yet.
This is just PTR, so it's not like I'm afraid of getting banned or anything. It'd be funny too. It'd just be like the whole stream for like the next like 5 hours. It's like AFK barb. People just coming and going. Like, is he here? Is he really AFK? He's really not here? A poor druid over here getting like punched in the face.
I'm not ready yet.
What's up, Ulrich? Boom, 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 boom. Ow. My face. Ow, my double face. Ow, my triple face. Why you gotta be such an abomination?
I'm not ready yet.
Hey, I got a rune. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's my dancing bolts. Okay. So far, up to level 51, I have obtained 1 Yax rune, 2 runes, 1 Seer rune, 2 Ton runes, 2 Ton runes, 1 Seh rune, 1 Ono, and 1 Tal. For a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 runes total in the entire time I've been leveling from 1 to 52. Or 51. Nice to see you too. Alright, so is it time to set up the AFK barb? Is that what we do now? We just set up the AFK barb and walk away? AFK barb. It's an AFK barb. I have done the Soul Rift Necromancer. I really like the Soul Rift ability. I'm not really sure about the Shadow Necromancer itself, because the Shadow Necromancer kind of sucks, but like they really kind of nerfed it when they hit that one aspect really hard with the
Yeah,
wooden
they
hammer.
nerfed Wither.
Yeah, they said they compensated, but they just didn't really compensate enough, I think, for like how that works. I don't know. So, we're gonna try and set this up to be an AFK barb. Let's see. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna do that combination I was telling you about. So instead of doing the Lith rune to summon the earthquakes, I'm gonna try and do it the other way, which is where I'm gonna have the Lith rune summon the Iron Maiden, which is gonna then summon the earthquakes, and we'll try that. So we'll switch this a little bit. Alright, so we're still going to do the Lith rune. We're just going to do Lith rune with another one. And we're still going to do the Tech rune. We're just going to do that with another one. Alright, and then we're going to combine the Tech rune with the Evoke a power from another class. And then we're going to provide the Lith rune. That just gives us Iron Maiden, which is kind of what I'm thinking of here, but... I can't remember which one the Lith rune is. It's going to take me a while to get used to all these runes. Or did I already part Zoltek? Oh, Lith is already in there. Okay, so I need the Iron Maiden ritual rune. Which one's lower? Decrepify is 100. Where am I missing the Iron Maiden? Oh, there it is. Horde. No, those are both Decrepify. Thulrune.
The Iron Maiden one is a blue rune.
Oh, it's a blue one? A Born Iron Maiden. Let's see how that works. I just want to test it real quick and see if it functions the same. It might not function the same, but we're going to try it. It might be less earthquakes overall. Might take a little bit longer to get started. But the earthquakes will be bigger, too. Holy Jesus, are they bigger.
And hitting enemies affected by Iron Maiden when they die will heal you, so...
Look at how big they are. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're covering the whole battlefield. What is going on right now? Oh dear Lord Jesus.
That is insane.
Okay, so now we take this into like the Iron Maiden, the Maiden or something like that. Let's go to just for because I want to just like AFK it and not have to worry about dying.
You won't die because the Iron Maiden will heal you.
Well, every time a monster dies, yeah. So So let's do this. We'll go to, I'm going to take it down to World Tier 3, just for the fun of it. Actually, I might even be able to do World Tier 4 with this, but I don't know. Alright, and then we go to, like, the Maiden. To the Maiden. Hello, Goblin. No, come back. Don't run from me. I said don't run from me! I think it's less earthquakes because I think it's less, it's not triggering as quickly, but the earthquakes are larger, which is hilarious. Because it's overflowing them, and apparently the overflow increases the size. And I don't think there's a limit on the size with the rune overflow like there should be. So it's just coming out at like the maximum size that it could ever possibly come out at. Did I miss one? I missed one. It's got a nice beat to it. Oh no, they pulled me. He managed to pull me. Did you see that? That's rude. Dirty, dirty pullers. How dare thee? Will I be able to see the crowd control stuff on the ground? No. What is going on? Did I bug out the maiden? Did she die like so ridiculously fast that I bugged her out? Because she's still there. And it looked like I killed her twice. I think I broke the maiden and I don't know what to do. I think I broke the maiden and I gotta take a poo. I think I broke the maiden and I don't know what to do. When the maiden come on down to me down. Maiden's broken and I can't fix her, son. Oh Lord Jesus, it's alright now. I'm using the stealth armor too. So I'm basically just invisible in the middle of all this. Money, 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 money. Doom, 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 You like my clips on YouTube? Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the the content, Elric. Are you, you have any questions about anything while you got me on the hook?
I need more time.
While you got me on the hook?
I need more time.
Womp, bum, bum. How's my testing coming along? Interesting. I got some interesting results. I mean, at least I know that the blue runes are going to be really common. I know that much. I ain't find a single rare or legendary one, so I'm assuming that they're actually going to be kind of, like, rare or legendary, you know? So many other dude janks in here. I got some bloods. Let's go murder the blood man.
Not ready yet.
Oh, boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, AFK, Zir. Come on out, Zir. Come out and play. Oh, I don't got enough blood for another summon. AFK. AFK. Boom, 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 boom. I wonder how much I can get the numbers up with this portion of the build, like instead of the other one. I could probably still reach the cap with this, which means that my damage would probably be higher since it's got a larger radius. Let's put it to elites. Alright, you guys ready? Leap and a doo doo. Hitting the wrong buttons. Dang it, I hit the wrong buttons. Hold on. Okay. Hit the right buttons. Okay. Leap and a kick and a leap and a kick and a leap and a ground stomp and a leap and a kick and a leap and a kick. Oh, kick's not up. And a kick and a leap and an ultimate and a ground stomp and a leap and a kick and a leap. I can always take the numbers off. You guys don't need to see the numbers? We don't need to see the numbers, they say. It's a ginger. Ginger, we don't want to see the numbers. That's what they say.
We'll just take the normal damage numbers out.
This says ginger. We want to see the tornadoes and the smashy smash. Oh, ginger. We don't want to see that crap. Come on back, we don't want to see that crap. Come on back, we don't want to see that crap. Come on back, we come back. There's so many hits, you can hear the hits. Like, you can just hear the sheer number of times monsters are being assaulted with deadly weapons over here. Boom, 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 Dong, dong. Boom, 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 boom. I wonder if this will work with like a lucky hit build. I wonder if the Dust Devils and the Earthquakes actually have a chance to lucky hit. That could be kind of interesting. Like spamming this many Earthquakes and Dust Devils and then like combining it together with like some sort of lucky hit proc.
I'm sure they do. I think they take on the lucky hit of whatever skill cast on them.
I mean, I like the damage numbers for troubleshooting. So. Now you turn them on to troubleshoot and then you turn them back off. Like, how much am I doing? And you try and like figure out your damage numbers and then you just kind of like, then you turn it back off when you're finished. Unfortunately, it feels like most of the time I'm troubleshooting in Diablo 4. So, yeah, there's that. It's kind of an issue. This build is just silly. I don't even know what to think about this build. I know this one's getting nerfed. I mean, honestly, I kind of wish they wouldn't, but... they could find a way around this, I think. Keep the fun without, like, completely ruining it. AFK Barbarian doing AFK things. AFK Barbarian singing songs he sing. Sing, 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 lots of songs.
I must wait.
Wow, he's so fast when he evades. That's ridiculous.
Thank the light you're here. My boy.
Have you played around with the new unique chestplate at all? The one that gives +1 to all passives?
No.
It's called the Shroud of False Death, and the +1 to all passives is crazy. Depending on what you're building and how you're scaling it, it's kind of insane. Like take for instance druid builds. Like if you're doing like one of the druid builds, it takes advantage from like multiple passives. So like you're getting like the earth passives, and you're getting like the light, the storm passives, and you're getting like the nature passives and like everything else, right? Imagine +1 to all of those. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage reduction. It's a lot of everything. It's kind of insanity, actually. My trilogy druid probably would use this because he was set up for a build that was actually utilizing werebear, storm, nature, and earth all at the same time, and he was getting scaling multipliers from everything. Which was amazing, and like his damage was just crazy because he was getting all of the multipliers. This will just give him even more of all of the multipliers. And on the druid, you even get resistances from it. You get damage reduction because they got that one ancestral fortitude that gives you all res. I mean, there's a lot of really good stuff with the passives on the druid. Barbarian too, like holy crap, the barbarian could use like almost all the passives. I think the rogue might be the most insane, though, because like pretty much all the passives on the rogue apply to everything. It's a very offensive chestplate. I think they made a very nice what's the term? Like opposite for Tyrael's. Like Tyrael's is very defensive, and the Shroud of False Death is very offensive. giving you lots more damage in the process. Oh, I got the ugly bastard helm. When did I drop that?
I want to build around that.
Well, apparently I found 2 of them at some point. I don't even know where I found them from. I think it, you know, it was probably Zir. Yeah, that one seems like a really fun one to build around. Like scaling fire, maybe do the meteorites, because the meteorites are obviously fire, so you get to scale that too. Throw in like the Hellhammer for even more fire. And then like the Firewall Berserking, and then maybe even throw in Frosties for the additional fire damage that are on Frosties. There's a huge fire multiplier or additive bonus there. And then you get like the freeze effects too.
I want to do a fire and ice build.
Like Azure Wrath, Frost Burns. That'd be pretty neat. I think it would work, to be honest. I think the ugly bastard helm ties it all together. Because it makes your makes while you're berserking, all damage you would deal is converted into fire, so. And it gives you a multiplier on your fire damage. So 30% multiplier for your fire damage, which is really nice.
Be my own song of ice and fire.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
I think I'm gonna do that after I have my little fun with my thorns barb.
Ready yet?
Oh yeah, there's gonna be like a trillion more builds now, Brandon. And it's always gonna be like, how can I use these rune words to make my build better now? Because now you got options, right? You got rune word options now. It's gonna be really fun figuring out all sorts of neat rune word options to make your characters even stronger. I really like it. Yeah. Alright, I think I'm gonna head out, Heathen. I'll see you on another day.
Alright, take it easy.
Alright, guys and gals, it's been a long day for me. I wanted to hop on at least do a live stream, so, you know, I got 6 hours. That's pretty good. It's like 1 a.m. here, so I think I'm gonna get some sleep. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me for these fun little adventures. We may or may not, I'm not sure, depending on whether I feel like I'm done with the PTR. I'll be going back to Diablo 2. So, I'm going to finish out my season with Diablo 2 because I was working on my frickin' Paladin when I finished. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me. Be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button, and keep watching.